Chapter 211 Cloud Sky Sect. Suzaku Calendar. Year 134,500. In the cultivation country of Chu, there was a ray of light that emerged in its territories. After 3 days had passed, all of the sects had sent disciples to check it out, but they ultimately found nothing other than an abandoned cave. It was rumored that a treasure appeared here, but was already taken by someone. As for this rumor, some cultivators refused to believe it, while other cultivators believed that it was true. Because the ray of light appeared near the Cloud Sky Sect, the rumors became that the treasure was obtained by the Cloud Sky Sect. In the same year, the Cloud Sky Sect was able to refine a Tian Sun pill. This pill S quality had reached the early stage of 5th rank. The pill S effect was to allow a nascent soul cultivator that had lost their body to immediately rebuild a new one without the need to steal a body. To achieve rebirth. The moment this pill appeared, the already famous Cloud Sky Sect became even more famous. All of the surrounding rank counties wanted to get the pill, but in the end, the Jumo sect from a rank country got the pill through a secret agreement. Before they left, they placed a formation on the Cloud Sky Sect. The formation was very strong. Even normal rank countries would have trouble breaking it. In the end of that month, the Cloud Sky Sect opened its doors for recruiting, something that happens once every 30 years. Various cultivation families in the country of Chu would send their descendants to the Cloud Sky Sect, hoping that they would be able to join the sect and achieve greatness with the backing of the sect. However, the requirements to join the Cloud Sky Sect were very strange. Unlike the other sects, where they looked at how talented a person was, the Cloud Sky Sect's recruitment was based on a special technique. As a result, the recruiting that only happened every 30 years would only ever result in about 10 or so people being recruited. It was really small compared to the thousands of people that would gather for this event. With the Cloud Sky Sect's fame and how few disciples they took in, almost all of the cultivators without any sect or background dreamt that they could become disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect. At the top of the Cloud Sky Sect mountain were rows of puzzles carved from jade in an immortal palace. This was only part of the Cloud Sky Sect. All of the other jade carvings were hidden by different techniques. From a distance, one could only see a lush, green forest, nothing else. 3 large green words were being held in the air by some spell like giant lanterns being hung off the doorway. The 3 words were Cloud Sky Sect. When the recruiting event, which occurred every 30 years and lasted for 10 days, started, those 3 words would appear in the sky and, once the 10-day period was over, the 3 words would disappear. As a result, all of the scattered cultivators and the cultivation families in the country of Chu knew that the moment those 3 words appeared in the sky, the Cloud Sky Sect had started their recruitment for disciples in the country of Chu. The moment those 3 words disappeared, the recruitment event was over. This morning, there were no clouds in the sky. Rays of sword light flew in from all directions toward the Cloud Sky Sect. When they were around 1,000 kilometers away from the Cloud Sky Sect mountain, they all got off their flying swords, revealing many youths. All of them were fairly young. Some came by themselves, while others came with their elders. In order to show their respect to the Cloud Sky Sect, basically all of the people who wanted to join the sect got off their flying swords 1,000 kilometers away and walked toward the sect on foot. If one were to look down from the sky right now, they could see that within 1,000 kilometers of the Cloud Sky Sect were countless people walking toward the sect. Outside the gate of the Cloud Sky Sect stood 3 cultivators who were responsible for arranging lodging and necessities for the people who came to try to join the sect. Around 500 kilometers away from the entrance of the Cloud Sky Sect walked a man and a woman. The man was about 27 or 28 years old. He walked very leisurely and calmly toward the Cloud Sky Sect. On his clothes was an embroidery of a purple flying sword, showing that he was already an inner disciple of the sword sect. Besides him walked a year-old girl. She wore a purple dress with the same colored sash around her waist. She had very nice curves, but also had a hint of sweetness. Upon a closer look, the girl was very attractive, and describing her as a beautiful flower would not be wrong. The girl pouted her red lips and rubbed her legs. "Elder brother, what's so good about this Cloud Sky Sect that I have to come all the way here? I don't like alchemy. I like the sword sect," she complained. The man's expression remained normal. He looked at the girl, then poked her forehead and smiled. "There is too much killing in the sword sect. It is not suitable for you. I'm sure know that the Cloud Sky Sect is a very important sect in the country of Chu. Even if the country of Chu suffers a great disaster, it wouldn't affect the Cloud Sky sect. If you can get into the Cloud Sky sect, your brother will be relieved. If mother and father were still alive, they would be relieved as well. When the girl heard her brother talk about their parents, her expression darkened a little. After pondering for a while, she obediently nodded her head. She then pointed into the forest and said to her brother, "Elder brother, if I get into the Cloud Sky sect, I'll make pills just for you. Then, once your cultivation is high, we can go home and teach those old guys a lesson." When the man heard this, he turned and a cold light appeared in his eyes. In fear of scaring his sister, he never told her the truth of what had happened that year. The girl's eyes widened as she looked at a youth in front of her and laughed. "Elder brother, look. That man is wearing some funny-looking clothes." The man looked up and saw that 200 feet in front of them was a youth wearing very crudely made clothes slowly walking toward the sect. It has to be said that all of the people that came to try to join the Cloud Sky sect were either independent cultivators or people from cultivation families. It was impossible for mortals to get there. Therefore, it was very rare to see someone dressed like this. This was clearly the look of an ordinary mountain villager. As if hearing the girl's voice, the youth turned around to look at them and, without pause, he withdrew his gaze and kept walking forward. A hint of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. He knew that his sister was very attractive and that, during the trip here, most people who passed by would stare at her. Especially after entering the 1,000-kilometer range of the Cloud Sky sect, everyone they encountered would take an extra look at his sister. But this youth's eyes were as calm as still water, and when the youth saw his sister, there was no fluctuation in the youth's eyes at all. The man sent out his divine sense and found that the youth's cultivation was only at the second or third layer of QI condensation. After he looked for a bit, he withdrew his gaze. The girl looked at the youth with a glint of interest in her eyes. She quickly walked forward and shouted, "Hey, are you here to join the sect as well?" The youth frowned. He didn't bother with her and kept walking forward. The girl let out a grunt. She gently leaped over the youth and landed in front of him. She disgruntledly said, "Are you mute?" I asked. "Are you here to join the sect?" The youth looked at the girl and helplessly said, "Is that not a pointless question?" With that, he walked around the girl, shaking his head. The girl's face turned red. She pondered a bit and realized that what she said before really was pointless. Since the youth was already here, she still asked if he was on his way to join the sect. The girl's elder brother curled his lips and let out a faint smile. He wasn't angry with the youth's reply at all. Instead, when his sister asked the question, he had the same feeling. The girl stomped her foot and caught up with the youth. She walked at his side and disgruntledly said, "What I asked was not pointless. With your clothes, no matter how you look, it doesn't look like you're here to join the sect. Look at everyone else. No one else is dressed like you. You have to know that when the Cloud Sky sect accept disciples." The youth frowned again and secretly sighed. From his view, this girl was like a newborn chick, and a very annoying one at that. If it was not for his cultivation being too low right now, he would have already waved his sleeves and left instead of suffering this girl's pestering. Time quickly passed by and it was afternoon now. The sun blazed in the sky and sweat oozed out of the youth's forehead. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It had been a long time since he ran out of breath like a mortal. Just at that moment, the girl next to him put her hand on her bag of holding and took out a few lychee nuts. After putting them in her mouth, she looked at the youth and raised her hand toward him. She asked, "Do you want this?" The youth didn't even look at it. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. The girl slightly snorted and didn't bother with it anymore. She returned to her brother's side and put all of the lychee nuts in her brother's hand. 2 hours later, the Cloud Sky sect's gate appeared in the distance. The youth let out a sigh after looking at the magnificent gate. He couldn't help but think about the Hangyu sect. This youth was Wang Lin. More accurately, this was Wang Lin's avatar that was created by the avatar technique. This doppelganger was created by the avatar technique from his main body and had real flesh and blood. But this body only had 30 years to live. This was his only plan to break through into nascent soul stage while not losing his cultivation. As for his main body, it was hidden somewhere near the Cloud Sky sect. He had already abandoned the cave he was using before because, when the avatar appeared, a ray of light shot out into the sky. As a result, he had to quickly abandon the cave and find another place to start his closed-door cultivation. His main body went into closed-door training while his avatar lived in a village at the foot of the mountain for a few months. When he heard that the Cloud Sky sect was recruiting, he pondered for a while and decided to try getting in. That was the cause of the current scene. In Wang Lin's original plan, once he ran out of the spirit liquid, he was going to kidnap a Cloud Sky sect disciple and blend into the sect to steal pills. But now just happened to be when the Cloud Sky sect was recruiting, so Wang Lin decided to give up his original plan. If he could join the sect, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of kidnapping a Cloud Sky sect disciple and blending into the sect to steal. All those who came to join the Cloud Sky sect would be brought to a side mountain to rest. Once the 10-day period is over, all of them will be brought to the Sky Cloud sect for the selection process. When the girl that walked with Wang Lin was led away by the disciples at the gate of the Cloud Sky sect, her brother turned to leave, but before he left, he took a few looks at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Although his cultivation was gone, his experience was still there. The man in front of him was definitely not at the core formation stage yet, and was at best at the late stage of foundation building. If Wang Lin were to use his main body, he could effortlessly kill him. After staying at the Cloud Sky sect for a few days, the three big words floating in the sky slowly dissipated. Eventually, they disappeared without a trace, signaling the end of the Cloud Sky sect's recruitment period. What was next was to pick around 10 or so people to join as disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. Everyone else would be dismissed from the Cloud Sky sect's mountain. On this day, thousands of people who wanted to join the Cloud Sky sect sat cross-legged on a huge stage at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the exam. Among these people were men and women, old and young, and some had even reached core formation, while others were like Wang Lin, who were only at the second or third layer of QI condensation. There were dozens of Sky Cloud disciples standing on the edge of the stage with indifferent looks on their faces. They were releasing hints of pride. After all, they were already members of the Cloud Sky sect, so their positions were naturally higher than those who wished to join. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with 3 pills embroidered on the cuffs floated down from the mountain. He floated in the area above the stage and looked at everyone there. He said, in a low tone, "If you wish to join my Cloud Sky sect, your seniority will be low. If you are not willing, then leave now." When he finished speaking, none of the thousands of people on the stage left. They all looked up at the person with determined looks in their eyes. Among these people were a few core formation cultivators. They knew that the middle-aged man's words were for them. After waiting for a little, the middle-aged man waved his right hand, and a burst of force suddenly erupted from the center of the stage, pushing all of the nearby people away and exposing an open space 10 feet in diameter on the stage. At the same time, a dark mist column rose up from the ground there. It looked very majestic. This thick, dark mist pillar felt like it was a giant hand that was used to hold the sky up. After it rose from the ground, it stretched so far into the sky that if one were to look up from the bottom, they wouldn't be able to see the top. The middle-aged man's voice floated toward the crowd. Using whatever method you choose, as long as you can feel exactly what substance is inside this dark mist pillar, then you are qualified. The time limit is 6 hours. With that, he landed on the side and stood silently, watching the dark mist pillar. Wang Lin's expression remained normal. He stared at the black mist pillar and began to think. Although he was an avatar, when creating the avatar didn't get any cultivation or divine sense from the main body. But all of his techniques and the memories from the ancient god were still intact. Wang Lin's eyes trembled slightly. He kept analyzing the pillar until he slowly started to reveal a faint smile on his face. From his view, this pillar was clearly a type of restriction, and the restriction was used to test everyone who tried to see through it. This must be the Cloud Sky sect's way to get rid of people who were here to join them with ill intent. But Wang Lin wasn't sure about how exactly the restriction would react. What type of disciples did the Cloud Sky sect want to find with this restriction? According to Wang Lin's knowledge of restrictions, it would be impossible for ordinary people to solve this restriction. As a result, even among the thousands of people on this stage, almost none of them could see through this restriction. And so, if Wang Lin were to see through the restriction, that would be too obvious, and someone would contradict his story of wanting to join the Cloud Sky sect. But this was still not the most important part. Wang Lin was worried that if he didn't know what type of disciple the Cloud Sky sect wanted and broke the restriction, then he would certainly gain too much attention from the Cloud Sky sect. That would make this venture not be worth it anymore. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't immediately break the restriction, but waited. He didn't believe that the Cloud Sky sect would just gather people and tell them that none of them were qualified. If his analysis was correct, someone should soon find the answer here for him. Time passed by and, in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Some of the people in the crowd were already getting restless. They had already tried to probe with their divine sense, but whenever their divine sense got near the dark mist, a mysterious force would push them away. No matter what method they tried, they found no success. At last, one person slapped his bag of holding and took out a wood carving. This piece of wood was shaped like an eagle. He chanted a few words, then threw the wood carving toward the dark mist pillar. The middle-aged man who was in charge of recruiting disciples didn't say anything about this action, but he quietly looked at the pillar. Wang Lin noticed that although the middle-aged man's expression remained calm, the Cloud Sky Sect's disciples that were around revealed strange expressions on their faces for a brief moment. The moment the wood eagle appeared, it instantly grew and finally turned into a golden eagle which rushed toward the pillar. But the moment the golden eagle touched the pillar, a hand suddenly appeared from the pillar, grabbed the golden eagle, and pulled it into the black mist. The person who sent out the golden eagle's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stood up and quickly turned toward the middle-aged man and said, "Junior gives up and would like Senior to return the treasure. This is Junior's family treasure. Please, Senior." The middle-aged man scanned the person and slowly said, "The golden wooden eagle is the Gongsun family's inheritance treasure. Our sect will of course not keep it. Since you have already quit, it will be returned to you when everyone leaves." The person's gaze immediately relaxed a bit. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he walked down the stage. The middle-aged man stressed again, "I have already said this before, you can use anything you like. As long as you can clearly see what is inside, then you have passed." This time, a youth on the stage cautiously asked, "But if we say what is inside the pillar, then won't everyone else here know as well?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "Not possible. If one of you can see through the mist, you will know the secret that lies here." When the hand came out of the black mist pillar, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been constantly watching the restriction, and when the hand appeared, a tiny gap appeared. With his knowledge and divine eye, he immediately saw several pills floating inside the mist pillar. Wang Lin's expression remained normal, but his heart skipped a beat. However, he pondered for a while, but didn't act rashly. This time, more people became restless in the crowd and brought out their treasures to try to break this dark mist. More and more people started to attack with magical treasures. Every time a hand would come out, grab the magical treasure, and pull it into the dark mist. If the middle-aged man didn't already say it, they wouldn't dare to use all of these magical treasures. But the Cloud Sky sect already stated that if they give up, all of the treasures will be returned when they leave. As a result, everyone stopped caring. Many magical treasures appeared in the sky, one after another. Through the cracks caused by the attacks, Wang Lin was able to clearly see everything that was inside the restriction. After all, he had divine eyes that could see through restrictions. Inside it were 11 pills, 11 pieces of jade, and 11 tokens with a pill furnace carved onto them. Wang Lin didn't know what these 3 items represented, but at that moment, a golden light appeared around the black mist. Then a flash of golden light came from inside the mist as well. After the golden light circled the pillar for a bit, it turned into a piece of jade and flew into the hand of a girl who didn't know what was going on at all. At this point, the middle-aged man from the Cloud Sky sect's eyes lit up. He quickly moved next to the girl and picked up the jade in her hand. After looking at the jade for a bit, he smiled and said, "You pass." With that, he waved his right hand and a disciple of the Cloud Sky sect came and led her away. "Take her up the mountain." The middle-aged man smiled at the girl. He waved his sleeve and returned back to where he was and waited for the next person to pass. That girl still felt like everything was a blur. While still dazed, she was led up the mountain by a Cloud Sky sect disciple. Seeing that someone had managed to pass the exam, all of the people on the stage started to discuss with each other. But as for the people of the Cloud Sky sect, they weren't bothered by it at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw that it wasn't because the girl saw through the black mist, but the piece of jade inside the black mist chose the girl. And when the middle-aged man saw the piece of jade falling into the girl's hand, he didn't immediately announce her passing, but went up to check the piece of jade before announcing it. Through this, Wang Lin judged that the middle-aged man went to check if the jade really chose her, so if he had acted rashly before, he would have revealed a weak point. Wang Lin sneered. This Cloud Sky Sect's method of accepting disciples was indeed strange. Just at that moment, a golden light suddenly started to flash from the pillar again. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and his right hand secretly made a restriction. With the spiritual energy he had right now, he could only use a few simple restrictions and was unable to make an illusionary circle. Nevertheless, the restrictions he possessed were ancient restrictions passed down by the ancient god. It was not something normal cultivators could match. Leo truly didn't realize today was May 20th. Leo's already married, not caring about this day at all. Truly no intention. Truly no intention. I'm already married. Yes, just like that. CHIRP, CHIRP, CHIRP. Chapter 212, Luxury. Plus, with all of the magical treasures shining all the time, and the Sky Cloud sect themselves having said that any method could be used, no one saw through Wang Lin's restriction. The moment the restriction hit the pillar, Wang Lin could clearly feel that a piece of jade was shining gold and slowly flying outwards. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his restriction landed on the piece of jade. Suddenly, the speed of the piece of jade slowed down a lot. At the same time, he sent out another restriction, and this time, the restriction landed on a pill inside the pillar. The pill started emitting a golden light and quickly flew out of the pillar. It landed in the hand of a youth on the stage. The person was stunned and suddenly shouted in ecstasy, "This, I passed!" At that moment, the Cloud Sect's middle-aged man's eyes jerked open. He stared at the pill as he quickly leaped and landed in front of the youth. Without a word, he waved his hand, and the pill flew into his hand. He carefully examined the pill, then looked at the youth, who was filled with ecstasy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Congratulations to you. You won't need to be tested anymore and will directly become an inner disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. You can go up the mountain to see the sect head. Take good care of this pill. When you meet your teacher, give this to them as a gift. Sadly, this is a fire-based pill. If it was something else, I would be your teacher." The disciple's eyes revealed a color of ecstasy. He quickly nodded as he was filled with excitement. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. Inside the black fog, he only saw three things: the pill, the jade, and the token. It was clear that these three items had different meanings. Receiving the pill meant one would become a disciple, and receiving the jade meant one passed this test. What would happen if someone received the token? Wang Lin pondered a little, but he didn't act again. He had to be very cautious because one time could be an accident, but if he used it in succession, it would be obvious. If he were to get found out, all of this would have been for naught. With Wang Lin's analysis of the middle-aged man's expression, he believed that in this recruitment exam that only occurred once every 30 years, almost no one get the pill. He guessed that most people just got the piece of jade. The middle-aged man slowly said, in a flat tone, "There is only 1 hour left before the time limit is up. I can tell you now that within the pillar there are 4 items: a piece of jade, a pill, a token, and a pill furnace. Among the 4 items, whoever gets the jade passes this test. Whoever gets the pill directly becomes an inner disciple. Whoever gets the token can trade it for any third-rank pill, aside from the one that lets you become an inner disciple. If one of you get the furnace, then you will be one of the few that will become a disciple of the sect head. But in the 8,000 years since the Cloud Sky sect was founded, only 6 disciples have gotten the pill furnace. I hope that, among you, there will be a 7th. Once you become the disciple of the sect head, you can use pills as you wish, and you will be exposed to the more profound areas of alchemy." The moment the words came out, all of the youths on the stage took deep breaths and looked at the pillar. In their eyes, the pillar represented a lifetime of wealth. When Wang Lin heard those words, he was stunned. When he checked inside the restriction, there were only 3 items. There was no pill furnace inside. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin didn't keep watching, but sent out a restriction and pulled out a pill. With a flash of golden light, a blue pill immediately flew out from the pillar and was grabbed by Wang Lin. It was not that Wang Lin couldn't get the token, but he didn't want it to be too showy. If it wasn't for the fact that getting the pill would make him an inner disciple directly, he would have chosen the jade instead. After noticing the color of the pill, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the pill from Wang Lin's hand. After looking at Wang Lin for a while, he smiled and said, "Are you willing to take me as your teacher?" Wang Lin's face revealed a look of fear, but in that fear there was a hint of excitement. He quickly nodded. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Stand with me until the end, then I'll bring you up the mountain to see the sect head." Wang Lin quickly and respectfully followed the middle-aged man to the corner of the stage. His face was filled with fear and ecstasy, but he sneered inside when he saw the middle-aged man's disappointed look when the disciple earlier had gotten the fire element pill. Wang Lin began to carefully observe the middle-aged man. He roughly judged that the pill the middle-aged man wanted was a water pill. After all, even if the other elements weren't T-compatible, it was still usable, unless he needed a water element, which was the opposite of fire. As a result, Wang Lin deliberately chose a water element pill, because if his analysis was correct, the middle-aged man would be too happy to dig too deep into why 2 pills appeared in a row. Within the next hour, 3 more people were chosen. Among the 3, one of them was the girl that walked here with Wang Lin. Time was nearing the end. The middle-aged man looked up into the sky and was about to announce the result, but, at the same time, the entire dark mist pillar started to roll violently. Dark clouds started to appear in the sky and lightning flashed across the sky like silver snakes dancing. At the same time, bursts of thunderous roars appeared from inside the mist, and the tip of a giant pill furnace appeared out of the corner of the mist. This tip was purple and had an etching of a black dragon in chains. The dragon's eyes were filled with rage and a strong sense of unwillingness. It looked into the sky and let out a few roars. At that moment, an invisible force from the mist pushed off everyone that was on the stage, aside from the middle-aged man and Wang Lin, who was next to him, and a weak-looking youth. The weak-looking youth stared at the tip of the pill furnace with a blank expression, unable to speak. Wang Lin was startled. He carefully looked at the pill furnace and could see it covered with a layer of black light. Every time the pill furnace moved a bit, the layer of black light lessened. Tripod. This is the dragon tripod. The middle-aged man standing next to Wang Lin revealed a serious expression. But at the same time, the pill furnace suddenly quivered and no longer flew out, but gradually shrank back into the mist. At the same time, a golden token flew out of the mist and landed in the weak-looking youth's hand. The middle-aged man let out a sigh. He saw this happen every 30 years, but the pill furnace had never been able to break out from the pillar. Send everyone out of the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain. Everyone that obtained something follow me up the mountain. After the middle-aged man finished, he looked back at Wang Lin and grabbed Wang Lin's belt. He jumped to the youth who got the token and picked him up as well, then brought both of them up the mountain. Behind him were 3 Cloud Sky disciples. They were carrying the lucky 3 who passed the exam to the top of the mountain. Wang Lin kept checking his surroundings. As the middle-aged man moved faster, the mountain got closer. Then they suddenly passed a wave-like barrier, and the entire scene before Wang Lin changed. The rows of luscious green forest and mountainscape suddenly disappeared, and what unfolded before Wang Lin was a very grand building decorated with extremely well-carved jade. Even Wang Lin, who had seen the world, couldn't help but suck in a breath as well, and though that the Cloud Sky Sect was indeed rich. Although not all of the houses were made of jade, more than 80% of the buildings were made from natural jade stone. If all of this was turned into spirit stones or jade pieces, the total number of them would be unimaginable. At the same time, because there was a lot of jade, this place naturally had very dense spiritual energy. He took one breath and immediately felt a very comfortable feeling. After analyzing it a bit, Wang Lin determined that cultivating here for 1 day could be compared to 3 days of cultivation outside. Wang Lin looked at the others who were also selected, and found that all of them were stunned as well. They all stared at the scene before them with strange expressions. The moment they passed the wave-like barrier, the disciples behind the middle-aged man began to loosen their arms. Everyone who came to join the Cloud Sky Sect already had their own flying treasures. As the Cloud Sky Sect disciples loosened their holds on the people they were carrying, everyone got on their own flying treasure and followed behind the middle-aged man. The group's speed wasn't very fast. Wang Lin was stunned for a bit longer, then saw a flock of cranes flying in from the distance. On top of the cranes sat several beautiful women. These women wore rainbow-colored robes, making them look like dancing butterflies, which made people involuntarily look in their direction. When the cranes got closer, one of the women said, with a beautiful and clear voice, elder martial brother Zhou, are these the new disciples? The woman was attractive, with all of the features of a top beauty. She also had a small dot on the edge of her lip, making her very charming. The middle-aged man let out a laugh and said, "Yes. This time, during the recruitment, 6 people passed." The woman's gaze swept through the group, revealing some of her hidden beauty. Her gaze ended up on the girl that walked to the sect with Wang Lin, and she smiled. Very pretty. If she was seen by teacher, she would be accepted as a disciple for sure. When the woman finished, the women that were with her turned their gazes onto the girl. After chatting among themselves for a bit, they all left on the cranes with charming smiles. Leo continues to read. Today is Monday, wishing for just a few more likes and followers for the VIDEO channel. Chapter 213, Old Friend. Those exquisite women came quick and left just as quick, but their appearance riled up the hearts of the young men that had just joined the sect. Among the 6 new disciples, besides the girl that walked up the mountain with Wang Lin, who frowned, the only other person who didn't even bat their eye when they saw the charm of those women was Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's view, although these women were very beautiful and their bodies have nice curves, they were not as beautiful as Li Muan, and compared to the Xuan Dao sect's Lu Mei, they were even further behind. Therefore, how could they catch Wang Lin's attention? Also, he always had a strong heart that wouldn't be fluttered by pretty women, so Wang Lin not being flustered was no big surprise. As for the girl that walked with Wang Lin to the sect, she turned around and her gaze fell on Wang Lin. When she saw that his eyes were calm, she felt a hint of joy in her heart, though she didn't know why. After those women left, the middle-aged man lightly coughed. His gaze fell on the guys. He then turned to the girl and smiled. Lucky girl, you also don't need to do the second exam. Later you will follow me to see the sect head. With that, he continued to fly forward. As they flew deeper into the cloud sky sect, spirit beasts gradually appeared on the ground. There were numerous tigers, monkeys, bears, and other animals. They were all normal animals, but inside the cloud sky sect. Each of them were much larger, and their bodies emitted large amounts of spiritual energy, meaning they all had considerable cultivation. These spirit beasts were all either quietly laying on the ground or nimbly climbing around. As they flew, Wang Lin found that the buildings formed a large circle, and, at the center of circle, a very magnificent hall slowly came into everyone's view. This main hall was very large. Even if 1,000 people were to enter the main hall, it wouldn't feel crowded. In the square in front of the grand hall were 7 large pill furnaces. Each furnace was emitting white smoke that was floating up into the sky, as if they were communicating with the heavens. From inside and outside, the grand hall emitted a lingering scent of pills. Currently, there were dozens of people divided into 2 rows. They were either meditating with their eyes closed or talking to each other. In the middle, a white-haired old man, who was wearing a green robe and holding his hands behind his back, smiled at the group as they got closer. The middle-aged man who brought Wang Lin and the others here slowly descended and landed in the square. He put Wang Lin and the youth who got the token down and respectfully said to the elder in green, 9th-generation disciple Zhou Lin greets the sect head. In today's recruitment for the Cloud Sky sect, a total people passed. Among the 6 people, 3 of them got jades, 2 got pills, and 1 got a token. Disciples have already sent the girl that got the first jade up the mountain. After Wang Lin arrived, he was immediately stunned. He quickly lowered his head because all of the old guys around here were nascent soul cultivators. No wonder the Cloud Sky sect was the #1 sect in the country of Chu. The green-robed elder smiled and said, "You can go and arrange the test for the 3 that received the jade. If they pass, they can become inner disciples." The middle-aged man wanted to speak, but he hesitated for a bit, then pointed to Wang Lin and said, "Sect head, disciple wants to accept this youth as my disciple. He got a water element pill, which is a suitable ingredient for the pill disciple needs right now." The green-robed elder's gaze swept across Wang Lin. In that instant, his gaze was as sharp as knives, and he clearly saw through Wang Lin, inside and out. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. Although this elder's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage, the current cultivation of this body was still at the QI condensation stage. So he wasn't afraid at all, but his body did quiver and his eyes revealed a look of fear. After an instant, the elder withdrew his gaze. He faintly smiled and said, "In order to get the pill, this person must have some special technique. Fine, you can take him as your disciple." He had no fear of another sect's disciple mixing into his school, because the items inside the mist chose their owners on their own. And one of the qualifications to be chosen was to not have any ill intent toward the sect. However, he know that Wang Lin had used an ancient restriction to lead the item out by force. The middle-aged man, Zhou Lin's eyes immediately lit up. He thanked the sect head, and then glanced at Wang Lin. He signaled Wang Lin to follow him. But, just as that moment, an old woman sitting at the second position to the right opened her eyes. She examined the group and said, with a husky voice, "I want this girl." The old woman pointed her hand, and the girl that came with Wang Lin suddenly let out a scream as her body involuntarily floated toward the old woman. The girl was also very clever. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple greets master." The moment those words came out, everyone sitting around immediately revealed strange expressions. Even the old woman was stunned. After blankly staring at her for a moment, the old woman smiled and said, "You sure are a smart girl. Did you know that all disciples that enter my Cloud Sky sect are considered 10th generation disciples?" The girl's face turned red. She played with the edge of her clothes, not knowing what to say. The old woman carefully looked at her a few times and smiled. "Fine, get up. Although I can immediately accept you as my disciple, if you can make a rank 2 pill in 3 years, I'll forcibly accept you as an honorary disciple." The green-robed elder shook his head slightly. His gaze swept across the group and fell on the youth holding the token. With a dignified look on his face, he pondered a little, then said to the middle-aged man named Zhou Lin, "You can go now." Zhou Lin quickly responded and signaled Wang Lin to follow him as he walked away. Behind Wang Lin were the 2 youths who got the jades. They were also told what to do and quickly followed behind Wang Lin. As they left, the 2 youths looked at Wang Lin and the other who was accepted already. They couldn't help but reveal envious looks. After they left the main hall, the middle-aged man turned to the 2 that received the jades and calmly said, "The 2 of you wait here. You were not allowed to go anywhere. I'll be back soon." With that, he grabbed Wang Lin and jumped into the sky. He turned into a ray of rainbow-colored light and disappeared into the distance. This Zhou Lin's speed was very quick. After a short period of time, he had already brought Wang Lin to a house on the edge of the mountain range. He opened the courtyard's gate, and inside the courtyard was a small herb garden. In the center of the garden was a bronze pill furnace that was the height of a person. "Our Cloud Sky sect doesn't have any fancy ceremonies. I took your pill, so you are now my disciple. From your registration record, I know that your name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin, I have never accepted a disciple before. You are the first one. From now on, you will live in this house. After I am done with the recruitment, I'll return and teach you the art of alchemy." With that, Zhou Lin explained a few more things and left. After Zhou Lin left, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. From now on, he was also a member of the Cloud Sky sect. He took a deep breath and looked around. This garden had many flowers and plants growing all around. The more he looked at them, the more excited he got. This was only the 9th generation disciple's herb garden, and there were already extremely valuable herbs growing here. And all of these herbs were kept in perfect condition. Considering the amount of spiritual energy they received, none of the herbs' effects would be lost at all. After he checked out everything, Wang Lin let out another sigh. He felt that the Cloud Sky sect was too luxurious and rich. Using jade as building stones, raising spirit beasts like livestock, a mere 9th generation disciple with an herb garden like this. All of this displayed just how powerful the Cloud Sky sect was. At that moment, Wang Lin's heart felt a sudden urge to steal the pills inside the storage houses of the Cloud Sky sect. There must be a large variety of pills stored there, so if he could get his hands on them, he wouldn't be short on any pill until he reached the spirit-severing stage. The moment this idea came into his mind, he tossed it aside because it was impossible unless his main body reaches the nascent soul stage. Then, it would not be entirely impossible. After pondering a little, Wang Lin put away this unrealistic idea. After all, his avatar was only at the R&D layer of QI condensation. The herb garden wasn't large. Behind it was a row of houses. Besides the first house having restrictions protecting it, none of the other houses had any protection. Wang Lin picked the last house. He walked inside and swept the surroundings. The room was equipped with all of the daily necessities. In addition, there was a small pill furnace in the middle of the room. Although Wang Lin wasn't an expert on pill furnaces, he still knew a thing or two. Those pill furnaces in the main hall were legendary treasures. Even that small pill furnace at the center of the garden was considered a rare treasure. If it was in the Sea of Devils, the cost to make one of those would be unimaginable. And finally, the small pill furnace in his room stunned him greatly. This pill furnace was not any worse than the furnace he gave Li Muan back then. That meant that this pill furnace was worth a complete dragon skin. It has to be said that there were many courtyards like this in the Cloud Sky sect, and each garden had many rooms, and each one of those rooms had a pill furnace. Adding all of those up meant that there was an extremely large amount of these furnaces. Obviously, these pill furnaces weren't worth much in the Cloud Sky sect. In order to confirm his speculation, he went and checked all of the other rooms. He confirmed that within each of those rooms, there was a similar pill furnace. Everything he had seen since entering the Cloud Sky sect had shown just how powerful the sect was. Wang Lin took a deep breath and felt awed again by how powerful and rich this sect was. From within the room, Wang Lin pondered for a while. He sent out a restriction that landed on the door. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed. When night came, Wang Lin felt a special fluctuation of spiritual energy from the restriction he placed. He knew that it was because Zhou Lin had returned. This Zhou Lin was only at the early stage of core formation, so he couldn't see through Wang Lin's formation. The Cloud Sky sect was split into the inner and outer sect. The inner sect was in charge of alchemy, and the outer sect was in charge of protecting the sect. Because Zhou Lin was an inner sect disciple, his main job was making pills. "Come out and meet me," Zhou Lin's voice floated in from outside. Wang Lin opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Although it was late at night with the rays of moonlight, everything was as clear as day for cultivators. Zhou Lin stood in the garden. When Wang Lin came out, he threw a piece of jade at Wang Lin and said, "Your teacher has to go into closed-door training to absorb the water element pill. If it's short, it'll only take a few months, but it could take up to few years. Thus, I don't have the time to teach you alchemy. Inside this jade are dozens of years of my experience and some pill recipes. You should study it first yourself. If you have any problems, go to the southern courtyard. In the R&D courtyard, you'll find your teacher's teacher. I have already told her about me accepting you as a disciple." Wang Lin took the piece of jade. He put it on his forehead and scanned the jade, then was immediately stunned. He didn't think that Zhou Lin would give him a piece of jade like this. Within this jade contained Zhou Lin's countless years of experience on alchemy, especially failures and what made quality of pills drop. The jade contained very detailed information. It could be said that it was very valuable for the current Wang Lin. He and Zhou Lin had just met, so he never would have imagined that his new master would give him this piece of jade. This was too great of a contrast with the vicious teacher and student relationship he used to have with Sun Dazu. Wang Lin felt conflicting emotions while holding the jade. Zhou Lin didn't notice any of Wang Lin's thoughts. He pondered for a while, then continued, "Your teacher's master is a very gentle person, so she will teach you all of the basics of alchemy. Also, you are free to use any of the herbs in the garden, but remember to not remove the roots so they can continue to grow. As for that pill furnace, just don't touch it. Without reaching a certain level in alchemy, it's impossible to use it." Wang Lin took a deep breath and nodded his head. Zhou Lin pondered for a while, then sighed. "Actually, I am supposed to teach you some alchemy basics before going into closed-door training. But if I wait for too long, the water element pill's effectiveness will drop. Once I come out of closed-door training, I'll make you a few batches of foundation solidifying pills as compensation." With that, he looked at Wang Lin and said, "I'll be in closed-door training in the back mountain. You can continue to live here. My room is protected by a restriction, so don't touch it." After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he took out a set of clothes, a badge, and a bag of holding, and placed them to the side. He pondered a bit, then took out a white bottle and said, "These are the 10th generation disciple clothes teacher got for you. As for this bottle, it contains 3 pills. Take 2 of them and use the last one for studying." With that, Zhou Lin's body transformed into a rainbow-colored light, and he left the courtyard. Wang Lin silently stood there for a while. He picked up the clothes and the pills, then returned to his room. Zhou Lin's actions felt very strange to Wang Lin. The way he treated Wang Lin was something he almost never experienced in his life. After a long time, Wang Lin opened the bottle. A very fragrant smell drifted out. Inside the bottle were 3 bright yellow pills. Each one was about the size of a lychee nut. Wang Lin picked one up. After looking at it for a while, he didn't consume it, but took out a small beast from his bag of holding. The moment the beast appeared, it beat its wings and let out a growl. Wang Lin flicked his finger and the pill entered the beast's mouth. His eyes became serious as he observed the beast. After a long time, not only did the beast not show any negative reaction, it instead became even more lively. Even its head seemed to have grown a bit. Wang Lin observed it for a while. He then waved his hand and the small beast returned to his bag of holding. He intended to observe it for a few days. If that small beast showed no negative signs, then he will take the pills. Wang Lin silently cultivated for the whole night. Wang Lin awoke from his cultivation the next morning. He found that the spiritual energy in his body had increased greatly. The Cloud Sky sect had very dense spiritual energies, so a night of cultivation had been very effective. Wang Lin got up and put on the Cloud Sky sect's disciple uniform. It was a long-sleeve white shirt with red pill furnaces embroidered on the cuffs. He put away the token that represented his identity and the white bottle. Then, he slapped his bag of holding, and another object appeared in his hand. Although this was also another white bottle, the contents were several times more precious than all of those pills. After Wang Lin drank a gulp of the spiritual liquid, he sat down and began to cultivate. Both of his hands quickly moved, forming illusions in front of his body. The spiritual liquid turned into spiritual energy in his body and quickly traveled to his hands. Gradually, Wang Lin's hand moved even faster and sweat appeared on his brow. Then, he suddenly growled, "Go!" Suddenly, all of the illusionary circles formed by his hands moved and formed a restriction circle. The restriction circle landed on the ground. A circular halo appeared on the ground and started flashing. Wang Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. With the avatar's cultivation, he could create one restriction, but to create a restriction circle, he needed the help of the spiritual liquid. And even then, it was a heavy load on his body. After the restriction circle landed on the ground, slivers of cold air leaked out from the circle. After a while, Wang Lin's main body slowly appeared through the circle. After the restriction had been tested, Wang Lin's main body sank back into the circle. This was Wang Lin's ace in the hole. When he was in closed-door cultivation and creating his avatar, he had already considered the fact that if his avatar was outside by itself, it might encounter danger. Using the ancient god's memory, with 2 inkstones, a restriction could teleport the main body to the avatar as long as both held an inkstone. But before his cultivation gets to a certain level, it will take him a while to create a restriction circle. 2 months quickly passed and Zhou Lin still hadn't returned. The courtyard Wang Lin lived in was completely secluded. No one ever came by. Wang Lin had already carefully read everything in the jade Zhou Lin left him. The information in the jade was very detailed, and after he finished reading, Wang Lin could confirm that Zhou Lin didn't mess with the contents of the jade. As for the beast that took the pill, it was clear that it became stronger than the rest of the beasts. Even its spiritual energy had gotten stronger, showing that the pill had no harmful effects. As a result, Wang Lin's heart became even more confused. He had confirmed that Zhou Lin did indeed consider Wang Lin his disciple. However, this relation was established under the pretense of no conflict of interests. Wang Lin didn't know what would happen when a conflict of interest occurs, but this feeling was something that Wang Lin had never felt before. In these 2 months of time, Wang Lin's cultivation went from the R&D layer to the TH layer. Besides the spiritual liquid, Wang Lin's alchemy was another reason he was able to increase his cultivation so quickly. He originally came to the Cloud Sky sect to obtain pills, but now that he had the alchemy methods and materials from the garden, Wang Lin took the time to make the pills himself. The path of alchemy was very long. Besides the required amount of talent, the most important part was hard work. The path of alchemy was several times more difficult than cultivation. When one first begins alchemy, the failure rate is extremely high. Wang Lin had attempted alchemy countless times during these 2 months and only managed to succeed a few times. One time, he consumed a lot of herbs to forcibly create a batch of 7 training helper pills. With only the pills, the spiritual liquid, and the heaven-defying bead, he was able to jump from the 3rd to 8th layer in 2 months. On a certain day, a bang could be heard from the courtyard Wang Lin was staying in. A wave of light like rippling water drifted across the courtyard. Then everything returned to normal. Wang Lin walked out of the room, covered in dust. He wryly smiled. That last refinement failed again. This time, he wasn't able to control the strength of the fire, so it caused the furnace to break and wasted all of the materials for the pill. The good thing was that the Cloud Sky sect wasn't short on anything, especially pill furnaces. In these 2 months, Wang Lin had already wasted 4 pill furnaces. Of the 7 pill furnaces, only 3 remained. Wang Lin walked out into the courtyard with a thoughtful expression. In every room was a switch for the fire. The fire was controlled by spiritual energy. The strength of the spiritual energy didn't matter. It depended on a microcontrol technique. Using one's own spiritual energy to act as a bridge between the fire and the pill furnace required one to maintain stability of the flame. But this wasn't a static stability. It required constant changes to maintain stability based on the changes inside the furnace. If there was any deviation from the proper procedure, the pill refinement would fail, and if the deviation was too great, the pill furnace would break. This was the most difficult barrier for beginner alchemists. However, if one reaches the nascent soul stage, then they can use their soul fire, and one have this requirement. Besides the control of the fire, understanding the uses and interaction of materials was also key. Just having the recipe wasn't enough. Alchemy wasn't something everyone could learn. It was impossible for 100 people to produce 100% of the exact same pill, even with the same recipe. No matter how detailed a pill recipe was, it was only a guideline. In practical alchemy, there were many unimaginable factors to account for, like how much spiritual energy was in the surrounding area. The changes in the surroundings, the impurity of the materials, and the many interactions between various materials all affected the process and was not something a recipe could record. If one wanted to become an alchemy master, it was simply too difficult. In the 2 months that Wang Lin had been at the Cloud Sky sect, he found that pill quality was also divided into 9 ranks, like alchemists. The rank of an alchemist determined the rank of pills they could produce. As of today, there were only 3 5th-ranked alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect, and one of them was Zhou Lin's teacher. This person was a female, and was not a direct disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. She came from the country of Xuanwu. After she joined the Cloud Sky sect, she was immediately a core member of the sect, and after several years, she became an elder. It was for this reason that, even though Zhou Lin was only a generation disciple, he was able to manage the recruitment session. The elders also tried to meet all of Zhou Lin's needs. After all, even if they didn't give him face, they had to give face to his master. Wang Lin walked around the courtyard, thinking about why he had failed just now. The entire process went well, but at the last moment the fire went out of control and caused everything to fail. Wang Lin thought, could it be that every time a pill refinement is about to succeed, the fire increases and goes out of control? But he soon remembered that in these past 2 months, he succeeded once and it didn't happen that time. After pondering a little, Wang Lin gathered a few pill materials and started to refine again. This time, when he was about to succeed, the fire suddenly increased and went out of control. No matter how hard he tried, the fire kept spreading. Then, with a bang, the pill furnace exploded again. Wang Lin looked at the exploded pill furnace along with the wasted materials inside it with a dark expression. He pondered for a while, then tried it 2 more times. However, both pill furnaces exploded. As a result, in these 2 months, all 7 pill furnaces had shattered to pieces. Wang Lin wryly smiled. He let out a sigh and thought, if it was just the refining that failed, it would be fine, because I can always keep trying until I succeed. But now the pill furnaces are all broken too. If this situation was not resolved, Wang Lin was afraid that he might be the first person to be kicked out of the Cloud Sky sect for breaking too many pill furnaces. After all, Wang Lin knew the value of a pill furnace. Every time a furnace broke, his heart would ache. Meanwhile, Wang Lin also realized that while there were many alchemists, the number of top-tier alchemists was low. After all, alchemists could be considered the most expensive people to train. In order to become a master alchemist, one must consume a large amount of materials in pill furnaces. As a result, a normal sect couldn't even sustain 1 master alchemist. Only a sect like the Cloud Sky sect could afford to sustain so many alchemists. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he cleaned up the shattered pill furnace and walked out of the courtyard. With all of the pill furnaces gone, he needed to get more before he could continue to practice alchemy. However, Zhou Lin was still not back, so Wang Lin had to go look for Zhou Lin's teacher. In addition, He also planned to ask about why the pill furnaces kept exploding when he was refining pills. He had to fix this problem before he could continue to learn alchemy. The Cloud Sky sect was split into the east, west, south, and north sectors, forming a circle with the main hall at the center. Wang Lin walked through the Cloud Sky sect wearing the disciple clothes with the token attached to his waist. Although he came across other people, none of them talked to him and they only nodded as a greeting. As he was walking, voices of cranes came from a distance, followed by white cranes. When they passed over Wang Lin, sounds of laughter came from the flock of cranes. Then, a crisp voice suddenly said, "Oh, it's you." Wang Lin raised his head and saw the annoying girl that walked up the mountain with him. Her head peeked out from the crane with a proud look on her face. Right before she was going to speak, a clear voice came from her side. "Junior sister, if you delay any more, you will be late again, and teacher will make you clean out the pill furnaces again." The girl pouted her lips. She looked at Wang Lin again, then flew away. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Right as he was about to step forward, a cold light suddenly flashed across his eyes. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a shifty-looking young male with half of his body hidden behind a tree. He was looking toward the cranes with a love-sick look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and muttered, "Those girls are becoming more and more like fairies, especially the new girl that just joined." He noticed Wang Lin's gaze and gave him a mischievous smile. He jumped down from the tree and tried to pat Wang Lin's shoulder, but Wang Lin took a step back and dodged it. He was stunned, but quickly recovered and mysteriously whispered, "Fellow disciple, do you know that girl?" Wang Lin remained calm and shook his head. The youth raised his brow and said, "Junior Marshal brother, don't be so stingy. That girl obviously acted like she knew you. Junior Marshal brother, you don't have to worry. I'm not interested in that girl. The only person I like is the elegant elder sister Wang Tong." Wang Lin looked at him and said, "I really don't know her." With that, he turned to leave. The youth quickly caught up and walked with Wang Lin. He said, "I have to ask, Junior Marshal brother, what is your name?" "Your elder Marshal brother here is a disciple of the southern courtyard." Looking at the direction you were walking toward, you were also going to the southern courtyard? Wang Lin looked at the person. He revealed a faint smile and said, "I am Wang Lin." The youth let out a mischievous smile and said, "Your elder Marshal brother here is called Xianxia. So, are you going to the southern courtyard?" Wang Lin nodded. The Cloud Sky Sect's 4 courtyards are very clearly divided. Junior Marshal brother Wang, if you want to enter the southern courtyard, it might be very difficult. If it was easy, then I would go to the western courtyard every day. You should know beautiful women are as abundant as clouds there. If I could get 1 or 2 of them to do duo cultivation with me, then I wouldn't mind cultivation at all. Cheng Xian stopped speaking with a hint of regret, then continued, "So, what are you going to the southern courtyard for? I might be able to help." After Wang Lin heard Cheng Xian's dream, he laughed and said, "That one be needed. I don't think my trip to the southern courtyard will be stopped." Cheng Xian was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin for a bit. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Your surname is Wang and your name is Wang Lin, I remember now. You re the one who was accepted by Uncle Master Zhou Lin. You are too lucky. Do you know how many people want to become his disciple?" Wang Lin revealed a surprised expression and asked, "Why is that? Is teacher's alchemy skill really high?" Cheng Xian's eyes revealed a look of admiration as he said, "Although his alchemy skill isn't low, it's not exactly high either. He can only refine up to rank 3 pills, which is not a big deal. I can already refine rank 2 pills. I believe that I'll be able to refine rank 3 pills soon." Wang Lin nodded. He walked toward the southern courtyard while listening to Cheng Xian talk. But Cheng Xian stopped talking. He revealed that mischievous look and smiled. "Junior Marshal brother, I can tell you, but you have to promise to take me to the western courtyard once. How is that?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm and said, "If you don't want to say it, it's fine." When Cheng Xian saw that Wang Lin didn't budge, she quickly said, "Elder Marshal brother Wang, look, I am even calling you Elder Marshal brother now. All you have to do is say a few words and I can get into the western courtyard. It's only a small task." Wang Lin turned his head and said to him, "You want me to go find that girl, then you can use that excuse to meet that elder sider Wang Tong of your dreams?" Cheng Xian was stunned, but he quickly smiled. Yes, it's only a small task. So how about it, Elder Marshal brother?" Wang Lin slowly said, "Why does everyone want to become Zhou Lin's disciple?" Xianxia said, with a face full of regret, "Because Zhou Lin has a good teacher." Wang Lin, you have to know that when speaking of the #1 beauty in the Cloud Sky sect, she is not in the western courtyard, but in the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard Elder Li is not only a beauty, but also one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect. Think about it. Becoming Zhou Lin's disciple means you are also a disciple of Elder Li. Not only do you get to see a fairy, but have access to all sorts of pills and recipes. How could people not want to be part of that? Wang Lin muttered to himself, Elder Li? It is said that this Elder Li was a disciple of the Luohe sect from the country of Huofen. Leo has a nasal inflammation, and a cold again. My nose is just like a running faucet. Frustrated. Chapter 214 Melancholy. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. Elder Li, disciple of the Luohe sect from the country of Huofen. These 2 sentences floated in his head as a name suddenly came to mind. Not possible, Wang Lin secretly thought. How could there be such coincidence in this world? Could the girl from back then have become an elder of the Cloud Sky sect? Wang Lin let out a fake smile and thought that he was overthinking it. In a voice filled with regret, Xianxia said, Elder Li is a genius of her generation. Back in the country of Huofen, she was already famous. The country of Huofen was invaded, causing the Luohe sect to collapse and all of the disciples to scatter. If not for that, Elder Li wouldn't he have come here? Wang Lin nodded, but didn't he speak as he kept walking forward. Xianxia blinked a few times and quickly followed Wang Lin. He asked, Elder Martial Brother, when are we going to the western courtyard? Wang Lin looked at the sky and said, After I see the master, I'll take you to the western courtyard. But, like I told you before, I don't know that girl. I don't even know her name. If it doesn't work, then oh well. Xianxia was stunned. Then he looked away and said, No problem, I know her name. All you have to do is ask to see her. Brother, I believe in my intuition. That girl will definitely come out to see you. Wang Lin didn't say any more as he continued to walk toward the southern courtyard. During the entire trip, Xianxia almost never stopped talking. It was clear that he was someone who was good at talking. He shared all of the news, gossip, and rumors about the Cloud Sky sect. The way he talked was almost too lively, so Wang Lin didn't get irritated listening to him. Just like that, the 2 of them arrived at the southern courtyard. It has to be said that Elder Li hasn't been in the sect for long. She's only been here for about 100 years, but her alchemy skill is beyond amazing. I heard that back then, Elder Li competed with the 2 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect. She didn't fall behind them at all and succeeded in refining a rank 5 demon cultivation pill, which is one of the 3 treasures of our sect. When he was talking about the pill, Xianxia revealed a look of admiration. Demon cultivation pill? Wang Lin was stunned. The name of this pill was too strange. Could that be if you consumed the pill, you could turn into a demon? Xianxia saw Wang Lin's expression. He quickly let out a proud smile and said, Hey, that pill does have a weird name. When the pill was created, the ancestor asked Elder Li to think of a name. After Elder Li thought for a while, she came up with that name. Although the pill's name is demon cultivation, it has nothing to do with cultivating into a demon. What effect does this pill have? Wang Lin thought it was very strange. This pill was called demon cultivation, and this Elder Li was from the country of Huofen and from the Li Hui sect. There must be some connection there. The effects of this pill are great, but I don't really know what the exact effects are. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, With my position, how could I know the effect of the pill? That pill is considered one of the 3 great treasures of our sect. Wang Lin didn't mind. He nodded his head. After a while, the 2 arrived outside of the southern courtyard. What appeared before Wang Lin was an arched bridge with water flowing under it, where the water emitted waves of spiritual energy. Launch I! Inside the water were countless 7 color carps, leisurely swimming inside. Xianxia stopped before the bridge and smiled. There is another rumor regarding the demon cultivation pill. Does brother want to hear it? I'm all ears. Wang Lin's eyes followed the bridge into the courtyard. However, there was a restriction blocking him from looking in too deep. He could vaguely see the elegant environment inside. It was like the Garden of Eden. Xianxia proudly said, The rumor is that Elder Li lived in the Sea of Devils for a while. The name of the pill is related to an event that she experienced there. Of course, this is only a rumor. In fact, there are a lot of rumors about Elder Li in the Cloud Sky sect. We'll have a good talk about them later. After Wang Lin heard this, his expression remained calm. He clasped his hands toward Xianxia and walked toward the bridge. Xianxia quickly shouted, "Brother Wang Lin, I'll wait for you here. Don't forget that we have something to do after this." Wang Lin didn't respond. He walked across the bridge. After entering the southern courtyard, the fog became even thicker. He couldn't see anything more than 3 feet in front of him. If Wang Lin's main body was here, it wouldn't bother him at all. All he would have to do was spread out his divine sense, and he would be able to see everything. But right now, Wang Lin's avatar was only at the TH layer, so he could only slowly walk forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog got. His vision gradually reduced from 3 feet to 1 foot. A voice floated out from the fog. "The southern courtyard is a restricted area. If Outer Disciple doesn't have a token, you may not enter." Wang Lin stopped. He replied, "Disciple Wang Lin is here to greet teacher's teacher, Elder Li." The voice pondered for a while. Then the fog before Wang Lin opened up as if there was a giant pair of hands spreading it open. A path that led deep into the southern courtyard appeared. "Follow this path and you will arrive at Elder Li's residence. Go now." The voice appeared again, and Wang Lin could hear a hint of envy in the voice. Wang Lin followed the path without a word. The sound of an instrument could be heard in the distance. Shortly after, Wang Lin arrived at the end of the path, where a building awaited him. Looking into the window, there was the figure of a woman. Before her was a zither. However, due to a thin layer of curtain, Wang Lin couldn't see what she looked like. "Reveal character." The moment Wang Lin appeared, a song came out of the building and entered Wang Lin's heart like a flowing river. Wang Lin didn't say a word, but stood there and listened to the song. After the song was over, an elegant voice came out of the building. "You are Wang Lin?" The moment the voice entered Wang Lin's ears, he was stunned. His face revealed a look of disbelief, but he quickly recovered. After pondering for a long time, he responded, "Yes, I am." The moment his voice came out, a sudden pop sound came from the room as the woman broke a string on her zither. Then the window suddenly opened. Her appearance could make anyone's heart beat faster. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was as smooth as jade. It could be said that her appearance was like a flower, her voice was like a songbird's, her soul was like the moon, and her skin was like jade. The woman's gaze fell on Wang Lin. After looking at Wang Lin for a while, she revealed a hint of melancholy. She put down the curtain and regained her elegant composure. Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as still water. The moment the woman spoke, he had already figured out her identity. He didn't expect that after all these years that girl would become an elder in the Cloud Sky sect. Although Wang Lin's avatar's cultivation wasn't high, he still had his keen instinct. He could tell that this woman's cultivation was at the early stage of core formation. In any other sect, it would be strange for the teacher and disciple to have the same cultivation level, but it was not strange in the Cloud Sky sect. The inner yard measured someone's worth by their alchemy skill, not their cultivation. As a result, in the inner yard of the Cloud Sky sect, there were a lot of cases of the teacher having lower cultivation level than the disciple. This was because the Cloud Sky sect had a different type of scale compared to everyone else. Of course, some pills would require a certain level of cultivation to be refined. So, for certain pills, the person would need to increase their cultivation. In this world, there were few people like Li Muan, who could make rank 5 pills that would normally require someone to be as high the nascent soul stage to refine. Wang Lin secretly sighed. The so-called time changes a person was like this. 200 years wasn't exactly long, but not short either. She was several times more beautiful than before. 200 years ago felt like just yesterday. However, there was still a big gap between the two, a gap that Wang Lin wouldn't so easily cross. Wang Lin didn't have any plans to reveal himself. His appearance was also different from when he first met Li Muan, so she wouldn't figure out that it was him from his looks. "What is it?" Li Muan's voice was still filled with a hint of sadness. Wang Lin took a deep breath and bitterly smiled in his heart. He said, "This disciple facing an old friend." Wang Lin was almost unable to say the word disciple. "Reveal character." When Li Muan heard Wang Lin's voice again, her body shivered. She waved her hand and a purple veil appeared on her head. She walked out of the building and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He slowly said, "Disciple S pill furnace shattered." Li Muwan looked at Wang Lin for a while. She revealed a complicated expression and asked, "Are you from the country of Chu?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit and nodded. Li Muwan let out a sigh. Her mood returned to normal. She said, "The pill furnace shattering must be because your cultivation has increased too quickly and you can control the spiritual energy in your body well enough to guide the fire. This is very common. All you have to do is keep practicing and it should solve itself. Since you are Zhoulin's disciple, I'll gift you this pill furnace. This pill furnace will prevent 100 shatters. If after 100 times you still can control the fire, then that means you have no talent in alchemy, and you should give up and go to the outer sect." After Li Muwan finished speaking, she sent out the pill furnace, and it floated before Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately put the pill furnace into his bag of holding. Although his expression was calm, he had very complex emotions floating around in his heart. Every second that he spent here, he felt like he was suffocating. He clasped his hands and turned to leave. Li Muwan suddenly said, "Ma Liang." Wang Lin revealed a startled expression. He turned around and looked at Li Muwan with a confused look. Li Muwan secretly sighed and said, "You can go. If you have any questions, you may come and ask me." After that, she returned to her residence, and the sound of a zither started coming out of the building again. This time, there was a hint of melancholy and loneliness in the song. Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He directed a thoughtful look at the person inside the building. He secretly sighed and turned around to leave. In the building, Li Muwan put down the instrument. She pondered for a while, then looked through the window into the distance. After a long time, she frowned and said, "Something is not right. How could two people sound so alike? Even if that were true, there's no way their expressions could be exactly the same. Also, that Wang Lin's expression was too calm. A normal person wouldn't be able to pull that off." A light flashed across her eyes and she pointed at her brow. A drop of blood came out of her forehead. The blood was red and released a destructive aura. This was the gift Wang Lin gave her when he left. This drop of blood contained a sliver of Ji realm. Wang Lin gave it to her to protect her for the rest of her life. If it wasn't for this drop of blood, Li Muwan wouldn't have escaped the destruction of the country of Hao Fen. If it really was him, then why didn't this blood react to him? Li Muwan bit her lip and let out a sigh. "Start creating now." At that moment, a voice suddenly came in from outside the building. "Junior Marshal's sister, could you come out for a bit?" Li Muwan slightly frowned and opened the door. She saw a handsome middle-aged cultivator walking towards her with a warm smile on his face. When he saw Li Muwan, he revealed an unreserved look of love and gently said, "Junior sister, a few months ago I heard that you needed a long yanji. I searched the entire country of Chu and finally found one." With that, he took out a jade box. Inside the jade box was a complete purple Z that was the size of an arm. Li Muwan's expression was dull. She didn't even look at the jade box and said, "Many thanks for Senior Brother Sun's kindness, but I have already found a replacement and made the pill. Brother Sun should just keep it." The middle-aged man let out a warm smile. He put the jade box to the side and gently said, "Junior sister, the ancestors mean well. After all, you aren't a direct disciple of the Cloud Sky sect. If you wish to obtain better alchemy techniques, then you must choose a direct disciple to form a cultivating couple with. You and I have known each other for a long time. I'm sure Junior sister understands how I feel about you." A flash of coldness flashed across Li Muwan's eyes. She stared at the middle-aged man and said, "Word for word, don't ever bring up this matter again." The middle-aged man quietly looked at Li Muwan. After a long time, he calmly said, "Junior sister, if it wasn't for me saving you when the country of Fen Ho was attacked, you would be dead. How have I been to you for these past few years? I want to know why you are so against this." Li Muwan pondered for a while. The figure of a person unconsciously floated into her mind. She stopped that thought and said, "No reason." The middle-aged man sighed. His voice was still gentle. "Junior sister, ancestor has already personally ordered it. Everything is already set, so please consider it again." With that, he gave Li Muwan a deep look, then turned around with a bitter smile and left. Li Muwan quietly stood outside of her house for a while, then turned around to go back in. Her back looked so sad and lonely. Wang Lin left the southern courtyard with a complicated feeling in his heart. Just as he walked across the bridge, he saw Xianxia waiting for him. Xianxia quickly went up and asked, "Brother, how did things go?" Wang Lin looked at him and said, "Let us go." Xianxia was waiting for this sentence. He let out a smile and quickly said, "Senior, the day is almost over, so we should move quickly. Wait a bit, and I'll call for 2 mounts." With that, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and a sharp whistling sound spread into the distance. Shortly after, a few beast roars came in from the distance. Wang Lin looked up and saw a large and a small shadow rushing to their location. Not long after, the shadows got close. When they arrived 10 feet from Xianxia, Wang Lin could clearly see that they were 2 apes. The large one was 1.5 meters tall, while the small one was 1 meter tall. Both apes' eyes were red. They made screeching sounds at Xianxia. Xianxia coughed a bit and said, "I only borrowed something from you guys. We've known each other for a dozen years. Fine, carry us to the western courtyard and I'll return that thing to you guys." The 2 apes breathed heavily as they screamed at each other for a while. Then, one of them grabbed toward Xianxia. Xianxia didn't dodge and allowed the hand to grab him. The larger ape grabbed Xianxia's clothes and pulled him onto its back. They quickly ran and leaped into the distance. The smaller ape looked at Wang Lin, revealing anger in its eyes. It grabbed toward Wang Lin, but Wang Lin dodged the claw and jumped onto its back. The ape didn't seem to mind and quickly chased after the larger ape. The apes were very quick. Riding on them was like sitting on clouds. Xianxia seemed to be very used to this. After yelling a few times, he took out a gourd of wine and drank a gulp. He then let out a laugh and said, "Riding a spirit ape to the western courtyard. In the entire cloud sky sect. Only I can do this. Ha!" Wang Lin wryly smiled. Although this Xianxia was very mischievous, he wasn't annoying. Although he was wasting Wang Lin's time, Wang Lin didn't care too much. In fact, because of Xianxia, Wang Lin's dislike of interacting with people lessened a bit. Xianxia threw the gourd back to Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the gourd and looked at it for a while. He thought of Li Muan's expression and took a big gulp. These past few days, without wishing for likes on the video, the like button for the video has quickly fallen to 10th. Urgently wishing for you readers to flip through and see if there's a like button for the video left unpressed. Chapter 215. Lu Yu. The wine wasn't spicy. It contained a bit of a dry sweetness, but different from the spirit liquid. However, the moment the wine entered his stomach, a feeling of warmth filled his body. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body increased, causing him to be startled. Xianxia let out a laugh and said, "This is special water filled with spiritual energy my teacher prepared to refine pills with. There isn't much of this in the entire state of Chu. I used fruits these 2 apes had stored for a while to make some wine. Brother, if it was anyone else, I wouldn't let them drink something this good." The moment he said those words, the 2 apes let out a few angry growls. They were clearly very unhappy about what Xianxia did. Shortly after, with the spirit ape's speed, the already not far western courtyard appeared before them. The western courtyard was very different from the southern courtyard. The entire western courtyard was floating in the air and was surrounded by clouds. If one did not look carefully, one couldn't even see the building made of white jade inside the clouds. Cranes flew through the clouds and waves of crisp laughter emitted from the western courtyard. Within a certain range of the western courtyard, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. Xianxia dreamily looked at the western courtyard. He let out a sigh and muttered, "Almost all of the female cultivators are in the western courtyard. Just think about all of the beauties inside. If I could just live in there for 1 year, I'd be satisfied." Wang Lin's eyes slightly lit up. He ignored what Xianxia was saying and focused his attention on the restriction placed under the western courtyard. The effect of the restriction was to keep the west courtyard afloat, and it also had some effect that blocked vision from the outside. A group of cranes flew out from the mist. There were 7 or 8 girls sitting on the cranes. Each one of them was as pretty as a flower and had nice curves, especially the girl in front, who was a grade above the rest. She arrived before the 2 on the crane. After looking at them, she shouted, "The western courtyard is a restricted area." After she finished, she gave Xianxia a fierce stare and viciously said, "Xianxia, why are you here again? If you are here to bug Sister Tong again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xianxia pouted his lips. While rubbing the spirit ape's fur, he said, "Chang Lin, We came from the same village, why be like this? I even held you when you were a baby. Do you still remember? I still remember that time when I was holding you and you took a piss on me. When Wang Lin heard that, he immediately patted the spirit ape's head. The ape was also smart, and quickly took a few steps back. That girl's face quickly turned red, then green. Her face was immediately filled with rage. She slapped her bag of holding, took out 3 flying swords and shouted, "You still talking about that? This is not over." The 3 flying swords flew toward Xianxia like lightning. Xianxia took a few steps to the side and dodged the flying swords. He took out a piece of jade and sent some spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a light screen formed surrounding the area. He said, "Don't be mad, you were only taking a piss. Brother Xian didn't mind. Even now, if you want to take a piss." Before he even finished speaking, the girl's rage had reached its limit. She waved her hand and 3 bells appeared. The bells were emitting a crisp sound. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. This time, the spirit ape backed up even more without his command. Wang Lin also quickly moved his hand and formed a restriction. All of this happened almost instantly. The instant the girl rang the bell, Wang Lin finished the restriction. Waves of crisp ringing sounds came from the bell. At first it was soft, but it got louder and louder until it crashed down like roaring thunder. It was clear that the girl's anger had reached its limit. She passed her anger on to Wang Lin as well. From her point of view, someone who was with Xianxia couldn't be a good person. Xianxia exclaimed loudly. He wryly smiled and thought that he went too far with the joke. He didn't expect her to go all out because of a piss from their childhood. The light screen before him shook a few times under the thunderous roar, then collapsed. Xianxia took a deep breath and spat out a yellow light. Waves of fragrant herbs appeared with the yellow light and immediately turned into a spirit ape. The spirit ape's body wasn't large, but it emitted a ferocious aura. The moment the spirit ape appeared, the spirit ape Xianxia was riding let out an angry roar and threw Xianxia off. It kneeled on the ground and started kowtowing toward the spirit ape formed by the yellow light. Meanwhile, the smaller spirit ape did the same, although Wang Lin wasn't thrown off like Xianxia, but got off himself. The spirit ape formed by the yellow light wasn't bothered by the incoming ringing sound at all. Its stomach bulged and he spat out a torrent of air. Suddenly, the ringing sound was blown back. The girl's face suddenly became pale and she coughed out a small amount of blood. She fiercely stared at Xianxia. All of the girls behind her had anger in their eyes and took out their treasures, ready to attack. As for the ringing sound that went toward Wang Lin, it slightly paused before his body and strangely disappeared without a trace. Although Wang Lin's cultivation was low, his keen instinct and knowledge of restrictions were still there. It was more than enough to stop the attack of a mere core formation junior. The restrictions landed on all of the weak points of the bell's sound waves. The ape formed by the yellow light suddenly turned its head and looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression. Then, its body dissipated and turned back into a yellow light, which was absorbed by Xianxia. Don't attack. I am not here to fight, but to accompany him to look for someone. Xianxia's face was bitter. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to make it into the courtyard. It was all his fault. If he hadn't offended that girl, Cheng Lin, he wouldn't be having his problem right now. Looking for who? Could it be eldest sister Tong? Cheng Lin took a pill from her bag of holding and swallowed it. Her face returned to normal as she looked at Wang Lin with a loathing stare. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the girl. He said, "The person I am looking for is not elder sister Tong." Xianxia quickly said, "The person he is looking for is Lu Yu." The girl named Cheng Lin frowned. She looked at Wang Lin and fiercely asked, "What are you looking for junior sister Lu Yu for?" Wang Lin chuckled and retorted, "What's it to you?" The anger grew in her eyes, but she suppressed it by force. She took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding. After holding it for a bit, she threw it behind her. The piece of jade quickly flew back into the western courtyard. After doing that, the girl's gaze turned to Xianxia and she said, "Xianxia, if you keep bringing those things up, I'll go home and tell your dad that you bullying me." Xianxia was startled. His expression suddenly changed and he said, "Why be like this, cousin? Who is bullying who here? Is it because when we were little at that point, he quickly shut up?" He saw Cheng Ling's expression change and quickly said, "I have been giving you special treatment all this time." I always bring you good food and fun stuff to play with. This time, I am really here to help this guy look for Lu Yu, and I am also here to see you, cousin. Cheng Lin let out a snort. She gave Xianxia a look and started talking to the girls that were with her. Their gazes would sometimes fall on Wang Lin. Xianxia secretly sighed and walked next to Wang Lin. He wryly smiled and whispered, "Brother, it's all my mouth's fault. Whenever I see that girl, I feel like teasing her. If I knew that today was her turn to be on duty, I would have come tomorrow." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He slowly said, "I have already helped with what I can. Whether Lu Yu comes out or not, I have fulfilled my promise." Cheng Xian sighed. He took out a voice transmission jade from his bag and handed it to Wang Lin. Before he could say anything, a crane flew out of the western courtyard, carrying a pretty girl on its back. Her eyes were wide open, staring at Wang Lin with disbelief. After she got closer, she jumped off the crane and said to Wang Lin, "You came looking for me?" The girl named Cheng Lin frowned and said, "Junior sister Yu, you know his person?" Lu Yu quickly turned around and said, "I know him, senior sister. He joined the sect at the same time as me." Cheng Lin looked at Wang Lin a few times, then used her eyes to warn Cheng Xian before leaving with everyone else, leaving just the three of them there. Lu Yu blinked a few times. She completely ignored Cheng Xian and asked Wang Lin, "How do you know my name?" Wang Lin pondered a little and blandly said, "If it isn't inconvenient for you, please take this person into the western courtyard. If he could see elder sister Tong, that would be the best. If that is not possible, then don't bother with it." With that, he left without even turning his head, leaving Lu Yu and Cheng Xian dumbfounded. Both of them stood there for a long time, unable to say a word. Lu Yu stomped her feet and shouted, "Come on, he called me out just for this." Unfortunately, Wang Lin didn't turn around, and his figure disappeared into the distance. Cheng Xian secretly sighed, thinking that brother Wang Lin really was a master. With a girl this pretty in front of him, he still wasn't moved at all. Cheng Xian felt like he would never be able to reach that stage in his life. Cheng Xian took a deep breath and said, "Lu Yue, junior sister, elder sister, does elder sister have time? I am very good friends with brother Wang Lin. I took care of him when he joined the sect, so could you help me with what he just said?" Lu Yu glanced at Cheng Xian and disgruntledly said, "You re the older one, humph." She fiercely stared at the direction Wang Lin went in. After muttering some stuff to herself, she shook the bell in her hand. A crane suddenly came out and landed next to her. She got on the crane and it flew into the air. Cheng Xian sighed with a bitter face, but just as he was about to leave, Lu Yu's crisp voice came from above. "Follow me on your own. However, only this once, and never again." Cheng Xian suddenly became excited. He quickly followed the crane to the western courtyard. After Wang Lin left the western courtyard, he returned to his yard in the northern courtyard. He checked, and there was no sign of anyone entering on the restrictions he left. After returning home, he took out the pill furnace Li Muwan gave him and started to practice alchemy again. He knew that he was short on time and that he must quickly raise his cultivation level. He didn't reveal himself to Li Muwan because it had been a very long time. Wang Lin wasn't sure how much of the passion from back then still remained. Wang Lin didn't plan on revealing his identity before reaching nascent soul. If there were any sudden changes, then his hard-earned identity as a Cloud Sky sect disciple would be wasted. As a result, Wang Lin didn't reveal himself, and from his view, 200 years was just too long, and there was no need to force anything. He felt that he should just let things take their course. As for how Li Muwan knew his previous body's name, it's very easy to explain. After all, 200 years of time was plenty to do many things, especially when a mere name wasn't that important. Of course, if Li Muwan had found out that his name was Wang Lin, then that would be strange. Wang Lin had very complex feelings toward Li Muwan. From the time he stepped into the cultivation world, he had met many females. But Li Muwan was the only one that had lived with him for many years. In fact, even Wang Lin had feelings for her. But the moment they appeared, they were forcibly erased by him. At the moment, Wang Lin's heart felt very complicated after meeting an old friend. After a long time, Wang Lin put this matter aside and focused again. Time slowly passed. In a flash, several more months had passed. Zhou Lin's closed-door training was still not over. Wang Lin's skill in alchemy had increased a lot, but he felt that he really didn't have much talent for alchemy. It was only after failing 93 times using the pill furnace Li Muan gave him that he finally succeeded in mastering the control of the fire. As a result, he started to refine pills using the information in the jade left by Zhou Ling. Using the herbs in the garden, Wang Lin started to slowly try refining pills. However, the success rate was too low. In 10 tries, he only succeeded once, and sometimes not even once. If this continued, then no matter how many herbs were in the garden, they couldn't withstand this kind of usage. Finally, because one of the herbs ran out, Wang Lin used the spirit liquid after pondering for a while. Surprisingly, the refining was successful. And it was not only one success. As long as the liquid was used in the refining process, then the success rate would increase by an unimaginable degree. It would succeed 9 out of 10 times. After much testing, Wang Lin confirmed that another effect of the spirit liquid was to increase the success rate of pill refining. As a result, with the help of the spirit liquid and the heaven-defying bead, his cultivation climbed at an incredible rate. He had now reached the 15th layer and was getting close to foundation building. Wang Lin clearly remembered when his main body tried to enter foundation building. No matter what he tried, he always failed. In the end, Situnan told him that there were only 3 ways to reach the foundation building stage. One was to obtain a foundation building pill, another was to steal someone else's foundation, and the last one was to have a nascent soul cultivator help you reach foundation building. Foundation building pills were too rare, and there was no nascent soul cultivator to help him, so the Wang Lin from back then decided to steal someone's foundation. His target for stealing their foundation ended up being Ting Huayuan's grandson, Teng Li, due to many circumstances. His avatar had also reached this stage, but he didn't need to steal someone's foundation or have a nascent soul cultivator help him, because he had learned alchemy. But the recipe for the foundation building pill wasn't easy to obtain. Normally, the teacher was supposed to make the pill and gift it to the disciple, but Zhou Lin was currently in closed-door training. He would have never thought that Wang Lin, who was only at the 3rd layer, would have already reached the 15th layer. Wang Lin sat in the yard, pondering. He waved his hand and took out the voice transmission jade from Xianxia. In these past several months, Xianxia would often visit Wang Lin and talk a lot. According to Xianxia, that time with Lu Yue's help, he was able to meet elder sister Tong, and they were getting along really well. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He sent out the voice transmission jade, and it flew off into the distance. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush, and sat there, waiting for Xianxia. Not long after, the roars of a beast could be heard from the distance. Soon, a spirit ape charged into the yard with Xianxia on its back. Xianxia smiled when he saw Wang Lin and said, "Brother, what were you looking for me for?" Wang Lin looked up and slowly asked, "Do you have the recipe for the foundation building pill?" Xianxia was startled and said, "That foundation building pill is a spirit pill. It is not something I can make. I don't have recipes like that." Wang Lin slightly frowned. He secretly sighed and thought that he would have to find Li Muan again. "But, since brother asked, I have to at least try to help. Although I don't have it, my teacher should definitely have it. Give me 3 days. I'll definitely be able to steal it in 3 days." Xianxia let out a proud smile, then talked with Wang Lin for a bit. He looked at the sky and said, "Today, elder sister Tong made arrangements with me to meet outside, so I won't have time to talk more. As for the foundation building pill, don't worry about it. I got you covered." He excitedly left on the unwilling spirit ape. It didn't take 3 days like Xianxia said, but after 2 days it arrived. Xianxia didn't come himself, but the slightly larger spirit ape came, dropped off the jade, and left. When Wang Lin came out, he only saw the spirit ape's back. His eyes suddenly focused on the spirit ape, and he noticed that its right leg was clearly injured. The way it walked was a bit strange, as if it didn't dare to put weight on its right leg. Wang Lin lowered his head and took the jade. He pondered for a while, then returned to the yard. In the next 10 days, Wang Lin almost exclusively worked on his alchemy. The foundation building pill was a spirit pill. With Wang Lin's current skill in alchemy, his failure rate was extremely high. But, after putting in the spirit liquid, the success rate had increased greatly. However, it still couldn't compare to the Pei Yuan pill. After using the spirit liquid, making Pei Yuan pills would succeed 9 out of 10 times, but with foundation building pills, it was only 5 to 6 out of 10 times. Wang Lin pondered a little. He figured that the spirit liquid was less effective on higher quality pills. But the heaven-defying bead was still incomplete. Wang Lin had tried looking for the missing elements, but these elements were just too hard to find. It has to be said that for the fire element to be filled, it completely absorbed a wild spirit beast to complete it. As a result, filling the remaining earth, wood, and metal elements was simply too hard. At least for now, Wang Lin hadn't found any good methods to do it. Among the elements, only the water element was easy to get, and the wood element was not too bad. Although the wood element wasn't complete, 7 leaves had appeared on the heaven-defying bead. The metal and earth elements didn't have any movements at all. Wang Lin had tried many things, but none of them had any effect. Wang Lin already had a great deal of understanding of the liquid from the heaven-defying bead. There was a huge difference in the quality of the spirit liquid before the heaven-defying bead was filled with water element. And after the fire element was complete, the quality of the spirit liquid increased 1-fold. It was much better than before. As a result, as long as the 5 elements are complete, even ignoring what other effects the heaven-defying bead will gain, just the spirit liquid would be able to have an effect on the refining of high-rank pills. Only 2 foundation-building pills were in each batch, and 1 batch took a whole day to refine. After 10 days, Wang Lin had gathered almost all of the herbs in the garden that could be used for the foundation-building pills. In the end, he was able to make 13 foundation-building pills. Wang Lin's avatar's talent wasn't that much different from his main body's. Both had pretty mediocre talent, nothing special. So Wang Lin knew that just 1 foundation-building pill wasn't enough. That's why he made so many, in case he needed more. After he finished everything, he let out a sigh. He pressed his hand on his forehead and entered the heaven-defying bead's space shortly. After he entered the space, a spirit ape arrived outside his yard. The ape was covered in wounds. It stood outside roaring for a while before it left in disappointment. Lately, Leo has been having half headaches, always seeming to see light waves in the form of lines, affecting my vision, sometimes momentarily half blinded, perhaps too exhausted. Chapter Main Body, Appear. Before Wang Lin entered the heaven-defying bead, he set up some hidden restrictions to prevent people from coming into the room. Even if they were to get in, Wang Lin's whole body would be gone, so they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, not even the spirit-severing Duanmu could find the existence of the heaven-defying bead's space. The Cloud Sky sect only had nascent soul cultivators, so they wouldn't be able to find anything at all. Wang Lin paid his respects to his parents and Sichu Nan, then sat down to cultivate for a bit. Next, he took out the foundation-building pills, put them to the side, and put one in his mouth. The moment the foundation-building pill entered his mouth, it turned into pure spiritual energy. Wang Lin calmly activated the ancient god tactic. Under his control, the spiritual energy absorbed by the ancient god tactic didn't enter his body, but formed a swirl in his abdomen. After the last sliver of spiritual energy from the foundation-building pill entered the swirl, it suddenly enlarged and started to move upwards. The current Wang Lin wasn't a rookie cultivator anymore. He knew that if this swirl could cycle through his entire body, then he would have succeeded in entering the foundation-building stage. If he had enough talent, then the swirl would have no problems doing so. But if his talent wasn't enough, then it would seem as if there were invisible blockades, making the swirl's path around the body more difficult to travel through. The swirl in his body started to spin faster and faster. The swirl was like a large tree, quickly spreading its roots through Wang Lin's body, but Wang Lin had too many obstacles in his body. The swirl became like a wave hitting rocks on a shore. At first, it broke through many of the obstacles, but the swirl soon started to slow down and even felt like it was about to shrink. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without a word, he took another foundation-building pill. The swirl suddenly got a surge of power and started to spread again. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin was breaking through to the foundation-building stage. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wang Lin took the 8th foundation-building pill and, with a boom, the swirl surged through his entire body. Surrounding his body were countless specks of glowing light as dark liquid started to come out of his pores. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined like lightning, and he immediately found that his meridian was almost translucent and several times larger than before. Even his main body didn't experience something like this when it reached the foundation building stage. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He wasn't sure if all of this had anything to do with the ancient God tactic. After all, the ancient God tactic was a technique that absorbed spiritual energy, and a foundation building pill was just like a stronger Peiyuan pill, only its effect was countless times stronger. A burst of strong spiritual energy to wash the entire body so the body would be more suited for cultivation. That was the true meaning of foundation building. But this type of change happened on the inside, while the ancient god's body reconstruction was a change on the outside. In fact, the two were really similar. Only the ancient god used the spiritual energy to change the outer body to better absorb spiritual energy and become stronger. The cultivator's inner change was to better sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but in the end was also to become stronger. One was inner cultivation while the other was outer body refinement. The roads were different, but the destination was the same. Wang Lin's main body purposely prevented the avatar body from absorbing the spiritual energy and pushed it into his core. But after his body went through reconstruction once, and the purple star appeared on his head, his main body was already on the path of outer body refinement. He was very careful when his avatar formed, so it didn't go through body reconstruction. He had been paying attention to it from the start, thus, his avatar walked the path of inner cultivation. Wang Lin picked up the jade bottle. There were still 5 foundation building pills left. He pondered for a while, then tossed the pills into his body and started to cultivate again. Time slowly passed by. The spiritual energy inside the 5 foundation building pills exploded outward. A normal person wouldn't be able to contain that much spiritual energy. If it was a normal person, if they didn't die, they would lose all of the spiritual energy in their body. But Wang Lin had the ancient god tactic, one of the most overwhelming techniques out there. The one thing the ancient god tactic was least afraid of was spiritual energy, no matter how much of it there was. All of the spiritual energy created by the 5 foundation building pills was absorbed before it could cause the body any harm. Wang Lin's cultivation went from just reaching the foundation building stage to the peak of the early stage of foundation building. But Wang Lin wasn't satisfied. He pondered for a while and took out a pill furnace. The pill furnace looked very normal. The only difference was that there was a yellow paper seal on it. This pill furnace was the one Wang Lin got from Yunfei, the one she tried to use to get someone to release the restriction on her. However, everything she did was seen through by the devil following her, ending in her demise. This pill furnace naturally fell into Wang Lin's hands. He tried to analyze it before but didn't have much time. Right now he was out of pills. He would have to go back outside to make more, so the only matter he had left to deal with in the beat space was this pill furnace. While staring at the pill furnace, Wang Lin's eyes slightly trembled. Wang Lin knew that this pill furnace wasn't normal. Just the words on the seal made his skin crawl. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He took the pill furnace and shook it. Muffled sounds came from inside it. There was clearly something in there. Based on the sound, there was only one thing inside. If it was placed inside a pill furnace, there was a high chance that it was a pill. Why would someone put a yellow paper on a pill furnace? Also, what could the use of this yellow paper be? He hadn't opened up the pill furnace yet was because he didn't know what the yellow paper was for. If the paper was a restriction and he opened it up by force, it could cause a chain of uncontrollable events. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and a sliver of spirit energy appeared on his finger. He let out a sigh and flicked his finger. The sliver of spiritual energy quickly landed on the paper. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded before him. The moment the sliver of spiritual energy got close to the yellow paper, it suddenly increased in speed and disappeared without a trace into the yellow paper. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He put the pill furnace on the ground. His hands formed many seals and he shouted, "Scatter!" Suddenly, countless specks of light floated around his body, forming slivers of spiritual energy that started to close in on the pill furnace. But before they got too close, all of the spiritual energy suddenly sped up and disappeared into the yellow paper. Wang Lin frowned. This yellow paper was really strange, as if it was made to absorb spiritual energy. He suddenly thought of something and lightly pressed his finger on the pill furnace. The moment he touched the yellow paper, nothing abnormal happened. He gently tried to rip the paper off, but an unimaginable suction force suddenly came from the paper. Wang Lin's spiritual energy started to get sucked uncontrollably. Good thing Wang Lin had already been on guard. The moment he felt the suction, he withdrew his hand. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin decided to not try anything else. He carefully picked up the pill furnace and put it back into the bag of holding. This furnace really was strange. When he first got the pill furnace, he couldn't put it inside a bag of holding. But when he made his avatar, he was able to. All of the strangeness of this pill furnace made Wang Lin very confused. After putting away the pill furnace, Wang Lin stood up and left the heaven-defying bead-s space. The moment he appeared in the courtyard, he noticed that there was something off. He could smell a faint scent of blood. After looking around, his gaze locked onto the main gate. The smell of blood was coming from there. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly walked over. At the gate, he saw the corpse of a spirit ape. The spirit ape's eyes were wide open and gray. There were many wounds on his body, including a bowl-sized hole in his abdomen. There was no longer any blood dripping out of the body, only a faint scent of blood in the air. Wang Lin squatted down and touched its right leg. He found that all of the bones in the right leg were shattered. Clearly, this was the spirit ape that came several days ago to deliver the foundation building pill recipe. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The wound on the spirit ape's abdomen was torn open by someone's hand. Clearly, the goal was to get the spirit ape's core. Wang Lin had done this kind of thing as well. He pondered for a while and was able to arrive at a clear answer. He didn't know if Xianxia himself had anything to do with this. In this half a year, Xianxia had been very enthusiastic and seemed to have a very deep relationship with the spirit apes. When the spirit ape came to deliver the recipe instead of Xianxia, Wang Lin already thought something was up. If nothing else, just because of the fact that he delivered the recipe for the foundation building pill to him, Wang Lin couldn't just ignore this. He secretly sighed. Without even looking at the spirit ape again, he walked back into his room. This time, he didn't drink any spirit liquid and sent out one restriction circle. The restriction circle landed on the ground and sent a ripple through the ground. Slowly, a white-haired youth came out and, the moment he appeared, he released a burst of cold air. These past few days, I've always been prodding myself to wish for likes on the video, but I always forget. Now there are only the last 12 hours left to double the likes for the video. Tears in the hope of likes. Brothers, don't hold back. Chapter Meetup. As his main body slowly appeared from the restriction, the room got even colder. Even though the room was made of jade, a layer of frost formed on the walls. After his main body appeared, his avatar took a deep breath and walked forward. His avatar crossed with the main body and they fused into one. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes released a very cold light, and his body released very powerful killing intent. After all of the years he had been at the country of Chu, his killing intent hadn't lessened at all. Right now he was only releasing a small amount of his killing intent, and as for his evil intent, he didn't reveal any. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He moved his body, and a mask appeared on his face, and his clothes became like that of his avatar-s. Then, he quickly left the room. He could clearly feel that his body's cultivation had increased a bit. It has to be said that he has already reached the peak of core formation. The originally impossible to raise cultivation had increased a bit. Although it hadn't gotten to the point of his core breaking to form his nascent soul, there was a sliver of purple energy in his core. Wang Lin knew that when trying to break into nascent soul, purple energy would appear. This purple energy could be called nascent energy, which was key for breaking through to nascent soul. When the entire core gets covered by this purple energy, that means that the day of forming a nascent soul will soon come. In the past, no matter how much Wang Lin tried, this purple energy had never appeared. Even after Wang Lin swallowed the nascent soul, the energy was destroyed by his Jaya realm right as it appeared. But now, this purple energy appeared and his Jaya realm didn't attack it. This meant that Wang Lin's theory was correct. If he were to continue through with this plan and fuse with his main body once his avatar reaches nascent soul, then his main body will be able to break through to nascent soul and he will be invincible in front of everyone below the spirit's severing stage. And adding on all of his various techniques, treasures, and the ancient god's inheritance, he wouldn't be afraid to fight a spirit-severing cultivator. Just like how he wasn't afraid to fight a nascent soul cultivator right now. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't stay still, but moved like a ghost until he was next to the body of the spirit ape. He was just about to deal with the body when his eyes suddenly focused on the ape. He thought, no wonder. It's an upper spirit beast. With my avatar-esque cultivation, I couldn't see that its soul was still there. Wang Lin moved his right hand, pressed it above the ape's head, and said, "Since I met you before, I'll save you once. From today onward, you re my third devil." A ray of black light appeared from Wang Lin's hand. The light entered the spirit ape's head. The black light flowed through the ape's body and came back out of its head. This time, the soul of the spirit ape was inside the black light. The moment the soul appeared, an aura that would make people shiver appeared. The fragrance emitted by the herbs around the garden disappeared. The herbs themselves began to tremble until they started to wilt, one by one. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slowly said, "There seems to be innate hostility in this soul." "Very good. It seems that not only your body but your soul also suffered a lot before you died." Wang Lin felt the aura around him. This wasn't the first time he had felt this aura. The first time he felt it was 400 years ago in the country of Zhao. The owner of this aura back then was Wang Lin himself. Now that he saw that this spirit ape's soul had the same aura as him, he reached out, grabbed the soul, and put it into his soul flag. After placing a few restrictions on the flag, he put it away and let it be. Inside the flag were several other powerful souls he had collected as backups for creating new devils. If this spirit ape wasn't devoured, and instead devoured the other souls inside, then it had the right to become the third evil. If it isn't able to do so, then the only path left was to be devoured. After collecting the beast's soul, Wang Lin left the yard and headed toward the southern courtyard. At almost the same moment, Wang Lin's main body appeared. Li Muwan's brow twitched. She was in the process of refining a very important pill when her body shivered. She ignored the important refining process that required all of her attention and threw away the furnace as she charged out of her room. A batch of rank 4 pills was nothing compared to seeing the person in her mind right now. In just that moment, the drop of blood in her brow with a sliver of that person's divine sense suddenly fluctuated. It gave off the feeling of wanting to return to its owner. As if there was a giant magnet in the distance pulling this sliver of divine sense, it almost burst out of her body and charged in that direction. This kind of thing had never happened in the past 200 years. But in her heart and mind, she felt like she understood something. Could it be that the person she had been waiting for over 200 years was not far away? Li Muwan took a deep breath and quickly charged out of her room. Just as she was about to leave the yard, a gentle voice asked, "Junior sister, where are you going?" A cold light flashed across her eyes. She tried to move forward, but a white figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The white figure was the middle-aged man from before. He looked at Li Muwan, mildly surprised. He said, "Junior sister, you Haven T told me where you were going." "Eh? It's rare to see you in such a rush." The coldness in Li Muwan's eyes became even colder. She stared at the man while holding back the divine sense in her body from bursting out. She said, word for word, with a freezing tone, "Sun Zhenwei, do you really think that you with your late-stage core formation cultivation could stop me? If you don't step aside now, then don't blame junior sister for being ruthless." The middle-aged man let out a soft smile and said, "Junior sister, this is the Cloud Sky sect. Why would I dare to stop junior sister? Junior sister, where are you going? I'll be happy to accompany you." At that moment, Wang Lin arrived at the southern courtyard. He stared at the white fog around the southern courtyard with no emotion on his face. 5,000 words in a major chapter. Seizing the moment when brothers and sisters feel comfortable, Lio wishes for the like button for the video, for sharing, for channel follows without hesitation. Chapter 218, Decisiveness. In the Cloud Sky sect, most nascent soul cultivators were in the outer sect, but there were still a few in the inner sect. However, most of these nascent soul cultivators focused on alchemy and rarely on fights, just like the one nascent cultivator in the southern courtyard, who was currently using his own nascent fire and the Earth's fire to refine a batch of pills that would increase his cultivation level. On the way to the southern courtyard, Wang Lin hid all traces himself and moved like a ghost. He arrived outside the southern courtyard and stared at the white fog as he walked in. Xianxia told Wang Lin where he lived. The fog had no effect on the current Wang Lin. The moment he spread out his divine sense, he could clearly see everything in the southern courtyard. Close to the center of the courtyard, Wang Lin noticed a fluctuation of spiritual power. He could clearly see that there was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator there. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense passed by, the nascent soul cultivator noticed Wang Lin's presence. He was startled and wanted to immediately head out, but he suddenly stopped, looked at the pill furnace, and began to hesitate. As for Wang Lin, the moment he found out that there was a nascent soul cultivator, and only an early-stage one at that, he waved his hand and a small flag appeared. Almost immediately, the flag grew and trapped the nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin let out a cold smile. If the cultivator had reached the middle stage of nascent soul, then he would have immediately given up on helping Xianxia and would be left. But since the nascent soul cultivator was only at the early stage, Wang Lin had no fear. Although the restriction flag was weaker without him controlling it, it could still trap an early-stage nascent soul cultivator for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour was enough for Wang Lin to do everything he wanted to do. Wang Lin no longer bothered with the nascent soul cultivator as he continued to walk in the white fog. No one noticed that he had trapped the nascent soul cultivator with the restriction flag. Wang Lin easily moved in the white fog and arrived at Xianxia's room. In the scan by his divine sense earlier, Wang Lin had already found that Xianxia was here, but the situation seemed a bit dangerous. Xianxia was laying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes and the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos. By his side stood an overweight middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sighed as he threw pills into Xianxia's mouth and scolded, "Little brat, I already told you that those girls are nothing but trouble. Especially that girl named Tong. Very cunning and devious. She's not someone you can handle. Do you understand now? From now on, stop thinking about chasing girls and follow your teacher in learning alchemy. That is the proper path." Xianxia didn't listen to a word of it. As the pills entered his mouth, the spiritual energy in his body slowly calmed down. His teacher sighed and said, "I know you're frustrated. How many times have you gone there? If it wasn't tea for me throwing away my pride, you would have already lost your life. The Western Courtyard isn't tea a place you can freely go to. This time, Dawn T blamed teacher for trapping you here. The Western Courtyard has already sent word. If you keep causing trouble, they will destroy your cultivation." The middle-aged man shook his head and left the room. Wang Lin stood outside the yard. After seeing all this, he pondered for a while, then disappeared. He reappeared in the yard and walked into Xianxia's room without anyone noticing. He looked at Xianxia and waved his hand. The restriction on Xianxia was immediately broken, and Xianxia got up and looked at Wang Lin with deep hatred in his eyes. "You were sent by them to kill me? Kill me. I'm not scared," he said. Wang Lin was wearing a mask and his aura and cultivation were completely different from before, so there was no way for Xianxia to realize that it was him. Wang Lin glanced at Xianxia. He moved his hand and a restriction instantly appeared and surrounded the room. Xianxia's pupil shrank. He let out a wry smile and said, "They even got an elder from the outer courtyard to deal with the junior like me. Come on. If I even blink, then my name is not Xianxia." After setting the restriction, Wang Lin coldly said, "I was indeed asked by someone to come but to help you, not kill you. Tell me what happened. The more details, the better." Xianxia was stunned. After glancing at Wang Lin, he hesitated and asked, "Who asked Senior to come?" Wang Lin frowned and coldly said, "I will only give you 3 sentences, and that was the first one. If things are still not properly explained in the next 2 sentences, I am leaving." Xianxia clenched his teeth and said all of this was Gongsun Tong from the West Courtyard's fault. The reason she got close to me was because she was after my 2 spirit apes. Wang Lin pondered a little. "These 2 spirit apes are yours?" he asked. Wang Lin's question was very clever. In the Cloud Sky sect, there were many spirit beasts whose purpose was to be used for alchemy. If that was the case, then what Gongsun Tong did wasn't exactly wrong. Xianxia nodded and said, "I know what Senior means. Those 2 spirit apes aren't the Cloud Sky sect's beasts. I brought them with me when I joined the Cloud Sky sect. According to the Cloud Sky sect's rules, those 2 belong to me." Wang Lin calmly asked, "So this Gongsun Tong got close to you, then asked you for the 2 spirit apes. You wanted to please her, so you gave her the 2 spirit apes, correct?" Xianxia revealed a look of regret and excitedly said, But I thought she wanted to use the spirit ape as a mount. I never thought her goal was the spirit ape's core. The large ape already had his core removed and went missing. I assume he is dead. Now, only the smaller ape is left. I went many times to ask for him back but wasn't allowed inside. It was the outer sect disciple Lu Song who injured me multiple times. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He originally didn't want to get mixed up in all of this, but since Xianxia helped him get the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill, he had to help. After pondering a little, Wang Lin looked at Xianxia and asked, "How do you want to get revenge?" Xianxia's eyes were blood red. He said, while gnashing his teeth, "If the smaller ape is still alive, then I will consider this matter my own fault. But if he is dead, then I want them to die as well." Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, "As you wish." With that, he backed up and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia stared blankly at where Wang Lin was. His eyes revealed a confused look. After Wang Lin left Xianxia's room, he quickly charged toward the western courtyard. Just as he was about to leave the southern courtyard, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. He felt a fluctuation of divine sense in that direction. After pondering a bit, he waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. The moment his body disappeared, Li Muwan arrived as quick as lightning. Behind her was the middle-aged man, still with a gentle expression on his face. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly asked, "Junior sister, what exactly are you looking for?" Li Muwan stopped. Through the drop of blood in her brow, she could clearly feel that that person was standing right here, but why couldn't she see him? Li Muwan let out a bitter smile. She was a very smart person and immediately realized that it was because he didn't want to see her. Li Muwan bit her lower lip. Her face was filled with grief and said, "I know you are here. Why aren't you even willing to meet me once?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He sent out his divine sense but found no one. He frowned and suspiciously looked at Li Muwan. "Junior sister, who is here?" "There is no one else here." Li Muwan didn't even look at the middle-aged man as she closed her eyes and slowly calmed down. She said, "Wan doesn't ask for anything else but to see you once. In these 200 years, Wan has depended on that bottle of spirit liquid to keep my vitality. If you aren't willing to come out, then Wan will kill herself right now to release myself from this obsession." Her voice was very low, but it was filled with determination. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he carefully looked at his surroundings. At that moment, something appeared in the empty air. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure appeared from nowhere. It was Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned ugly. But the middle-aged man didn't dare to act rashly. He slowly moved his hand toward his bag of holding. Li Muwan stared at Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was wearing a mask, Li Muwan could clearly tell that this person was the person from back then. "You came," Li Muwan whispered. Wang Lin wryly smiled and asked, "Why must you be like this?" With that, he coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "The moment your hand touches your bag of holding is the moment you die." The middle-aged man's right hand suddenly stopped. His face changed again. The feeling Wang Lin gave him was too strange. He was clearly only at the late stage of core formation, but the pressure Wang Lin gave him was like that of a nascent soul cultivator. He had no doubt that if his hand touched the bag of holding, Wang Lin would instantly kill him. Large droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead as he quickly said, "Since brother is junior sister Lia's friend, then you are the Cloud Sky sect's friend. How would I dare to be rude? Brother misunderstood me." Li Muwan looked at Wang Lin. She had thousands of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't let out a single word. She pondered a bit, then asked, "Do you still have that piece of jade?" Wang Lin looked at her for a while. He was silent for a bit, then answered, "I threw it away." Li Muwan's body shook. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She forced herself to calm down and whispered, "Since you threw it away, oh well. It wasn't anything expensive." Although she said this, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. This pain was like a flood that was going to drown her heart. That dragon jade was something she had put all of her effort into and even used her life force as a price to successfully create. If it wasn't for the fact that she sacrificed too much for it back then, she would at least already be at the peak of core formation with all of the pills she had taken, if not the nascent soul stage. How else could she have been stuck at the early stage of core formation? The moment she heard that jade was just thrown away by Wang Lin, her heart felt pain. This pain was so strong that, despite all her effort to calm herself down, her body still trembled and her face became pale. Wang Lin turned his head and no longer looked at Li Muwan. He pondered a bit and said, "I am leaving." Wang Lin slowly turned and walked away. Li Muwan's heart ached. She let out a faint smile at Wang Lin's back. Although it was a smile, it was clear to everyone else that it was a silent cry. The Cloud Sky sect ancestors want me to form a cultivation pair with this person. Before, I kept rejecting him, but now, I have no reasons left to reject him. If you re-still in the country of Chu in 3 months, then please come to the ceremony. Wang Lin's feet instantly trembled. Very complex feelings surfaced in his heart and he began to think. Li Muwan's eyes shined while waiting for his response. That middle-aged man finally understood why Li Muwan had always been so against becoming a cultivation pair. The reason was this person. Although his face was calm, a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He said, in a low tone with his back toward Li Muwan, "Congratulations!" With that, he slowly left. Li Muwan's body quivered. After a long time, tears flowed down from her eyes and she muttered to herself, "I hate you, hate you." That middle-aged man let out a breath. He gently said, "Junior sister, he already left." Li Muwan bit her lower lip. She ignored the middle-aged man and returned to her house. The middle-aged man's face was still gentle, but he coldly smiled in his heart. He thought, if it wasn't tea for your 200 years of Yuanyin, I wouldn't have asked the ancestor to agree to us becoming a cultivation pair. With your Yuanyin's help and all the pills I have collected, breaking into the nascent soul stage is only a matter of time. If you had agreed earlier, I would have still been nice to you. But now I decided that, once I reach nascent soul, I am going to make you pay for repeatedly rejecting me." Wang Lin left the southern courtyard. Although he was a cruel person, he still felt a lot of regret toward Li Muwan. It was not that he was unable to accept her, but the path he must walk just wasn't suited to have a woman following him. Waking up early today, not updating on time even earlier. Leo went to deal with household chores, unsure what time I'll be back this afternoon. The new chapter tonight might be late. You are listening to a completely free audiobook on the Leo Audio YouTube channel. If you enjoy the story, please like the video to motivate the channel. Support Leo with a cup of coffee through the description link or on the screen. If you want to hear any other stories, just comment and let Leo know. Thank you very much for watching the video. Chapter Q, Gathering Pill. The last man was a youth about 20 years old. He had a long, horse-like face. He raised his chin and said, with a look of disdain, "Apprentice Brother Wang, you have been in closed-door training for 3 months, so you don't know. This Wang Lin is the biggest joke in the sect right now. Just as Apprentice Sister Shu said, he used those methods to become an inner disciple." After Wang Zhuo heard that, he laughed out loud. "You really scared me for a second there. So that's how you entered the sect. Even if you enter here, you'll probably never reach the first layer of QI condensation. Why even come here and tarnish the Wang family's name?" "Apprentice Brother Wang, what you said is wrong. While talent is important, what's more important is perseverance. Cultivation is already going against the heavens. If one doesn't have perseverance, it doesn't matter, no matter how talented they are," the girl named Zhou said, with a voice that shook the heart. As she took a few steps closer to Wang Zhuo, the girl named Shu said, "What Apprentice Brother Wang said isn't wrong though. This Wang Lin looks so dumb. He doesn't look like a cultivator at all." Wang Lin chuckled. He understood that the situation between them was complex. Wang Zhuo liked this girl named Zhou, but the girl named Shu liked Wang Zhuo, so she was trying to destroy their relationship earlier. Hearing Wang Lin's laughter caused Wang Zhuo to be very dissatisfied. He snorted and said, "Wang Lin, I advise you to leave the Hang Yu sect for your own good. If you don't die, you'll definitely be crippled at the disciple competition in the end of the year." Wang Lin heard from Sun Dazhu that there was a disciple competition at the end of the year where the winner could get a magical treasure. The competition was divided into 2 levels. In one of them, all the disciples in the sect fight for the top spot, and in the other, all the new disciples fight to be the king of the newcomers. Wang Lin casually retorted, You don't need to worry. Why are you worrying about the life and death of trash like me? Wang Zhuo coldly laughed. I worry because we are relatives. Since you won't accept my good intentions, don't blame me for not going easy on you in the competition. His eyes flashed cold after he finished talking. Wang Zhuo had looked down upon Wang Lin's family ever since he was little. Although he had never met Wang Lin, he had always heard from his dad that Wang Lin's father always sucked up to grandfather in order to steal a large portion of the family inheritance, and even disgraced his father. It was only because all the other family members weren't blind that they were able to take his father's inheritance back. In Wang Zhuo's eyes, Wang Lin's family was a disgrace to the Wang family. Like father, like son. Although, after growing up, he had realized that things weren't exactly as his father had described, but he had been very arrogant since he was little. He sometimes even looked down on his own dad, not to mention everyone else. The girl named Shu pondered a bit, then asked Wang Zhuo, "You are relatives?" The other two were also surprised. This was the first time that they heard about this. It seems these two were relatives. The girl named Shu saw that Wang Zhuo's face was unfriendly, so she quickly said, "Brother Wang Zhuo, don't be angry. He simply doesn't understand your good intentions. You are a good person, and smarter than him. Don't expect him to understand your good intentions. Once he has suffered a bit, he'll know how good you were to him. My family has relatives like him too. In fact, every family is like this. Not everyone can be as excellent as you. In fact, I understand how you feel. You really wish for him to be better." Wang Zhuo blushed from what the girl named Shu said. He stared at her, not sure if she was complimenting or ridiculing him. After Wang Lin heard what the girl said, he burst out laughing. "Wang Zhuo, looks like I misunderstood you. You are good to me. I, Wang Lin, will remember this. Thank you." As he was talking, the pill house's door opened. A youth with a bright face walked out. It was Wang Hao. After he walked out, he coughed to get everyone's attention and said, with a smiling face, "Today's key gathering pills are still in the furnace. Once they are done, I'll call you guys in one by one." Wang Zhuo stared at Wang Hao, gritting his teeth, but he really couldn't offend him right now. Wang Hao was still the third senior apprentice brother's helper, in charge daily matters in the pill house. If Wang Hao complained to this master, then his own monthly supply would be reduced a lot. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he scanned the area and was surprised to see Wang Lin. He pulled Wang Lin to the side and said, "Elder brother Taizhu, congratulations on becoming an inner disciple. I heard all about your matter. I originally wanted to come and talk with you, but this place is too strict. I don't like what the others say about you. Once you cultivate some techniques, you can get revenge on all those who look down upon you." Wang Lin's heart felt warm and he smiled. "Wang Hao, thank you." Wang Hao sighed. "Back then I wanted to stay a few days with you, but my dad gave me a look to stop me. It looked like he didn't want me to get mixed in. Elder brother Taizhu, please forgive me." Wang Lin shook his head. He said, "There is no point in talking about the past. Right now, I just want to quickly cultivate to the first layer of QI condensation." Wang Hao's eyes spun. While no one was watching, he stuffed something into Wang Lin's hand and winked at him. Then, a cold voice came from the room. "Pill helper, still not coming back." Wang Hao replied and quickly rushed back into the pill house. Wang Lin tightly held on to the thing in his hand. He looked at what was in his hand and saw 3 transparent pills. He secretly placed them in his bag of holding. Not afraid of getting dirty, he sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. One of the 4 others that were there saw Wang Lin sit down, then also sat down and started to cultivate, while the other 3 stood to the side. Wang Zhuo was trying to get on the girl named Zhou's good side, but the girl named Shu was disrupting him the entire time. Time slowly passed, and the sky became dark. As the moon rose, the door to the pill house opened. Wang Hao looked worn out as he walked out with a tray in his hand. 5 low-quality spirit stones and 5 transparent pills were on the tray. People went out one by one after getting their portion. Wang Lin went last. He smiled and cusped his hands at Wang Hao, then left. He remembered Wang Hao's kindness in his heart. The 3 pills Wang Hao gave him were qi gathering pills. Finally, the weekend is here, and Leo can finally sleep to his heart's content, not needing to get up early to take the daughter to school. Been burning the midnight oil these past few days, utterly exhausted. Chapter 219 2 months. The truth was that Wang Lin was not as ruthless as he sounded to Li Muan, but his avatar needed to reach the nascent soul stage. If he were to get involved with Li Muan now, then that would cause inevitable changes in his original plan, changes that could lead to serious consequences. As a result, Li Muan could be dragged in as well, and that was not something Wang Lin wished to see. He sighed. His mood started to fluctuate and he was unable to calm himself down. He left the southern courtyard with complex feelings in his heart. He calculated that there was less than half of those 15 minutes remaining, so he had to act quickly. His body suddenly moved like lightning and he soon arrived outside of the western courtyard. After Wang Lin arrived, he didn't immediately enter. Instead, he quickly circled the western courtyard and placed restrictions. He then quickly entered the courtyard. With his strong divine sense, none of the patrolling disciples could detect him. All of the cranes landed and refused to fly no matter how much the girls on their backs urged them to. Wang Lin's figure moved quickly through the fog and entered the western courtyard. Looking from outside, this place looked like a fairyland and it looked even more like one on the inside. The level of exquisiteness of the buildings here was several times higher than the buildings outside. A ray of rainbow-colored light came from the depths of the courtyard, acting like a bridge as all of the girls of the western courtyard floated by. But unfortunately, all of the cranes were on the ground, trembling. Thus, this place was missing a beautiful scene. Following the path Xianxia told him about, Wang Lin walked quickly through the courtyard and arrived at Gong Sun Tong's room in the western part of the courtyard. He spread out his divine sense and found a very strange scene. He slightly frowned, then leapt into the air and arrived inside the room. There was a screen in one side of the room, and behind the screen were two exquisite figures taking a bath. Looking through the screen, both women had very nice curves as they touched each other's bodies. Soon, their bodies hugged each other as they began to move. At the same time, moans came from behind the screen. Under Wang Lin's divine sense, the two girls' actions were clearly seen. Currently, the girl that was gasping for breath said, "Sister Tong, that Xianxia ah." Just as she was speaking, the other girl moved as she touched a sensitive spot. After a long time, a lazy and tender voice came from behind the screen and said, "Ning are you still worried about that Xianxia?" "Yes, I cheated him, but it was all because you were short on cores for your pill recipe. I just had my sights on his spirit apes." "But what about Lu Song?" The girl being called Ling was Cheng Ling. "Just trust me. When Lu Song comes tomorrow, I'll deal with him. I promise there won't be any problems. That Lu Song at most, I'll let him have a little taste. Ling elder sister has served you well. Now it's your turn." Wang Lin didn't go inside, but pointed to his brow. Shu Liguo came out of Wang Lin's brow. He stared at the screen with an excited look in his eyes. "I don't care how you deal with it, just find out what happened to the spirit ape and take both of their souls." Wang Lin turned around and slowly walked out of the room. Shu Liguo had never been this excited before. He felt that following Wang Lin was definitely the right thing to do. Right now, he felt like his blood was boiling, even though he didn't have any blood after becoming a devil. But that didn't affect how he felt. Shu Liguo let out a devious smile and went through the screen. Not long after, he came out with a very satisfied look on his face. He spat out 2 souls, then went back into Wang Lin's brow. At the same time, he sent out a message. "That spirit ape is dead." Wang Lin waved his hand and a soul flag appeared. He threw the 2 souls into the flag, then went into the room. He put away the 2 girls' bodies into his bag of holding, then left the room. In that moment, those 15 minutes had passed. Wang Lin called back the restriction flag. The flag turned into a black mist and quickly left the southern courtyard. At the same time, an angry roar erupted from the nascent soul cultivator. He spread out his divine sense, locked onto the western courtyard, and quickly charged toward it. Shortly after, in the western courtyard, a fierce divine sense also spread out. After it found Wang Lin, a woman came from the middle of the courtyard. Without a word, Wang Lin turned to leave. This woman's body was surrounded by fog, so her appearance was hidden. The moment she appeared, her body moved like lightning after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Seeing that she was getting closer, he let out a cold smile. He moved his hand and sent out waves of restriction circles toward the woman. "You don't know your place. The woman let out a cold snort. She waved her hand and a flower basket appeared in her grasp. The moment she waved it, numerous colorful flower petals appeared. Each of the petals carried a destructive force as they floated toward the restrictions. This woman's cultivation level was early stage nascent soul. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, he sneered in his heart. The moment the restriction circles got close to the flower petals, they instantly broke up into numerous smaller restrictions and spread out. Although some were destroyed by the petals, many reformed into restriction circles after passing the flower petals. Their speed was very high. The moment they reformed into restriction circles, they landed on the western courtyard. Wang Lin already knew that this entire western courtyard was being lifted into the air by a giant restriction. If Wang Lin had the time, he would be able to completely break this restriction. However, Wang Lin's goal wasn't to break the restriction, but to make it lose balance. Normally, regular restrictions wouldn't even be able to do that, but Wang Lin's restrictions were ancient restrictions. Combined with the fact that he had already placed some restrictions ahead of time, the moment the restriction circles landed, tremors spread throughout the western courtyard. The large restriction instantly lost its balance, causing the western courtyard to tilt to the side. Waves of screams came from the western courtyard, and large amounts of female cultivators flew out with looks of fear in their eyes. While Wang Lin was doing all of this, he never stopped as he quickly flew into the distance. The woman chasing him clenched her teeth. She stopped chasing after Wang Lin and quickly returned to the large restriction to reinforce it. Wang Lin left the western courtyard without any more hindrances, but he knew that soon the middle stage nascent soul cultivators from the Cloud Sky sect will arrive. Just at that moment, a very powerful divine sense came from the distance. The moment the divine sense went past Wang Lin, it let out a cold snort. Wang Lin remained calm. If it was anyone else, their soul would have taken damage, but Wang Lin's soul was extremely large. If his soul came out of his body, it wouldn't be any weaker than the soul of spirit-severing cultivators. Although his soul was currently trapped inside his body and couldn't leave, how could it be damaged by a mere nascent soul cultivator? His body basically didn't stop at all as he continued to move forward. The owner of that divine sense was stunned, but quickly locked onto Wang Lin as Wang Lin's main body approached. A black shadow quickly came and landed in Wang Lin's hand. This black shadow was the restriction flag, and behind it was the angry nascent soul cultivator Wang Lin had trapped. After the restriction flag landed in his hand, Wang Lin let out a cold smile. He landed on the ground and turned. Instantly a restriction appeared under his feet and his body disappeared without a trace. Even the divine sense that was locked onto him lost track of him. Wang Lin's main body had already returned to the cave outside the sect, and that cave was covered with restrictions that blocked divine sense. Meanwhile, at the yard Wang Lin lived in, his avatar appeared from the restriction circle in the room. He quickly cleaned up a bit, then sat down to cultivate. This matter was considered over. In the next half a month, the story of Wang Lin's main body spread throughout the sect. Various versions could be found everywhere. It has to be said this is something that hasn't happened in the Cloud Sky sect in a long time. The person got into the sect in broad daylight, killed someone, then disappeared in front of their eyes. It was like slapping the Cloud Sky sect in the face. This even alerted the few nascent soul ancestors who were preparing to tackle spirit severing. They came out to investigate and found out that the two that were killed were Gongsun Tong and Cheng Ling. Everyone who was related to them, like Xianxia and Lu Song, were questioned. Even Wang Lin was questioned. In the end, a nascent soul cultivator even used his divine sense to check if Wang Lin was lying. However, since Wang Lin's soul was much larger than that nascent soul cultivator's soul, he wasn't able to find anything. For some unknown reason, this matter was left alone. As for Li Muan, she wasn't dragged into any of this. This was all the work of her senior brother. His schemes were very deep. He knew that the person responsible was Li Muan's friend. That person's technique made him very scared. Even 3 nascent soul cultivators weren't able to stop that person from entering and exiting the Cloud Sky sect as he wished. As a result, how would he dare say anything? If he talked, then that person would appear unnoticed and kill him. Wang Lin's life returned to being peaceful again, but in his mind, Li Muan's sad smile kept emerging. Every time he saw that sad smile, it felt as if his heart was being pierced. This feeling reached its limit when the Cloud Sky sect announced to the entire country of Chu that one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists, Li Muan, will form a cultivation pair with outer sect elder Sun's son, Sun Jianwei, in 2 months. Wang Lin quietly sat inside the room. After a day and night of thinking, he let out a sigh and revealed a determined look in his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he got up and walked toward the southern courtyard. The entire path wasn't smooth as he was blocked by the white fog. However, after he announced his name, someone went to inform Li Muan, and a path opened up. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Although his steps were slow, there was a feeling of determination with each one. After arriving outside of Li Muan's house, Li Muan's voice floated out. Your teacher's closed-door training is almost over. If you have any questions, you can ask him once he comes out. From now on, unless I call you, don't come here anymore. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then slowly said, I want a pill that can raise my cultivation level to nascent soul in 2 months. Li Muan was startled. She stood up, opened the door, and stared at Wang Lin. She asked, with a trembling voice, Who are you? Wang Lin revealed a gentle look, which was a rare sight. However, that trace of gentleness was replaced by calmness as he asked, Is there such a pill? Li Muan bit her lower lip. Her eyes revealed a never-before-seen happiness as she stared at Wang Lin. She still had a feeling of uncertainty in her heart, but soon, her expression suddenly changed as her eyes became cold. She shouted, Who the hell are you? Li Muan immediately remembered that the drop of blood in her brow didn't react. Clearly, this person wasn't the person she was thinking of. Slowly, the hatred for that person appeared and was redirected to Wang Lin, who sounded almost exactly like that person. Wang Lin looked at Li Muan and let out a sigh. He put his hand on his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. After looking at it for a bit, he threw it at Li Muan. The moment the jade appeared, Li Muan's entire body went soft. After catching the jade, she leaned against the wall as tears of joy flowed down her face. Killing Sun Jianwei is easy, but it has to wait until my cultivation level is high enough to make sure that no one in the Cloud Sky sect dares to speak up. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I can take you anywhere in the entire country of Chu, and no one will dare to stand in my way. Wang Lin's voice was dull, but his words were filled with arrogance. Day in, day out, nearing 3,000 words, reading a lot, but can't force myself to split the story into 2,000 words chapters, because then the flavor's gone. Leo with tears in his eyes, longing for the like button for the video. Chapter 220 Pills. Li Muan raised her head as she looked at Wang Lin. Her face slowly turned red as she said, You can come in. She moved to get out of the doorway. Wang Lin didn't say anything as he walked forward. When he walked past Li Muan, a fragrance that could cause one's heart to flutter entered his nose. Wang Lin stopped and looked at Li Muan. They were very close to each other. Wang Lin could clearly see her face becoming more and more red. Even her neck was starting to turn red. Wang Lin's eyes were no longer cold as he wrapped his arm around Li Muan's waist. Li Muan's body softened up again as she fell onto Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin could clearly feel Li Muan's fast heartbeat. After a long time, Li Muan bit her lower lip and pushed Wang Lin away. She looked at Wang Lin and asked, Why do you look different from before? Wang Lin let go of Li Muan. He scanned the room, then sat down on a chair. Li Muan poured tea for him, then stood there, waiting for his answer. Wang Lin slightly smiled and said, Ma Liang was a possessed body. This is my real body. Li Muan blinked and quickly asked, Your real name is Wang Lin. Also, why is your current cultivation level so different from the you that I saw a while ago? Wang Lin nodded. After pondering for a while, he responded, This time, I'll tell you. Now, I want to ask, is there a pill that will allow a foundation establishment cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage in 2 months? Li Muan's beautiful face revealed a contemplative expression. She whispered, Only in some ancient books are there records of pills that allowed one to reach the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. But those pills' recipes are either lost or the materials are extinct, and finding alternative materials is extremely difficult. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If there were no pills like that, then how will he reach the nascent soul stage in 2 months? This was a very serious problem. Li Muan frowned as she carefully searched her memories while sitting next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't bother her. 200 years of time didn't leave any marks on her at all. This made Wang Lin feel a bit strange. She not only didn't age, but became even more charming than before. There was also a graceful temperament with a hint of arrogance. Many different recipes and books flashed through Li Muan's mind. After a long time her eyes suddenly lit up and, with a tone of happiness, she quickly said, "I was thinking of a way. If it is going from foundation establishment directly to nascent soul, then even on this entire planet, Sasuke, there are basically no existing pills that could do this. But if we split up this problem, then it would be doable. The first part would be to move from foundation establishment to core formation, then, after reaching core formation, try to find a way to reach nascent soul." Wang Lin nodded. Li Muan let out a smile. Her eyes were filled with confidence. She blinked a few times with her beautiful eyes and said, "If it is rising up to core formation, Wan Er has quite a few pills for that." "My heir. Brother Wang, what pills have you taken so far?" Wang Lin pondered a little, then said, "This avatar hasn't taken many pills. Besides Peiyuan pills, only foundation establishment pills." "Foundation establishment pills?" Li Muan's eyes were filled with surprise as she continued. "If it is just Peiyuan pills, then it is fine. After all, they are the most basic pills that alchemists learn to make. But the foundation establishment pill can be considered a spirit pill. Brother Wang, did you make the pill on your own?" With that, she let out a faint smile and delicately said, "Oh, I remember now. Your teacher, Zhao Lin, is still in closed-door training. I am your ancestral teacher right now." Wang Lin's face let out a rare faint shade of red, but it soon disappeared. He coughed and said, "The foundation establishment pills were made by me, but they were infused with that spirit liquid I gifted you before." Li Muan's eyes revealed a serious look. She stood up and asked, "Do you have more of that spirit liquid?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. Li Muan's chest rose up and went back down as she took deep breaths. "Brother Wang, how much of that spirit liquid do you have left? Is there a lot?" she asked. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding as he placed a white bottle on the table. Li Muan's eyes revealed a disappointed look and muttered, "So there is only one bottle left." There probably wasn't much of something as rare as this to begin with. Before she could finish, another bottle appeared in Wang Lin's hand. One bottle after another appeared in Wang Lin's hand, and were placed on the table until there were 8 bottles. Li Muan was dumbfounded. After a long time, she regained her senses. She looked at the 8 bottles, then at Wang Lin before asking, "Brother Wang, are all of these bottles filled with pure spirit liquid or did you dilute it?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "I didn't dilute it. It's the same spirit liquid I gave you before. Is this enough? If not, I can give you more." Li Muan's face suddenly turned red. She stared at Wang Lin and asked, "There's more?" Wang Lin nodded and said, smiling, "However much you want, I have." Li Muan's chest rapidly went up and down. She opened one of the bottles and carefully looked at what was inside. She then looked at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. After a long time, she finally managed to say one sentence. "Brother Wang, do you know what effects this spirit liquid has?" Wang Lin didn't hide anything and slowly said, "I have always used the spirit liquid instead of pills to raise my cultivation. Lately, I noticed that this spirit liquid can also help increase the success rate of alchemy." Li Muan was stunned again. She looked at Wang Lin with an odd expression. After a long time, she laughed. "Brother Wang, you really wasting a heavenly treasure. Although I don't know where this spirit liquid came from, after experimenting with what was in the bottle you left me for a majority of my life, I found that if you use the spirit liquid during alchemy, it can increase the success rate of making pills. Also, if you consume it directly, it can prevent you from aging. After taking it for a long time, it can increase a person's lifespan. If a large amount of it is used to make a pill, it can make a powerful spirit pill that would be several times more effective than just drinking it. If there was only 1 drop of this spirit liquid, it wouldn't be that good. But if there are more than 10 drops, it can be sold for an unimaginable price in the cultivation world." After Wang Lin heard this, his eyes were still calm as he said, "Oh, so if you use this to make a pill, will it increase my chance of reaching nascent soul?" Li Muan took a deep breath and said, with confidence, "If there was no spirit liquid, then I would have no confidence in helping you reach nascent soul." All I would be able to do is give you a lot of pills and hope for the best. But, with all of this spirit liquid, I have a 30% chance of getting you to nascent soul in 2 months. 30%, Wang Lin frowned as he nodded. He quickly touched his bag of holding and took out a pill furnace. The pill furnace was the one from Yunfei. Wan do you recognize this pill furnace? Li Muwan only took one look, and her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. After a long time, she took a deep breath and asked, "Brother Wang, where have you been in these past 200 years?" Wang Lin let out a faint smile and asked, "What? Is this a treasure?" Li Muwan repeatedly nodded. Her face was filled with excitement and her body was giving off an irresistible aura. "Brother Wang, the quality of this pill furnace is extremely high. In fact, it is comparable to the giant pill furnace in the Cloud Sky sect. Wan suspects that this pill furnace is even better than those pill furnaces. If you look at these complex lines, they aren't natural, but traces of countless pills produced by this pill furnace. These signs are sometimes the real indication of the value of a pill furnace. If Wan is correct, then this is the main treasure of an alchemy sect." Wang Lin secretly nodded. Her analysis was very close to his own speculation. Li Muwan looked at the yellow paper with dreamy eyes and slowly said, "But, compared to this pill furnace, this piece of yellow paper is even more precious. Look at the seal on this yellow paper. Wan has only seen hints of this in some old books. This paper is called a pill seal. Its function is to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. While sealing the pill, it also helps nourish the pill at the same time. This technique was even rare in ancient times. The production process of pill seals have long been forgotten. What is more rare is how complete this pill seal is, and that it is still functioning. It has to be said that if even a normal pill was placed under a pill seal, after a few days, its effect will increase by 1-fold. If left longer, its effect will increase even more. Rumor has it that all of those heaven-defying pills and stories were created after being left in a pill seal for hundreds of years. It can be said that the pill seal played a key role in making those pills. Wang Lin was very surprised. He looked at the yellow paper. He didn't expect the paper to be more precious than the pill furnace. Exactly what kind of pill would be inside of a pill furnace this rare and sealed by a pill seal this precious? Following this logic, wouldn't the pill be even more precious than the pill furnace and pill seal combined? Li Muwan took a deep breath. She looked at the pill furnace and continued with her beautiful voice. "Brother Wang, you might have already guessed that the real treasure isn't the pill seal or the pill furnace, but the pill inside. It is rumored that only heaven-defying pills would be placed inside of this type of pill furnace and use this type of seal. Wan is now very curious as to what kind of pill is sealed inside here." International Children's Day brings tears and wishing for the like button for the video. Chapter 221, Soaring Cultivation. Wang Lin stared at the pill furnace as he thought about Yunfei. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. This was the piece of jade he got from Yunfei. He placed the piece of jade on the table and said, "This piece of jade was with the person who had the pill furnace. See if there is any connection between them." Li Muwan's beautiful eyes lit up. She picked up the piece of jade and scanned it. After a while, she frowned slightly and whispered, "Qi Wang sect, this should be from the Qi Wang sect. The recipes inside of this jade are clearly from the Qi Wang sect. Brother Wang, did you get this at the inner part of the Sea of Devils?" Wang Lin nodded. Li Muwan lightly bit her lower lip and said, "Then it has to be the Qi Wang sect." The Qi Wang sect was originally a sect from a rank country, but after conflicts with an enemy sect, they moved into the Sea of Devils and have disappeared without a trace. It seems this pill furnace belonged to the Qi Wang sect, meaning that the method of opening the seal is lost. Wan only knows that this seal can be carelessly opened. It requires a series of procedures and the right timing to open. If it is opened by force, it will damage the pill that is inside. Also, Wan feels that the pill isn't ready yet. Even if we open it correctly, it won't have reached the potential it could have if we were to keep it sealed for a while longer. Wang Lin secretly nodded. This was the only explanation of why Yunfei didn't open it herself, but tried to exchange it for the removal of her restriction. Li Muwan said, with a determined look, "Brother Wang, Wan will go to the Cloud Sky Sect's library to see if there is any information on opening the seal. If the pill is for increasing cultivation, then it will increase the chances of you reaching the nascent soul stage." Li Muwan took out several bottles of pills and handed them to Wang Lin. After she explained what all of the pills did, Wang Lin left. Wang Lin left the southern courtyard under Li Muan's reluctant gaze. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation was too low. If he stayed with Li Muan for too long, it would attract people's attention. Therefore, Wang Lin left the southern courtyard and decided to go into closed-door training back in his room. He and Li Muan had already made arrangements and left each other a transmission jade. Once she opens the seal, she will send the pill to him. At the same time, for Li Muan's safety, Wang Lin left the devil Shu Liguo and the second devil to protect her. With those two working together, they should even be able to hold off a nascent soul cultivator for a bit. That amount of time would be enough for Wang Lin's main body to appear. Also, only the devils that had a link to Wang Lin could still connect with him while he was inside the heaven-defying bead's space. Just as Wang Lin walked out of the southern courtyard, a gentle voice came out of the white fog behind him. "Your name is Wang Lin." Wang Lin's steps stopped. He turned around and saw the white fog roll as a middle-aged man walked out. He was very handsome and very refined. He had the aura of a fairy. This person was Outer Sect Elder Sun's son, Sun Zhenwei. Wang Lin calmly said, "I am." Zhenwei revealed a friendly smile and chuckled. "Did you just go to see your teacher's ancestor?" Wang Lin sneered in his heart, but he calmly nodded. Sun Zhenwei looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "In 2 months, I will also be someone that can be considered your teacher's ancestor. You are very diligent, and that's good. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can ask your teacher's ancestor, and if you have any question about cultivation, you can ask me." Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, "If there is nothing else, disciple still has a batch of pills to attend to." Sun Zhenwei became angry, and his face sunk, but he quickly smiled again. After glancing at Wang Lin, he took out a flying sword and said, "This flying sword is called Green Wind. Consider it a greeting gift. Take it." With that, he waved his hand and the sword moved toward Wang Lin and floated in front of him. After Wang Lin received it, he clasped his hands to say his thanks, then turned around and left. Sun Zhenwei kept smiling as Wang Lin disappeared. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he secretly thought, "This brat is only at the foundation establishment stage, so he will the perfect pawn to monitor Li Muan. Even if he suspects that something is up with his cultivation, he won't be able to find anything." Wang Lin walked all the way back to the courtyard he resided in. After entering his room, he formed a restriction and placed it on the flying sword. The flying sword shone a cold light. Sun Zhenwei giving him the flying sword was well within Wang Lin's predictions. At most, the flying sword was just a means to spy on him. Wang Lin sneered. His restriction not only stopped the monitoring effect of the flying sword, but did so in a way that Sun Zhenwei wouldn't notice. After throwing the flying sword to the side, he took a deep breath and put his hand on his brow to enter the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin knew that he was short on time. With the heaven-defying bead, he had about 2 years of time. There wasn't much time remaining. Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the heaven-defying bead, and before him were more than 10 bottles of pills. Some of the bottles were sealed with wax. These pills were the best of the pills Li Muan had made in the past 200 years. All of these pills were very suitable for him and would increase his chance of reaching the core formation stage. Wang Lin followed Li Muan's directions and placed the bottles in order of what he needed to take from right to left. He picked up a bottle and opened the wax seal. A strong aroma of medicine floated out of the bottle. Inside it were 10 lychee nut-sized pills. This pill was called the Qizuo pill. It was a rank 2 spirit pill. By using a lot of rare ingredients, not only did it provide a large amount of spiritual energy, it also helped widen the channels in one's body. This Qizuo pill was one of the 18 rare pills in the old Luohe sect. In the cultivation world, it was a very rare pill and a grade above the foundation establishment pill. The thing that made this pill so rare was its effect to widen the channels. Even within the Cloud Sky sect, there weren't many pills that widened the channels, and all of those pills were rank 4. For a rank 2 pill to increase the channels was extremely rare. Inside the Cloud Sky sect, there were only 20 or so of these Qizuo pills, and all of them were made by Li Muan. Wang Lin picked up a pill and put it into his mouth. Then, he immediately began to cultivate. Spiritual energy flooded into his body, and he immediately noticed the difference between it and the foundation establishment pill. The Qizuo pill had more than double the spiritual energy of the Foundation Establishment pill. The boundless spiritual energy slowly calmed down as it was swallowed by the ancient goddess tactic. After a while, Wang Lin swallowed another pill. Time slowly passed by, and Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the late stage of Foundation Establishment after taking all of the Qizuo pills. This method of pill consumption that disregarded any negative consequences in the future was something only Wang Lin was willing to do. It has to be said that even in the few pills specialized in cultivation methods, no one would take this many pills in such a short amount of time. First of all, absorption was a very big problem. The absorption time varied depending on the pill. But it takes at least a few days or even longer to completely absorb all the spiritual energy in the pill so none is wasted. Aside from the fact that the materials for pills were rare, cultivators don't want to be wasteful, so they absorb as much of the spiritual energy as possible. But the pills contain a fairly large amount of spiritual energy. If too much gets absorbed at once, not only will it not help, but it will increase the chances of a devil entering the cultivator. And if too many pills are consumed in a short period of time, or so to say, if cultivation is raised too quickly in a short period of time, then even if there is no harm to the body, it will have deadly effects on future cultivation. But none of these problems existed for Wang Lin. First of all, with the ancient goddess tactic, the spiritual energy in the pills are rapidly absorbed. And as for the effects on future cultivation, this was only an avatar and not the main body. In fact, the avatar was basically just a super pill in a way. However, the amount of power in this pill was beyond anything a normal pill would have. It was a human-shaped pill to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. After using up all of the Qizuo pills, Wang Lin picked up the second bottle. He wasn't too sure how hard reaching the core formation stage will be for his avatar. It has to be said that back then, by using the Underworld Ascension method, he formed 3 sub-cores, then fused them together to make a core embryo. Then, only after taking a series of pills from Li Muan did he finally reach the core formation stage. Li Muan didn't say the name of this pill, but said that Wang Lin will know when he sees it. He broke the wax seal, then looked inside the bottle and let out a faint smile. Inside the bottle were 5 purple pills. Wang Lin immediately recognized these as the Tian Lai pills he took before. It seems Li Muan has spent a lot of blood and sweat in these past 200 years to refine these Tian Li pills again. In fact, this was true. The Tian Li pill was a rank 3 pill and the materials went extinct with the country of Hao Fen. It was only after coming to the Cloud Sky sect and by using her status of elder that Li Muan managed to get the materials to make more. However, even the Cloud Sky sect didn't have much of those materials. After refining 5 of these pills, all of the materials for it were used up. In fact, a vast majority of materials for the pills Wang Lin was taking were materials Li Muan got from the Cloud Sky sect. It could be said that the cost for Wang Lin's cultivation this time was paid for entirely by the Cloud Sky sect. Quickly approaching 3,900 words, Leo fierce as a tiger. Wishing for sharing, for likes on the video, for channel followers. Chapter 222, Heaven, Stealing 7 Furnace. The Tian Li pill was something that could increase the chance of forming a core. It was a rare pill that was only given to core members of a sect or if the member had some great contribution. 5 Tian Li pills was already an enormous amount. After all, Li Muan was only one person. It must have taken her years of effort to make these pills. After Wang Lin looked at them for a bit, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. This Tian Li pill was several times stronger than the one his main body took all those years ago. After all, the Tian Li pills back then used substitution materials. Time slowly passed and the first Tian Li pill failed. Although it failed, it did move all of Wang Lin's spiritual energy to his dantian. The second Tian Li pill also failed, but the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body became even more concentrated. If one looked in from the outside, Wang Lin's dantian was like the sea, and all of the meridians in his body were like rivers. The spiritual energy flowed from the meridians into his dantian, forming a whirlpool in the middle. Every time this whirlpool spun once, all of the spiritual energy in his body would surge. The process looked very strange. The third Tian Li pill also failed, but the whirlpool in Wang Lin's dantian spun even faster. Soon, a drop of golden liquid gathered in the center of the whirlpool. Wang Lin didn't immediately take the fourth pill, but sat there and cultivated. After a long time, the whirlpool started to slow down and there were now 3 drops of golden liquid in his dantian. These 3 drops of golden liquid were formed by all of the spiritual energy in his body. The moment the 3rd drop appeared, all of the spiritual energy had disappeared everywhere else in Wang Lin's body, and even the whirlpool in his dantian was slowly fading. Wang Lin used the ancient god tactic. However, instead of the spiritual energy being absorbed by his body, he forced the spiritual energy to cycle through his body. There was no such thing as foundation establishment, core formation, or nascent soul to the ancient gods. After all, none of them would give up their outer power method, so, besides Wang Lin, no one else had ever used the ancient god tactic for inner power. So when all of the spiritual energy in his body condensed into 3 drops of golden liquid, Wang Lin was very confused, but he couldn't find any memories that would explain it. He could clearly feel that within each drop of this golden liquid, there was enough spiritual energy to match a core formation cultivator. He felt that this was very similar to when he was at the Juming Valley in the country of Zhao, and used his Ji realm to form the cold essence bead. However, in the end, Wang Lin's body was destroyed, and his Ji realm fused with his soul. He could never use that cold essence bead technique again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the 3 drops of golden liquid. He picked up the 3rd bottle. This bottle didn't have a wax seal, and there were more than 30 black pills inside. This pill was called the Suo Ming pill. Li Muwan said that this pill should be taken after reaching the core formation stage. At the foundation establishment stage, only one could be taken. Otherwise, a person's body will swell up and their spiritual energy will go into chaos. Wang Lin calmly picked up this pill and then, without even looking at it, he threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, slivers of spiritual energy appeared in the originally empty meridians. Soon, under the effect of the ancient god tactic, Wang Lin's body was filled with spiritual energy again. He quickly cycled the spiritual energy into his dantian again. The whirlpool that was fading started to slowly spin again, until it was rapidly spinning once more. After an unknown amount of time, the golden liquid in Wang Lin's dantian increased to 5 drops. A sudden feeling of swelling appeared in Wang Lin's dantian. His eyes lit up as he consumed the last 2 Tian Li pills and started to cultivate. The 2 Tian Li pills surged through Wang Lin's body like a giant wave. The pressure generated by the wave soon pressed upon the 5 drops of golden liquid. Suddenly, the 5 drops of golden liquid that were originally apart started to come closer together. Soon, the 5 drops collided and fused together. At the same time, under the effect of the 2 Tian Li pills, Wang Lin's dantian cracked. The cracks couldn't be stopped, and soon, Wang Lin's entire dantian shattered. These shattered pieces of his dantian merged into the golden liquid along with the spiritual energy from the Tian Li pills. Soon, everything merged together to form a golden core that was the size of a fist in Wang Lin's lower abdomen. There were numerous lines connecting the golden core to the meridians. A huge surge of spiritual energy appeared as the golden core spun once. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as he crossed the threshold between foundation establishment and core formation. During all of this, Li Muwan was at the library for more than a month. In this month, she had almost never left as she searched through the library for a way to open the seal. In fact, she had already found 3 methods to open the pill seal, but each of these methods had a chance of lowering the effect of the pill or making the pill useless. Li Muwan was unable to accept these risks. She had a feeling that this pill was the key for Wang Lin to break into the nascent soul stage. Sun Jianwei had been keeping an eye on Li Muwan's actions. He had already felt that there was something strange going on with her being inside the library for so long. But no matter how much he guessed and analyzed, he couldn't figure out what. And as for that disciple named Wang Lin, he had been in closed-door training for a month and hadn't gone to see Li Muwan at all. The flying sword Sun Jianwei gave Wang Lin still hadn't had any response. Although all of this was normal, Sun Jianwei still felt like something was off. But there was only about a month left before the cultivation pair ceremony. Whenever someone formed the sect came to congratulate him, he was obligated to greet them, so he no longer bothered with his matter. The few nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect also knew that Li Muwan didn't like the idea of the cultivation pair. So they didn't question why she had been inside the library for so long. They even opened up the secret areas that were normally restricted for her as a favor to try to mend the rift between them. About 20 days away from the day of the cultivation pear ceremony, Li Muwan finally found another method, one that had a higher chance of success. She carefully calculated in her heart that with this method, there was a 50% chance of opening the seal without harming the pill. Even if it wasn't successful, the harm done to the pill would not be very large. At the very least, the chance of the pill becoming useless was the lowest out of all the methods. Seeing that time was up, she decided to use this method. After she made her decision, she quickly recorded the method. However, she didn't leave immediately, but read some other stuff for most of the day before finally leaving. In fact, Li Muwan had recorded many things during her month-long stay here. She had also read many things besides things related to the pill seal. The reason she did this was to deceive others. Li Muwan wasn't new to the cultivation world. In fact, after experiencing so much, her already clever mind became even more sharp and cold. If she was not like this, it would have been very difficult for her to survive as a woman in this cruel world of cultivation. This caution came actually more or less from Wang Lin. It could be said that Li Muwan gained some of Wang Lin's caution during their time in the Sea of Devils. This caution had saved her many times after they split up. She knew that in the Cloud Sky sect, there were people, especially Sun Zhenwei, who wanted to know what she had been searching for so long here. As a result, Li Muwan's caution played a very big role. Even if someone came to spy on her, it would be very difficult for them to find what she was really looking for. Even if they traced the recording technique she used, they still wouldn't be able to find much. During her stay here, Li Muwan recorded many things, and things regarding the pill seal only made up a small portion of that. Soon after she left, Sun Zhenwei walked in. After he walked in, he took out a purple token, and on the token, the word cloud was clearly written. The moment this token appeared, the space 3 meters before him suddenly distorted as 2 men in gray robes walk out. The two looked at the token and kneeled on the ground. Outer sect disciple greets the cloud order, they said. This scripture library has always been guarded by the outer sect. What have you two found out in the month that you have been spying on Li Muwan? Sun Zhenwei's face was no longer gentle, but revealed a trace of darkness. One of the men in gray whispered, Elder Li's search was all over the place, from pill recipes to medication effects. From Disciple-S observation, there wasn't anything that stood out. Sun Zhenwei frowned. He didn't believe that Li Muwan would waste a month of time to look at random things. He pondered for a bit, then asked, did she record anything? The other man in gray calmly said, she did, but they were equally as random. It was as if Elder Li didn't have any real goal. However, there is another possibility. Sun Zhenwei's eyes lit up and he said, speak. The men in gray calmly said, Elder Li is very clever and cautious. She already knew that there would be people spying on her, so she purposely hid her search among other things. If that is really the truth, then she has succeeded. Sun Zhenwei snorted. He had already guessed something was up, but he remembered that there were only 20 days left. He really wanted to see what Li Muwan could do about it. Sun Zhenwei was also no longer afraid of Li Muwan as friend. During the cultivation pear ceremony, there would be many nascent soul ancestors present. If that person tries anything, the ancestors will take care of it for him. After Wang Lin reached the core formation stage, he consumed several bottles of pills. As the ancient god tactic absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the pills, his cultivation shot up and broke through the early stage of core formation into the mid-stage. But Wang Lin still felt that this speed was too slow. He ignored the consequences and kept taking pills, but he could feel the effects of the pills decrease. Li Muwan told him about this phenomenon. This was what happened to one's body after taking too many pills. This phenomenon was very mysterious. Although all of the spiritual energy was still in the pill, the moment the spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body, a large portion of it would disappear before the ancient god tactic could even activate. This phenomenon was called body barrier. This was a problem that anyone who takes a lot of pills will encounter, and the only method of fixing this problem was to take even more precious pills. Otherwise, there was no other way. No matter how much time passes, this barrier will still exist in one's body. After continuously taking pills for days, the body barrier appeared in Wang Lin's body, but he couldn't stop taking pills now, and Li Muwan had also taken this matter into consideration. In fact, with an alchemy master like Li Muwan, Wang Lin didn't even have to think about the pills at all, because she had already prepared everything perfectly. Wang Lin picked up the bottle from the ground. What was in this bottle was the key to get past the body barrier. The pills in this bottle were called body barrier breaking pills. Although they were called that, they didn't really remove the body barrier. They were just pills that Li Muwan made with some very rare materials that would help one's body better absorb the effect of pills. If you only look at the rank, this pill was only a rank 1 pill, but if used properly, it could have some amazing effects. After taking this pill, Wang Lin quickly took several bottles and swallowed all of the pills inside. Although the speed at which the spiritual energy was dissipating hadn't slowed down, the rate that Wang Lin's body absorbed them had increased greatly. For a normal person, although it increased the rate, they would only be able to feel that they were absorbing spiritual energy a bit faster. But with Wang Lin's ancient goddess tactic, that slight increase gave it enough time to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy that would have normally dissipated. With this method, Wang Lin's cultivation shot up from mid-stage core formation to late stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of late stage, he was very close to the nascent soul stage. But all of the pills Li Muwan had given him were used up. On this day, Wang Lin awoke from his cultivation inside the heaven-defying bead. He could feel a call from the devil Shu Ligu. From his earlier agreement with Li Muwan, he knew that this meant that she had found way to open the seal. Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. His body suddenly faded, as if he had broken through space and disappeared without a trace. In a garden in the northern courtyard, pieces of golden light appeared from the void and fused together into a human shape. Soon the figure became solid, revealing Wang Lin's figure. The moment Wang Lin appeared, his eyes lit up as he looked at the flying sword he had left on the ground. He waved his hand and picked up the sword. There was a restriction made from divine sense placed on the flying sword. The restriction was rather clever, but, as he suspected, the effect of the restriction was for monitoring. Wang Lin calmly threw the sword, and it got stuck in the ground. He opened the door of the room as he walked toward the gate. But just at that moment, his steps stopped as the gate silently opened and Zhou Lin walked in. After he saw Wang Lin, his eyes immediately focused on him. He immediately detected the difference in Wang Lin. It has to be said that before he went into closed-door training, Wang Lin was only at the 3rd layer of QI condensation. He couldn't even see through Wang Lin's cultivation now. Even if the current Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't at the late stage of core formation, he thought that Wang Lin was at least at the mid-stage. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Teacher is currently being watched. She asked me to take you somewhere to meet you." Wang Lin calmly looked at the person and nodded. Zhou Lin walked into the garden and closed the gate. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, "This should I be calling you uncle still forget it. Since you are my teacher's friend, you are my uncle. Uncle, this way please." Zhou Lin shook his head. He was actually still in closed-door training, but he received a message from Li Muwan to come out early. Zhou Lin was an orphan who was saved by Li Muwan and had been following her ever since. He was filled with respect and gratitude toward Li Muwan. From Li Muwan's words, he realized that the disciple he took in was her friend. It took him a very long time to sort this all out in his head. This was why, after he saw Wang Lin's cultivation level, he was only startled and not surprised. He just assumed that Wang Lin's cultivation had always been like this, and that he had been hiding it before. Zhou Lin arrived in front of his room. He waved his hand and the door glowed. After that, he opened it. Zhou Lin turned around to look at Wang Lin, then walked into the room. Wang Lin didn't move, but spread his divine sense and secretly placed a restriction that he could activate at any time on Zhou Lin's body. Only after that did he walk into the room. Wang Lin was cautious toward everyone. Although Zhou Lin was good to him before, and was also Li Muwan's disciple, when it was time to be cautious, he would never be sloppy. Under the scan of his divine sense, he only found a fluctuation of spiritual power from the pill furnace and everything else seemed normal. The moment Zhou Lin entered the room, he touched his bag of holding and took out 3 pieces of jade. He placed them under the pill furnace. He took a few steps back as he formed a few seals and shot them toward the pill furnace. The pill furnace glowed and sank 3 inches into the ground. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the furnace. After turning the furnace a few times, a ray of light appeared on the wall before him. This ray of light moved like a dragon waving its tail. It moved quickly and soon formed a formation. Zhou Lin took a few steps back and respectfully said, "This formation is connected to a secret chamber that teacher has secretly prepared and no outsider knows of. Uncle, please enter." Disciple will stand guard here and report to uncle if anything happens. Wang Lin didn't move, but stared at the formation on the wall. After a while he looked at Zhou Lin and said, "Your teacher is inside the secret chamber?" Zhou Lin secretly sighed. He knew that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. He bitterly smiled as he took out a jade and said, "This is a piece of jade teacher gave to disciple. Uncle, please take a look." Wang Lin took the piece of jade and scanned it. He looked at Zhou Lin, then walked toward the wall. The moment he touched the wall, his body instantly disappeared. Zhou Lin's expression remained normal as he turned the pill furnace and made the formation disappear. He placed some herbs into the pill furnace and began to concentrate on alchemy, but in reality, he kept his divine sense spread out so that if anything happens, he will immediately notify his teacher. Zhou Lin didn't know what relationship Wang Lin had with his teacher, but he knew that everything he had now was from Li Muan, so if Li Muan asks him to do something, he will give it his all. He also knew that his teacher must be doing some mysterious things that are related to the cultivation pair ceremony in 20 days. Once he gets involved, he will be dragged into this matter as well. When Wang Lin appeared again, he saw Li Muan. Before him was a chamber. Although the chamber wasn't large, the most eye-catching thing in the chamber was the pill furnace. On top of the pill furnace were 7 black dragons. Right now, the 7 dragons were spewing out purple smoke that was slowly rising up and condensing into a purple ball. Within the purple ball was a small pill furnace with a piece of yellow paper on it. Li Muan's eyes were glued to the pill furnace, her expression tense. When she saw Wang Lin, she softly said, "Above us is the square outside the Cloud Sky Sect's main hall. To open this pill seal, we will need to borrow the power of the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces." Tears streaming long, wishing for the like button for the video. Chapter 223, Opening the Pill Seal. The origin of the Cloud Sky Sect's 7 heaven-stealing pilling furnace was very mysterious. Rumor has it that the founder of the sect created 9 of them. They were sealed under the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain, waiting for disciples that could summon them. But no matter how strong the founder was, he was still not even at the spirit-severing stage due to the rank of the country, so even if there was some power within the pill furnaces, no one really bothered to steal them. But the power of the heaven-stealing pill furnace was great, so using the words heaven-stealing wasn't exactly wrong. In the ancient records of the Cloud Sky Sect, these 9 heaven-stealing pill furnace were all fakes. The founder of the Cloud Sky Sect once saw the original furnace and memorized the design, then forged the pill furnace from his memories. The reason why it was 9 pill furnaces was because the founder's cultivation level wasn't high enough to make one pill furnace containing all of the things he had memorized, so he had to make 9 pill furnaces to contain them all. As a result, the 9 heaven-stealing pill furnaces were created. There was another mysterious aspect of the heaven-stealing pill furnaces. They couldn't leave the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain range. The moment they leave the mountain range, they will turn into scrap metal. This phenomenon has caused some higher-ranked cultivation countries to come investigate, but they found nothing. However, because of this, they gave up on the idea of stealing them and supported the Cloud Sky Sect instead. Therefore, the Cloud Sky Sect was able to develop quickly and became the #1 sect in the country of Chu. Li Muan had a serious expression on her face as she stared at the gas spat out by the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. She whispered, "To open the pill seal, we need spiritual energy and the right time of day. We must borrow spiritual power from the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces when they are in use." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He stood next to Li Muan and watched the pill furnace. He whispered, "Does the Cloud Sky Sect always make a pill once a month?" Li Muan gently nodded. She said, with a gentle voice, "Yes. The heaven-stealing pill furnaces can only be used at a certain time of day once a month to get the maximum effect. Only elders of the Cloud Sky Sect have the privilege to use them. Some rare pills require the heaven-stealing pill furnaces to make." Wang Lin slightly nodded. He pointed at the pill furnace with 7 dragon heads before them and asked, "Is this also a heaven-stealing pill furnace?" Li Muan revealed a proud smile and charmingly said, "This furnace is not a heaven-stealing pill furnace, but the effect is about the same. This pill furnace was secretly made by Wan after studying the heaven-stealing pill furnaces for all these years. This was originally my ace against the Cloud Sky Sect if they ever decided to act against me. If they do, then Wan Er will use this pill furnace to affect the 7 pill furnaces during a pill refining and turn them to dust. This will also release all of the spiritual energy in the pill furnaces, causing all of the nascent soul cultivators to be too busy trying to repair the pill furnaces to chase me. After all, these pill furnaces are everything to them. Wang Lin grinned. He nodded and no longer spoke as he stared at the pill furnace. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "You just said that above here are the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. Are there thousands of years of spiritual energy stored inside of them?" Li Muan was startled. She said, "That is true. There are thousands of years of spiritual energy in those pill furnaces. There could only be more and not less because these pill furnaces have been used to refine pills for thousands of years. After each pill is made, some spiritual energy will remain inside the furnace." Wang Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. He circled the 7 dragon head pill furnace. He then gently touched it. It let out a crisp sound. He didn't turn his head and asked, "Can you steal the spiritual energy from the heavens stealing pill furnaces above us with this pill furnace?" Li Muan's eyes widened as she realized what Wang Lin meant and asked, "You want to cultivate in this pill furnace?" Wang Lin turned around. He smiled at Li Muan and said, "Yes, if I were to cultivate in this pill furnace, it would be very effective. However, it wouldn't be with this avatar body, but my main body." Li Muan's expression became strange. Just as she was about to speak, the amount of purple gas coming out of the dragon head suddenly increased. Large amount of gas floated up, forming a dark cloud above the pill furnace. Inside the dark cloud was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. The furnace glowed red, and the pill seal started to flutter up and down. At that moment, on the ground above this chamber, the elders of the Cloud Sky sect were staring at the sky, calculating the time of day. These elders were all master alchemists of the Cloud Sky sect, and one of them was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists, Xianxia. Xianxia was originally the disciple of the inner sect's sect head, but he willingly gave up the chance of becoming sect head to focus all of his attention on alchemy. This person's passion for alchemy had reached an unimaginable degree. He didn't care about cultivation or power. It could be said that he didn't care about anything other than alchemy. Xianxia's goal in life was to refine the legendary rank 9 divine pill, but his goal was just too far out of reach. Even rank 6 countries could only make rank 6 pills. Even the few geniuses that would sometimes come along could only make rank 7 pills. Precisely because of how difficult alchemy was, the Cloud Sky sect was protected by a giant demon sect from a rank country. It has to be said that rank 5 pills are the limit of what a rank country can make. All of this showed the importance of the Cloud Sky sect to the giant demon sect. Xianxia was a rank 5 alchemist and had reached the early stage of nascent soul. If he wasn't so focused on alchemy, he would have already reached late stage and would become one of the sect's ancestors. Although he was only at early stage of nascent soul, his status was much higher than Li Muan, who was an outsider. Today, he was going to refine a rank 5 pill. He had prepared for several years for this. Besides himself, he asked 6 other people to come help him with sacrifice refining. Sacrifice refining was a pill refining technique Xianxia invented himself. In his mind, pill refining was an act that defied the heavens, so there needed to be sacrifices. It was similar to the ancient god's heaven sacrifice ceremony, only the sacrifices he was making were pills. Xianxia had a head full of white hair and looked very old, but his eyes shined a demonic light. He let out a very mysterious aura that made none of the other 6 alchemists dare to look at him directly. It has to be said that this demonic light had the ability to affect one's soul, but if used in alchemy, it allowed one to see inside of the pill furnace. He obtained this ability when took a ghost sight pill. This ghost sight pill was very mysterious. Only 1 out of 10 people that take the pill manage to obtain this vision. Everyone who fails goes blind. Such a vicious pill obviously had very good effects. If one successfully absorbs the ghost vision pill, they will gain ghost vision. Ghost vision was one of the reasons he was able to walk this far on the path of alchemy. Currently, Xianxia was wearing a large gray robe while staring at the sky. After a while, he frowned and said, "When I refine a pill, I hate it when other people are watching." "Junior brother sect head, do you not know this?" 3 people walked out of the main hall. One of them was the sect head of the inner sect. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Didn't I tell you guys already? When Elder Marshal brother refines a pill, he doesn't allow anyone to watch." With that, he clasped his hands at Ouyang and said, "Elder Martial Brother, these two are guests from the cultivation country of Tianwu. They want to see Elder Brother refine a pill. What do you say?" The two people behind him were both thin and tall, but both of them emitted a very powerful aura. Clearly, their cultivation levels were very high. Ouyang frowned. He coldly said, "Scram!" The sect head's expression remained normal, but the two guests' faces changed. They displayed a mocking expression, but they didn't do anything and left. The Cloud Sky sect's head, Yuan Tian, already told them about this before, but they insisted on coming. After letting out a sigh, he accompanied the two and began chatting with them. In his view, these two were here to buy pills, and their offer was very attractive, so he still needed to accommodate them a little. After the three left, Ouyang continued to calculate the time. After about 10 breaths, his eyes lit up. His hand formed seals as he jumped into the air and shot out 7 rays of light onto the 7 pill furnaces. Currently, his large robe fluttered in the wind, making him look very majestic. The 6 alchemists watched him with looks of admiration. The 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces began to move after the light landed on them. They moved in a circle as if there was a giant hand moving them from above. 6 of the pill furnaces formed a circle with the 7th at the center. At the same time, in the underground chamber, Li Muan's dragon pill furnace also reacted. Li Muan took a deep breath. She bit her finger and immediately formed several seals with her hand. She shot the seals at the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. The 7 dragons moved as if they were alive and floated around the chamber. They all coiled up. Soon, the 7 dragons turned into illusionary pill furnaces. 6 of them formed a circle while the 7th one fused into Li Muan's dragon furnace. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he waved his hand and shot an illusionary circle onto the ground. Then, his hand formed a seal as he shouted, "Main body appear!" Wang Lin's main body with white hair and a purple star on the forehead appeared without a sound through the illusionary circle. The moment he appeared, the chamber became cold. Even the illusionary pill furnaces in the air became a bit blurry. Li Muan stared at Wang Lin's main body with a look of longing. Soon, her eyes lit up. This was the person she had been waiting for more than 200 years. The avatar was just way too inferior compared to the main body. After the main body appeared, he walked toward the center of the chamber. When he arrived before the dragon pill furnace, he turned to look at Li Muan. Li Muan's heart felt cold after seeing the cold gaze. She was too familiar with this gaze. It was exactly the same gaze that Wang Lin had when they met 200 years ago. After 200 years, the coldness in his eyes was even more intense than before. Li Muan took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal. Under her control, the lid of the pill furnace slowly moved aside. Wang Lin's main body jumped into the pill furnace and started cultivating without any hesitation. Soon after, the lid of the pill furnace was closed. At this point, at the ground above the chamber, Ouyang raised both of his arms and held them wide open. He then muttered something to himself. After a short while, he stared at the pill furnace in the center. Suddenly, green gas came out of the pill furnace until it formed a giant hand that began to grow. Ouyang took a deep breath and took out a bag of holding. He dumped countless heavenly treasures into the giant hand. Then, the giant hand closed and turned back into green smoke as it returned to the pill furnace. Ouyang's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Pill sacrifice? First sacrifice, rank 4 demon blood pill?" The moment he finished speaking, one of the 6 people took a few steps forward and slapped his bag of holding. A white jade bottle appeared from the bag of holding. He walked up to one of the pill furnaces and broke the seal on the bottle. He carefully poured out a blood-red pill. The moment the pill appeared, the area was filled with the smell of blood. Currently, the person's face was a bit pale. His right hand was trembling as he held the pill, but he clenched his teeth and put the pill into one of the 6 pill furnaces. The moment the pill entered the pill furnace, the furnace let out a loud roar. Immediately after, a blood-red light shot up into the air, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky. The same scene happened in the chamber as one of the illusionary pill furnaces formed by one of the dragons shot out a pillar of red light. Aside from the size, the pillar of red light was identical to the one outside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Looking at the scene before him, he asked, "What kind of pill refining technique is this?" Li Muan's eyes were filled with respect as she whispered, This is Ouyangzi's own refining method called sacrifice refining. Basically, he is using various rank 4 pills to make a rank 5 pill. Although the success rate isn't too high, it is still much higher than normal methods. Currently, at the ground above, Wang's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Second sacrifice, rank 4 Luo Lin pill." Another person arrived next to a pill furnace. He took out a blue pill and carefully placed it inside the furnace. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light appeared from that pill furnace. Then, Wang went out all and put in 4 more rank 4 pills. Now, 6 pillars of light shot out into the sky. These pillars of light could be seen even outside of the cloud sky-sect mountain range. Wang was very nervous. He stared at the pill furnace in the middle and muttered, "This must succeed. This must succeed. If I succeed this time, I will have 3 rank 5 pills. Combined with the 3 rank 5 pills the sect has, I will have 6. With 6 of them, I could use the rank 5 pills as sacrifices and have a taste of what it's like to refine a rank 6 pill." His eyes shined a never-before-seen light as he stared at the pill furnaces. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "You 6, the refining has started." The 6 alchemists revealed looks of excitement. If they succeeded this time, then they would have helped create a rank 5 pill. This was something all alchemists dreamed of. The 6 of them jumped into the air and floated above the 6 pill furnaces. They sat down cross-legged in the pillars of light and urged the spiritual energy in their bodies to move. Ouyang didn't hesitate at all. His body slowly landed on top of the last pill furnace and he closed his eyes. At that moment, in the underground chamber, the 6 illusionary pill furnaces also emitted their own pillars of light. Inside the center of these pillars of light was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. Below the pill seal was the pill furnace Li Muan made, with Wang Lin's main body inside of it. Although Wang Lin's main body was inside the pill furnace, it was currently not absorbing any spiritual energy as everything was being prepared for the opening of the pill seal. As for absorbing spiritual energy, Wang Lin could wait until after the pill seal opened. Li Muan's expression was serious. Her hand constantly formed seals as she shot them to their respective pill furnaces. Shortly after, countless slivers of light came from the 6 pillars of light and went toward the pill seal in the middle. Slivers of spiritual energy was stolen by Li Muan from the sacrifice of the rank 4 pills. This was how the problem of needing plenty of spiritual energy to open the pill seal was solved. In reality, Li Muan only needed 2 things to open up the pill seal. One of them was location. She needed a place with plenty of spiritual energy, but no spirit vein in the ground. This problem was solved by Ouyang. Now they only had to wait for the right time to open the pill seal. Aside from location, the second requirement was the time. Only by opening the pill seal at the same time of day as when it was sealed would the requirement of time be met. The smaller the time difference, the less damage the pill will suffer. If the time difference was too large, then the pill will suffer damage. Wang Lin already knew all of this after Li Muan explained it. Now the question was, what was the correct time to undo the seal? Li Muan checked many books and found one time. That time would be at 45 minutes past midnight. As a result, the best time to refine pills and seal pills was 45 minutes past midnight. It has to be said that when it comes to refining pills or sealing pills, the best time to do so is when the yang and yin separate. Of course, this only applies when refining a very precious pill. As for normal pills, people wouldn't bother with it. But this guess wasn't very accurate. In reality, there were some alchemists who were afraid of other people stealing their pills. They would purposely alter the time when sealing the pill. As a result, even if someone steals the pill, they wouldn't be able to properly open it without knowing the correct time. Li Muan's solution to this was to use a method that would use a massive amount of spiritual energy to overload the pill. This sacrificed a bit of the pill's effectiveness to open up the pill seal. In a way, as long as the time wasn't too different from when it was sealed, the pill seal would be removed, and the pill would also suffer a lot less damage compared to normal methods. But if the time difference was too large, it would make the pill useless. Li Muan's expression was serious as she whispered to Wang Lin, "Because of the existence of this pill furnace, the chance of Ouyang succeeding is not high. Knowing his personality, he will use a blood sacrifice technique. At that moment, there will be a burst of spiritual energy. That is the time to open the pill seal." Time slowly passed. Currently at the ground above, Ouyang opened his eyes. He noticed that the spiritual energy in the area was rapidly decreasing. There wasn't enough spiritual energy to make a rank 5 pill. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Right now was the critical moment in the refining process, so he didn't have any time to think about it. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he shouted, "Blood sacrifice." The expression of the 6 surrounding alchemists suddenly changed, but they soon showed determined expressions. Without any hesitation, they all exploded their own cores. A series of booms occurred as the area was covered in a bloody mist. As a result, the spiritual energy in the area suddenly increased. The spiritual energy in the area reached its peak. Xianxia's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal and shot at the pill furnace before him. The pill furnace started to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings like crazy. Soon, even the 6 pillars of light started to converge toward the center pill furnace. Xianxia's expression became even more serious. This was the make or break moment, so he couldn't make any mistakes. He had already failed multiple times before, so he wasn't sure if he would succeed this time. At that moment, in the underground chamber, Li Muwan pointed at her brow and spat out a drop of core blood. This drop of blood floated in the middle of the 6 pill furnaces. Suddenly, all of the pill furnaces shook as the pillars of light collapsed and moved toward the pill furnace at the center. The pill furnace released a rainbow-colored light. Under the pressure of all that spiritual energy, the pill seal started to slowly curl up until it was completely rolled up and fell off the pill furnace. At the same time, an unimaginable amount of pressure from the spiritual power inside the pill furnace appeared, causing the pill furnace to explode. A round, cyan-colored pill appeared. But at that moment, a crisp, crackling sound filled the air as cracks appeared on the pill. A rank 7 spirit pill? Li Muwan's eyes widened. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't help but burst out in surprise. The like button for the VIDEO is in danger. Urgently wishing for the like button for the VIDEO's aid. Chapter 224, Forming Nascent Soul. Li Muwan stared at the pill as she muttered to herself, "Something is wrong." If it was a rank 7 pill, there would have been a reaction. Why has there been no reaction? Wang Lin grabbed in the air with his right hand. The pill flew into his hand and he carefully examined it. This pill's color was cyan and bursts of spiritual energy leaked out from the cracks on the pill, increasing the density of spiritual energy in the room. Wang Lin looked at Li Muwan and asked, "This is a rank 7 pill?" Li Muwan took a few steps forward and stood next to Wang Lin. She took the pill from his hand and carefully examined it. She sighed and said, "To be more accurate, this is a pseudo-rank 7 pill, so it is really an upper rank 6 pill. We must have missed the correct time to open the seal by too much time, which caused the pill to crack. If we had opened it at the correct time, it would have been above rank 7. The Qihuang sect is part of a rank country, so they must have created a rare upper rank 5 pill and then sealed it. From the looks of the seal, it must have been at least several thousand years ago." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the pill and asked, "Do you know what pill this is?" Li Muwan pondered for a while. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "The Qihuang sect has 3 pills it is known for. If 1R is correct, this is the cyan cloud pill. This pill should allow you to break past the core formation stage." Wang Lin pondered a little. After taking the pill from Li Muwan, he said, "Wait for me." Li Muwan nodded. She looked gently at Wang Lin and said, "You can relax. Even if you fail, 1ER will destroy the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. If I do that, they won't chase us." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He calmly said, "Things shouldn't be that troublesome." With that, he sat down in front of the pill furnace. He pointed his finger at his brow and disappeared. Li Muwan bit her lower lip. If she was gone from her house for too long, it would arouse suspicion. After pondering for a while, she waved her right hand on the wall and a formation appeared. Li Muwan walked through the formation and disappeared from the chamber. At that moment, at the ground above the chamber, Xianxia's refining had reached its end. His eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered to himself. After a long time, he let out a grunt as he jumped up. He waved his hand and the lid flew off the pill furnace. At that moment, the sky changed color. The previous dark sky suddenly lit up as a golden pill floated out from inside the pill furnace. 6 souls slowly appeared around the pill. These souls were the ones who sacrificed themselves before. They sat down cross-legged, floating around the pill. Wu Yangzia's expression became serious as he clasped his hands and shouted, It is all thanks to you 6 fellow cultivators that my pill was successfully created. I cannot repay you guys enough. This pill will be called the 6th Tao Spirit Pill in honor of all of you." The moment those words were spoken, the 6 souls let out a pleased expression. They looked at the pill with some unwillingness on their faces as they disappeared. At the same time, the pill slowly descended and was grabbed by Ouyang Zi. Although his expression was calm, he was very excited in his heart as he thought, "I finally succeeded. Now I will be able to try refining a rank 6 pill." As for Wang Lin, he sat in the heaven-defying space, cultivating, staring at the pill in his hand. After a while, he revealed a decisive look and threw the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a line of blue spiritual energy. As the blue line traveled through Wang Lin's body, the ancient god tactic kept devouring the endless spiritual energy of the blue line. At the same time, Wang Lin's core quickly rotated as it grew larger. Slowly, slivers of purple spiritual power appeared in his core. As more and more of that purple spiritual energy gathered in his core, his cultivation finally reached the peak of late-stage core formation. Currently, his cultivation kept increasing as his core kept growing bigger. Soon, drops of golden liquid dripped from his core as if his core was melting. His body also became transparent at that moment, allowing him to see all the changes happening in his body. Wang Lin was very calm as he focused all his attention on cultivation while waiting for the moment that his nascent soul forms. For Wang Lin, the meaning of forming his nascent soul was very different from other people. Once he successfully forms his nascent soul, the first step of his plan will be complete. After that, he will fuse his main body and his avatar, then use his avatar to break through to the nascent soul stage on his main body. Once his main body can break into the nascent soul stage, then his J realm will also have its first breakthrough. At that time, he will be the strongest person in the country of Chu. Even inside the Sea of Devils, he will have the ability to set up his own sect and compete against spirit-severing cultivators. The important thing was that he would have the ability to return to the country of Zhao to get his revenge. Teng Huayuan. This name was something that Wang Lin had hated for more than 400 years. This was a hatred that could no longer be described. If anyone dared to block his path, they would have to pay the price in blood. Wang Lin didn't know what cultivation level Teng Huayuan had reached in these 400 years, but as long as he hadn't reached spirit severing, once Wang Lin reaches nascent soul, his fate one change. Wang Lin couldn't believe that in a mere 400 years, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator would be able to break into the spirit-severing stage. It has to be said that after nascent soul, even each small stage, it's extremely hard to break through. The cultivation world was a pyramid. The higher you go, the fewer there are. Among the 7 cultivation levels of QI condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, soul transformation, and ascension seeking, nascent soul was the barrier. If one can reach nascent soul, that means they have truly stepped into the cultivation world and can reach for the top of the cultivation world. Other than revenge, there was something else that was urging him to get stronger, the danger he constantly felt from the red-haired man in the land of the ancient god. He believed that with the red-haired man's genius mind, he would find another way to escape from the land of the ancient god. Once the red-haired man escapes, the first thing he will do is to find Wang Lin. After fusing with the inheritance of knowledge, he could feel that he was slowly changing every day. This was a change in his mentality as his thoughts became more and more in line with the thoughts of an ancient god. Before entering the cultivation world, Wang Lin's biggest dream was to pass the state exam, make his parents proud, and allow his parents to live a good life. But when fourth uncle gave him the chance to become an immortal, everything changed. Back then, he thought the city near the village was already the biggest city out there. As for the king's capital, he never even thought about it or seen it. When he first entered the world of cultivation, his goal was to become an immortal. At the same time, he learned that the country of Zhao was only a small country on this planet. Then, there were some major events that forced Wang Lin to constantly find new ways to make himself stronger. His goal was to return to the country of Zhao and get his revenge. After visiting one country after another, Wang Lin's horizons broadened a lot. He found out that the ground he stood on was called Planet Suzaku, and that the country of Zhao was only a rank 3 cultivation country. Above that, there are rank 4, rank 5, and even rank 6 cultivation countries. He knew that the real ruler of planet Suzaku was the country of Suzaku. After he received the inheritance of knowledge, his horizons were once again expanded. The vast cosmos was filled with countless planets like planet Suzaku. The ancient god's size and power to casually destroy a planet made Wang Lin feel intoxicated. At that moment, Wang Lin's mentality changed, and his goal became to pursue higher cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to survive in this cultivation world. It could be said at that moment, Wang Lin broke free from his sole goal of revenge and changed into the goal of reaching higher cultivation levels. The mentality of someone unwilling to be stepped upon, and someone who wishes to pursue the limit of his strength. This mentality was something a strong person must have at all times. After 10 days, Wang Lin left the heaven-defying space. The moment he appeared, he fused with his main body inside the pill furnace. At that moment, slivers of spiritual energy started to be drawn from the 7 heavens, stealing pill furnaces in the area above the chamber. His main body and avatar were at the final stage of fusion. If anything went wrong here, then all this effort would have been wasted. Currently, Wang Lin was very calm. He was completely absorbed in the fusion of his main body and avatar. Time slowly passed. Aside from the G-realm, there was another thing that was blocking Wang Lin, his own talent. As for whether this would succeed or not, no one really knew for sure. The thousands of years of spiritual energy that was stored inside the 7 heavens stealing pill furnaces was slowly being drained by Wang Lin. His ancient god's tactic absorbed all of that spiritual energy like a black hole. The moment the main body fused with the avatar, the ancient god's tactic also underwent a change. In the first level of the ancient god's tactic, there was only devour. The second level was absorption. Devour and absorption are two completely different levels. Devour means that all types of energy that enters Wang Lin's body will be devoured and used by Wang Lin. This is a passive state. Absorption is an active state where one can absorb someone else's cultivation. In reality, the reason the ancient gods are so strong is because of the ancient god's tactic they possess. Every ancient god, when they awaken after being born, have the ancient god's tactic imprinted in their mind. As an ancient god, only after reaching the second level of the ancient god's tactic would they have strong attacking capabilities by using the ancient god's body to activate the second level of the ancient god's tactic. All of the spiritual energy within miles would be absorbed and devoured by the first level of the ancient god's tactic, forming a loop. But the ancient god's tactic was something that only belonged to the ancient gods. If Wang Lin had gotten the inheritance of power, he would be able to reach the second level, but with his current mortal body, it was too difficult. Although Wang Lin's ancient god's tactic had some differences compared to the real second level, it was nothing. Time quickly passed, and it was now the day of Li Muwan and Sun Jianwei's cultivation pair ceremony. On this day, the entire cloud sky sect was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were no clouds within miles of the sect. The sky was blue and countless lights were flying toward the sect. Almost every sect and every cultivation family in the country of Chu were gathered here. All of the people that came were also elders and important members of each sect or family. This type of atmosphere was something only the Cloud Sky sect could have. If it was any other sect, it wouldn't be possible. Because there were too many guests, the Cloud Sky sect's defensive formation had been extended to cover the entire mountain range. Countless outer sect disciples had also been sent out on patrol while greeting all of the guests. It has to be said that Li Muwan's position in the Cloud Sky sect was quite unique. After all, she was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the sect. Sun Jianwei's position was also very well known. He was the son of an elder of the outer sect who was at the middle stage of nascent soul and the only person in the last century who might break into late the stage and become one of the ancestors of the sect. In addition to all of this, the outer sect also had high hopes for Sun Jianwei. Once he reaches nascent soul, there will be a series of actions done to set him up as one of the candidates to become the next head of the outer sect. If his father successfully becomes a sect ancestor, then he will become the outer sect's sect head for sure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be paired up with Li Muwan in the cultivation pair ceremony. In one sense, it was the inner sect's way of chaining down Li Muwan, but also for the outer sect to pave the way for Sun Jianwei to become the outer sect's sect head. All of the visitors knew of this matter, It could be said that this ceremony was for the inner and outer sects to establish a closer relationship. After all, the Cloud Sky sect was split into two parts. The inner sect practiced alchemy while the outer sect practiced cultivation. Only because of these two working together has the Cloud Sky sect reached the heights it has today. Sun Jianwei was wearing a long red robe. His tall and straight posture gave him a gentle yet cool atmosphere. He was currently standing behind the elders of the inner and outer sect, welcoming guests. Although he was smiling, his eyes were still twitching. In fact, the closer it got to the day of the ceremony, the more nervous he got, as if there was some disaster coming. He felt that it was ridiculous to have this feeling. Today, almost all of the late-stage nascent soul ancestors had come out of their closed-door training to attend the ceremony. If anyone dares to cause trouble, the only road for them will be death, unless their cultivation level was spirit-severing. But Sun Jianwei didn't believe that a spirit-severing cultivator would step so low as to mess with the Cloud Sky sect. And even a spirit-severing sect had to be wary of the giant demon sect that was behind the Cloud Sky sect. As a result, Sun Jianwei couldn't find a reason to make him this nervous. He secretly smiled and thought he was overthinking matters. But although he said this in his mind, he kept thinking of the cold gaze of the person that was talking to Li Muan. At that moment, an old man in a gray robe was several steps in front of Sun Jianwei looking at him. He took a few steps until he was before Sun Jianwei and whispered, "Jianwei, don't think so much. If that person who knows Elder Li shows up, then I will make him pay. No matter how powerful his cultivation is, it will be pointless. I have already discussed the matter with the sect head, so you can relax." The old man's tone was flat, but it contained a dignified atmosphere. This person was Sun Jianwei's father and an elder of the outer sect. Sun Jianwei respectfully replied. Although he could lie to everyone about Wang Lin's matter, he could not lie to his father. He had long told his father about his encounter with Wang Lin. When he heard that the sect head was involved, he felt very confident. When he raised his head to look at the sect head, he saw the old man with white hair turn around and faintly smile at him. This person was the outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei. This person's cultivation was very mysterious. It was said that he had taken a pill to hide his cultivation and was already at the late stage of nascent soul. Unless someone has higher cultivation than him by a step, it was very hard to see through his cultivation. Standing next to this old man was another white-haired elder. He was the head of the inner sect, Song King. Behind him was a group of people with varying levels of cultivation, but if they were in any other sect, they would become the head alchemist of that sect within a day. Harem sect's sect head, Sima Yunnan and Elder Shu Li are here to celebrate this occasion. A voice boomed from the distance, traveling all the way through the Cloud Sky sect's mountain range. At the same time, two rainbows arrived together. The two rainbows landed inside the sect, revealing two figures. One of them was wearing a purple robe and was filled with an ancient atmosphere. This person was the Harem sect's head, Sima Yunnan. After he arrived, he let out a laugh and said, "Brother Song and Brother Liu, congratulations." Accompanying him was Shu Li, who was wearing a light green robe. With Shu Li's status, he couldn't talk, so he just clasped his hands and smiled. The outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei, laughed and took a few steps forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Sima, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. If it wasn't for my sect sending out an invitation, I don't think I would have ever seen you again." The inner sect's sect head, Song Qing, rubbed his chin and said, "Old man Sima, you promised me a 1,000-year-old Jew fruit. Did you bring it today?" Sima Yunnan laughed. "The two of you don't need to embarrass me so." "Forget it. Since your memory is so good, I did bring the Jew fruit. However, I have a grandson who is about to form his core, so you better give me some 180 grain pills. Or I am not giving you the Jew fruit." The three of them let out a laugh as they exchanged a few words with each other. Lu Fei waved his hand and Sun Jianwei quickly guided Sima Yunnan to the main hall. Sima Yunnan carefully studied Sun Jianwei and said, "You really are a genius. So young, yet you have already reached the door to the nascent soul stage. Very good. Within 100 years, the Cloud Sky sect will have another nascent soul cultivator." Sun Jianwei let out a gentle smile and said, "Senior is too kind. Junior doesn't deserve this praise." Sima Yunnan nodded and walked into the main hall with Shu Li. There were several tables positioned within the main hall filled with fine wine and fruit. There were already many people inside the main hall, chatting with each other. After Sima Yunnan arrived, he couldn't help but talk to many other people along with Xu Li. Sun Zhenwei quietly took a few steps back and left the hall. After he left, Sima Yunnan and Xu Li sat down near a table. They looked at each other, and Sima Yunnan asked, with a voice transmission, "You said that person is hiding within the Cloud Sky sect?" Xu Li's expression remained normal and replied with a voice transmission as well, "Sect head, that is only my guess. It is not necessarily accurate. That person was filled with a demonic aura and disappeared around the Cloud Sky sect. Also, 3 months ago, a mysterious person appeared in the Cloud Sky sect and was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect. According to the description from the spies, I believe it is the person I met. As for whether or not that person is hiding here, I'm not sure." Sima Yunnan pondered a little and thought, if this person is as Xu Li says, then he must be a great evil from the Sea of Devils. Kehe, the Cloud Sky sect has attracted the attention of a great evil from the Sea of Devils. How could it not be a good thing for my Haoran sect? Luyuo sect Estiani Zhenran and Elder Shi Tianlai came to celebrate this occasion. Another loud voice came, causing Sima Yunnan to look outside. At that moment, all of the sects and cultivation families were arriving. Aside from the big sects that were welcomed by Sun Zhenwei personally, everyone else started to arrive in the main hall. Soon, the entire main hall became almost packed as they chatted with each other. Some of the less social people were sitting in corners by themselves or cultivating with their eyes closed. Surrounding the walls of the main hall stood a row of outer sect disciples who were all core formation cultivators or higher. They stood there with their backs as straight as pine trees as they looked straight ahead. Shortly after, Liu Fei and Song Qing walked into the main hall. Behind them were dozens of elders followed by Sun Zhenwei. Among them was Li Muwan with a purple veil over her head. After they entered, all of the visiting guests of various sects and cultivation families stopped talking and turned to look at them. In the main hall, Liu Fei looked at Song Qing. He smiled and took a few steps back. Song Qing nodded. His gaze swept across the entire main hall and he said, "Fellow cultivators, this is a day of celebration for my Cloud Sky sect." He wasn't even able to finish speaking before the ground suddenly started shaking while a monstrous pressure appeared from underground. Under the pressure of this monstrous presence, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the hall stood up in terror. They all spread out their divine sense underground to see what was going on. Li Muwan's eyes revealed a tender look. She knew that Wang Lin had come. The like button for the VIDEO has dropped to 5th place. Tears brimming and wishing for the like button for the VIDEO. Chapter 225. Take this to refine a pill. In the chamber under the square outside the main hall, a crack appeared on the lid of the pill furnace Li Muwan made. With a loud bang, the crack extended from the lid down to the body of the pill furnace. At the same time, a ray of rainbow light leaked out from the crack. The light became brighter and brighter, and as the crack got bigger, the entire chamber was covered in the rainbow-colored light. At that moment, the chamber was like a fairyland, covered in endless rainbow-colored light. Another wave of cracking sounds came and more cracks appeared on the pill furnace, causing even more light to escape. A hand reached out from the pill furnace, and with a bang, the pill furnace exploded and scattered all over the chamber. A young man with flowing white hair floated out of the pill furnace, his body alternating between transparent and solid. His eyes were closed as countless circles of colored light gathered around his back. If one looked closely, whenever this person's body flickered to the transparent state, they could see a small person that looked exactly like him in his dantane. The little person was emitting a rainbow-colored light and looked very mysterious. His body kept changing between transparent and solid while emitting a great amount of pressure. After a long time, his body stopped changing and started to become more solid. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at the same time, the little person also opened his eyes. The little person's eyes no longer had pupils, but looked like they were replaced by red lightning. This wasn't just a single lightning bolt, but a cloud of red lightning. A destructive force came from the red lightning, and all of the rainbow-colored light in the room immediately dissipated as it escaped upwards. There were countless rays of red lightning wildly moving around the chamber. The shattered pieces of the pill furnace were instantly turned to dust. When the cultivators in the main hall above noticed what was happening, They all spread their divine senses out to check what was going on. However, the moment their divine senses went underground, they were repelled by a powerful pressure, causing them all to withdraw their divine senses in shock. The sky above the entire cloud sky sect changed as a powerful pressure burst forth from underground. It felt as if the entire cloud sky sect was shaking. Rainbow-colored clouds gathered in the sky, and the entire main hall started to tremble. All of the members of the different sects and cultivation families' expressions changed. A few of the people who had seen this before exclaimed, This is someone reaching the nascent soul stage? The moment those words were said, besides the nascent soul cultivators in the room, everyone else revealed looks of disbelief. It has to be said that reaching the nascent soul stage is a very important matter, and you would normally have someone guarding you during the process. Now that someone had just reached the nascent soul stage in the Cloud Sky sect, the first thought everyone had was that the Cloud Sky sect had just gained another nascent soul cultivator. Just when the surrounding sect and cultivation family members were about to express their congratulations, Sima Yunnan let out a laugh and said, "Congratulations to the Cloud Sky sect for obtaining another nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if I know this person. Why don't you invite that person here for us to see?" Song Qing and Lu Fei looked at each other, then turned around to look at the elders. All of the elders tried their hardest to think of who would be trying to break into the nascent soul stage right now, but couldn't think of anyone, so they all shook their heads. As a result, the 2's expression slowly turned ugly. Song Qing's face was dark as he slowly said, "Sorry, fellow cultivator Sima. Even I am curious as to who this cultivator is. If we can invite him out here, then we will be sure to let everyone meet him." There was a hint of darkness in his voice, especially the word invite. It had a very heavy tone behind it. The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators' eyebrows raised. If there was no one in the Cloud Sky sect who was trying to reach the nascent soul stage, then this would turn into a very interesting situation. At the same time, all of the surrounding cultivators of the various sects and cultivation families felt a hint of regret. This person was really unwise in where they decided to break into the nascent soul stage. It seemed that the day that person broke through was also the day that they did die. The Cloud Sky sect's face was greater than everything. This person was definitely going to die. The Sky Cloud sect's outer sect head's expression was extremely ugly. He forced a smile and said, "I want to see who has the guts to use my Cloud Sky mountain to reach nascent soul. His nascent soul is mine." Liu Fei's face sank. He waved his sleeves and disappeared. At the same time, all of the nascent soul cultivators left the main hall. All of these people went out with bystander attitudes. It has to be said that with Cloud Sky sect as the #1 sect in the country, it was hard to see something like this happening. As for the reason everyone gathered today, it seemed they all had already forgotten about it. Compared to reaching the nascent soul stage, the cultivation pair ceremony just couldn't compare. Just as they exited the main hall and walked into the square, the 7 heaven stealing pill furnaces let out loud humming sounds. Then, the 7 pill furnaces all got pushed outwards, as if there was an invisible hand moving them. Large cracks appeared on the ground in the center of the square. A thick layer of cold air escaped from the cracks in the ground. The square suddenly became very cold. Although Sima Yunnan's expression was normal, he was secretly shocked. This type of aura was not something a normal nascent soul cultivator could release. He turned to look at the others in the square. Although the 10 or more nascent soul cultivators all had calm expressions, their eyes all displayed how serious they were. Lu Fei let out a cold snort. He moved like lightning into the cracks in the ground as he shouted, "Fellow cultivator used my Cloud Sky sect to reach nascent soul. Do you think the Cloud Sky sect can be pushed around?" Right after he entered the crack, a scream came from inside. This scream came from Lu Fei right after he finished his sentence and was filled with fear and panic. As a result, all of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators backed up. They all looked at the crack with serious expressions as if there was some ancient demon down there. Sun Zhenwei's father, the gray-robed man, didn't back up, but charged forward. All of the other nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky sect also took out their magic treasures. At this point, Sun Zhenwei had also left the main hall. Because he didn't have the ability to teleport like the nascent soul cultivators, he was naturally a step behind. Li Muan slowly walked out as well. She looked at Sun Zhenwei's back and let out a mocking expression. She then looked at the crack in the ground with a tender look. Just as the gray-robed elder was about to check the crack, he noticed Sun Zhenwei and said, Zhenwei, go back inside. You shouldn't be out here. Since you already came, dawn to leave. A voice as cold as the chilly winds of winter came out of the crack. Sun Zhenwei's body went soft as he fell to the ground. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the voice that had caused him to be so nervous lately. Then, a young man with flowing white hair floated out from within the crack. There was a shining purple star on his forehead. He was like 1,000-year-old on melting ice. The moment he appeared, the surroundings got even colder. In his right hand he held Lu Fei by his hair. As he rose up out of the crack, Lu Fei's pale face and closed eyes also appeared. At the same time, Sun Zhenwei's father quickly backed up as he stared at the young man. All of the other Cloud Sky Sect's nascent soul cultivators' eyes also became cold. All of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators from other sects and families were all shocked besides Sima Yunana. They all quietly watched from the side to see how this would develop. After all, if even Lu Fei couldn't stand up against this person, then even if they all went up to help, it would be pointless. Song Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. He waved his hand to an elder. Just as the elder took out a jade and sent it out, the white-haired youth turned to look at the elder and Song Qing, revealing a mocking smile. Song Qing's heart suddenly shook. He felt as if he was completely seen through. He only ever got this feeling when he met the sect's ancestors. He couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. As for that elder, he was even worse off. He immediately dropped the jade and didn't dare to move. He felt that if he continued to try to send the jade over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qing took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Fei, who was in the white-haired man's right hand. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Fellow cultivator, this whole matter is a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. This white-haired youth was Wang Lin. His gaze swept across the crowd. When he looked at Li Muwan, a hint of tenderness flashed across his eyes. He raised his left hand and said, "Come." Li Muwan let out a beautiful smile as she walked toward Wang Lin. All of the nascent soul cultivators moved out of the way as no one dared to fight for the Cloud Sky sect right now. Sima Yunnan took a deep breath as his eyes lit up. Sima Yunnan was a very ambitious person, but the Cloud Sky sect had always been above his Haoran sect. Although he hated them greatly in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The moment that white-haired youth appeared, he immediately remembered Shu Li's description. He was now 100% sure that this was the disaster that came from the Sea of Devils. But even he didn't expect that this person's cultivation level would be high enough to easily take care of Lu Fei. His heart couldn't help but be shocked. At the very least, he wasn't able to see through Lu Fei's cultivation, so this youth's cultivation was something he didn't dare to think about. But at the same time, he was very happy. The stronger the youth was, the higher the chance of the Cloud Sky sect being wiped out today. Especially now that Lu Fei, who said he wanted that youth's nascent soul, had been easily defeated. On that day, the Cloud Sky sect really had lost a lot of face. Everyone moved out of the way as Li Muwan walked toward Wang Lin. Even Song Qing, whose face was pale, forced a smile as he got out of the way. Only the gray-robed man's face was extremely ugly, mostly because Li Muwan was his daughter-in-law. She immediately walked toward that man when he called her. This made him feel embarrassed. But he was very smart. Despite being angry on the inside, his expression quickly returned to normal as he moved out of the way. Li Muwan slowly walked through the nascent soul cultivators. Normally, when they met her, although they would greet her with smiles, they would still be arrogant and forceful in their speech. But today, all of these nascent soul cultivators showed signs of fear, and their attitudes toward her had changed as well. Li Muwan knew that all of this was because of one person, a person who caused them fear. A person they dreaded, a person who could easily defeat Lu Fei. This person was her man, Wang Lin. After arriving next to Wang Lin, Li Muwan let out a smile like a flower blooming. At that moment, Li Muwan felt a deep sense of satisfaction in her heart. Wang Lin's gaze moved and landed on Sun Zhenwei. Sun Zhenwei's face was pale as he stared at Wang Lin. His normal gentle smile was long gone, replaced with hatred. Wang Lin softly said, "Die." The G realm immediately moved, and the entire square was instantly covered in an unimaginably powerful divine sense. All of the nascent soul cultivators took deep breaths. Their nascent energy almost went out of control as they trembled. This feeling left just as fast as it came. Sun Zhenwei quivered, then his eyes became unfocused. His body fell down and twitched a bit before becoming motionless. The gray-robed man stared at Sun Jianwei, dumbfounded, as his eyes became red. He quickly moved next to Sun Jianwei and took out a bottle from his bag of holding. However, his hands began to tremble until he threw away the bottle. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Why?" Wang Lin shook his right hand. Lu Fei's body trembled as he opened his eyes. His face was pale and his cultivation was being suppressed by a mysterious force. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "If you want to kill me, just kill me." Why humiliate this old man? Song Qing's heart was very anxious. Although he didn't send any messages to the ancestors, they still should have noticed that something was wrong. Why were they not here yet? He took a deep breath. He knew that all he could do was stall for time. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, the Cloud Sky Sect didn't know that Elder Li was your friend. I am sorry for offending you. This is the Cloud Sky Sect's fault. How about you come with me to the main hall and I'll try to make it up to Senior?" With his age, how could he not know what had caused of all this? He secretly thought that the ancestors were really too nosy. Li Muwan was doing fine, but they had to mess with her, resulting in her friend coming. As for Sun Jianwei's death, he didn't mind it too much. In his mind, Sun Jianwei was only a core disciple of the outer sect. Wang Lin ignored Song Qing but pointed at the gray-robed elder and slowly said, "Today's business is my own personal affair. If anyone dares to intervene, don't blame me for being ruthless." The gray-robed elder let out a crazed laugh as he slapped his bag of holding, and 7 purple flying swords came out. The moment the flying swords appeared, they released a monstrous sword energy. He used his nascent soul cultivation to control the 7 flying swords to attack Wang Lin. Li Fei revealed a frustrated expression, but in the end, he sighed and didn't say anything. Before, when he entered the crack, he was surrounded by a powerful destructive force. He felt his nascent soul go out of control and knew that Wang Lin would only need a single thought to kill him. He hadn't felt like that in a long time. Not even the ancestors could make him feel like that. After all, Lu Fei's cultivation was already at the peak of mid-stage nascent soul, only 1 step from the late stage. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. As for the 7 flying swords flying toward him, he completely ignored them. His G-realm moved again, and the flashing red lights appeared in his eyes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The gray-robed old man coughed out blood as his eyes became unfocused. His nascent soul crawled out from the top of his head and tried to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand and took out a bronze-colored mirror. Both of his hands formed a seal as he threw the bronze mirror. The mirror shone a green light that immediately landed on the escaping nascent soul. The nascent soul let out a scream as it emitted green smoke. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the bronze mirror. He held the nascent soul with a merciless expression as he waved his hand and wiped out the consciousness of the nascent soul. He handed the nascent soul to Li Muwan and said, "Take this to refine a pill." Li Muwan let out a sweet smile as she obediently put it in her bag of holding. She nodded and delicately said, "Okay, this should be able to make a high-quality spirit pill." The surroundings became very quiet. The people inside the main hall also appeared in the square and they all saw what had just happened. None of them dared to breath too loudly as they looked at Wang Lin. Xu Li was among them and he quickly lowered his head to cover up how shocked he was. As for the surrounding nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky Sect, they were all angry, but none of them dared to speak as they looked at Wang Lin with dread. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects all backed up even more. They decided that no matter what, they wouldn't get mixed up in this. Shortly after the gray-robed man was killed, Wang Lin moved without any hesitation. He waved his right hand and Lu Fei's body was forced to follow him closely by an invisible force. Wang Lin hugged Li Muwan as he charged toward the closest elder of the Cloud Sky Sect. The elder's expression immediately changed as he attempted to teleport. However, just as he was teleporting, he felt an unimaginable pressure surrounding him, as if he was being played around with by a giant hand. He suddenly coughed out blood as he was forced out of his teleportation. He felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. As he looked down, he saw that his nascent soul had already been taken. At that moment, Wang Lin's figure had already moved on to the next elder. All of the nascent soul cultivators moved back and took out various magic treasures to attack Wang Lin. Nascent soul cultivators were not to be taken lightly. They all had their own dignity. If they were fighting one-on-one, they might run. But when they were fighting many against one, even if that one's cultivation was very high, they would still dare to fight. Of course, the most important thing was that these elders knew that the ancestors would be here soon. However, they still had to hesitate a bit when using their magic treasures because Lu Fei was so close to Wang Lin. As a result, their attacks were a bit slow. Just at that moment, 5 powerful divine senses appeared in the depths of the Cloud Sky sect. Soon, 5 figures shot out from deep within the mountains like meteors. Their speed was so great that they arrived several times faster than if they had used teleportation to get to where Wang Lin was. In almost an instant, the 5 of them arrived in the sky above the main hall square. Stop! An angry roar came from the sky like the roaring wind. Although their speed was great, Wang Lin's speed was even greater. His figure hadn't stopped for a second as he hugged Li Muan while killing all of the Cloud Sky sect's elders. Wang Lin's G realm repeatedly flashed. The red lightning also moved madly inside his eyes. In an instant, Wang Lin killed 3 more nascent cultivators while they were still unprepared. Wang Lin gave the nascent souls to Li Muan for alchemy. Even if their nascent souls attempted to escape, they wouldn't escape the chase of the bronze mirror. As a result, of the 9 nascent soul cultivators the Cloud Sky sect had, including Lu Fei and Song Qing, 5 of them had already been killed. As for Lu Fei, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At this point, only 3 nascent soul cultivators were left, including Song Qing. The 3 nascent soul cultivators were standing back to back, revealing horrified expressions. In reality, if these nascent soul cultivators swarmed Wang Lin and attacked all at once, even if Wang Lin somehow managed to kill them all, he would be heavily wounded. That was why Wang Lin didn't charge in, but waited for someone to come to investigate first. Then, he took the opportunity to use his powerful cultivation to shock everyone. That was why he didn't kill Liu Fei or anyone else at first. He used this shock to allow Li Muan to safely arrive next to him. After that, he wouldn't have any worries left. For this battle, Wang Lin's goal was to cause shock and awe. He used the shock created the moment he killed Sun Zhenhui's father as an opportunity to start killing. All of this was so that these nascent soul cultivators couldn't group up and attack. At the same time, Liu Fei was his ace. If they grouped up and attacked, then he would immediately use Liu Fei as a meat shield. The reason he didn't kill any outsiders was to prevent them from interfering. After his display of power, all of the other nascent soul cultivators were already filled with fear. After killing 3 people, Wang Lin stopped and looked up into the sky. He saw 5 white-haired elders looking at him with eyes filled with rage. Forgot to mention, at the end of the month, wishing for the like button for the video. Chapter 226, Leave the Country of Chu. One of the old men waved his sleeves without a word. Suddenly, countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. If one looked closely at the clouds, they would notice that they were made of thumb-sized insects. All of them gathered together caused the wind to smell fishy. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects immediately recognized this black cloud as one of the Cloud Sky sect's ancestor Chang Bailiang's famous treasure, purple ink insect. Not only did the purple ink insects contain a very deadly poison, their skin was very thick. Normal treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. Once you are surrounded by them, it would only take them a few breaths of time to completely devour you. Not even your bones would be left behind. In addition, even if a cultivator was able to avoid them, as long as one insect managed to bite them, then it would be hard to avoid death. These insects' poison was ranked 184th in all of the known poisons in the cultivation world. It has to be said that the top 100 poison are almost all extinct, so just talking about the purple ink insect was enough to make people pale. When rank 4 countries visited the Cloud Sky sect, they would beg for some of the purple ink insects. These insects were rare treasures even in rank countries. The moment the black clouds appeared, Wang Lin threw Liu Fei to the side. He slapped his bag of holding and held the restriction flag in his hand. Under Wang Lin's control, the restriction flag grew larger and surrounded him and Li Muan. At the same time, Wang Lin's G realm moved. The powerful pressure returned again, causing the 5 Cloud Sky sect ancestors' expressions to suddenly change. They quickly took out various treasures to protect themselves. The G realm formed a flash of red lightning. as it penetrated through the black clouds and charged toward Chen Beiliang's brow. Chen Beiliang was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so he could feel that this red lightning contained the power to destroy everything it hit. In that moment of crisis, his body quickly moved backward. His eyes suddenly widened as his hand formed seals, and his nascent soul appeared above his head and started to form seals as well. Layers of defenses were formed to block the red lightning, but the red lightning broke through every layer with ease. Chen Beiliang didn't hesitate. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. His nascent soul spat out nascent soul essence as he shouted, "Blood shield." In an instant, the blood and nascent soul essence fused together to form a blood bead. The red lightning arrived in a flash and entered the blood bead. Chen Beiliang shouted, "Illusion break!" His white hair moved without any wind and a rift in space appeared next to the blood bead. Black light flooded out of the rift as the blood bead along with the red lightning inside were sucked in. The moment the blood bead entered the rift closed. Chen Beiliang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just arrived at the door to hell and did a 180. If he was any slower, he would have died. The 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him all showed signs of fear. Wang Lin still hadn't spoke a word as he watched Chen Beiliang. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators weren't like the rest of these cultivators. This was the first time his G realm was stopped by someone. Chen Beiliang took a deep breath. His expression was serious as he sullenly said, "What a powerful treasure. But now that the treasure has been sent into the dimensional rift, I want to see what other techniques you have. Purple ink insects, devour that person along with that bitch." Chen Beiliang waved his right hand, and the black cloud immediately charged toward Wang Lin and Li Muwan. Li Muwan revealed a surprised expression. She touched her bag of holding and was about to counterattack when Wang Lin said, "No need." With that, he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the space before him tore open. Following the sound of the space tearing, a bolt of red lightning shot out of it and disappeared into Wang Lin's hand. At the same time, the restriction flag around Wang Lin expanded until it had trapped all of the purple ink insects inside. Rays of restriction light kept shining inside. No matter how much those purple ink insects struggled, they couldn't escape the restriction flag. Chen Beiliang's face was pale. He stared at Wang Lin and said, "Word for word, who the hell are you? With your ability, I don't think you redoing this for a mere alchemist. Please tell us your purpose." Wang Lin calmly said, "I want the Cloud Sky sect." Chen Beiliang let out a hysterical laugh. He said, in a mocking tone, "You are too arrogant. Even if the 5 of us can defend against your red lightning treasure, if we team up, we can still seriously wound you." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin raised his hand and a red line appeared on his hand. The moment the red light appeared, the sky suddenly changed and red clouds seemed to gather. This scene was very similar to the divine retribution lightning in the Sea of Devils. Chen Beiliang immediately stopped talking. He stared at the red line as he sucked in a cold breath of air. At that moment, the 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him moved up and stared at the red light. One of the ancestors, a fairy-like old man, suddenly said, This is that with that." He looked up at the red clouds in the sky. His face revealed a horrified expression. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "That is right. Even with my cultivation level, if the 5 of you attack me at once, even if I could manage to kill a few of you, I would still be seriously injured. But if I use this treasure, the result will be different. This is divine retribution lightning. I am really curious if the 5 of you together can defend against this divine retribution lightning." Wang Lin was finally able to push the sliver of divine retribution lightning out of his body when he reached the nascent soul stage. Although he couldn't refine it to a treasure, he could still use it to call the divine retribution lightning as his ace. The 5 people suddenly became silent. They didn't doubt that this was real because the pressure it gave off and the slowly gathering red clouds showed that it had the power of divine retribution. The old man looked at the red line with dread and slowly said, "We must discuss this matter first. Please wait." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "You can," but when he said that, he threw the red line into the sky. Red clouds quickly gathered around it. The 5 of them looked at the sky and revealed panicked expressions. As he tossed up the red thread, Wang Lin's body charged forward with his Ji realm flashing out again. Following close behind it was the restriction flag. The 5 nascent soul cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They were able to back up, but they were a step too late. The G realm landed on Chen Bailiang, and this time, he didn't have time to resist. The him that had always been on guard showed a gap in his defense when Wang Lin threw up that divine retribution lightning. Chen Bailiang's face became pale and his eyes became unfocused, but he was still a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and was able to use his cultivation to direct the G realm's destruction to his consciousness. His body suddenly fell onto the ground and he began to cultivate. He couldn't be bothered with anything else anymore. If he was any slower, he would have died. Even now, he wasn't sure if he could stop the destruction of the red lightning in his soul. Song Qing and the other elders quickly arrived next to Chen Bailiang to protect him. Closely following the GI realm was the restriction flag, which arrived before another nascent soul cultivator and surrounded him. The cultivator's expression was gloomy, but as long as he wasn't up against the red lightning, he wasn't too afraid. But just as he was about to rush out of the darkness, everything suddenly went black. He realized that he must have entered some sort of restriction. All of this happened too fast. In almost the same instant Wang Lin threw out the divine retribution lightning, he attacked Chen Bailiang with his G realm and trapped another cultivator with his restriction flag. As a result, there were only 3 people left. Wang Lin waved his hand at the red line that went into the sky. It returned to his hand once more. Wang Lin stared at the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and slowly said, "Now that there are only 3 of you remaining, even if you team up, I am confident that I can kill you all one by one." The 3 ancestors' faces became gloomy. One of them looked at Chen Bailiang, who was sitting there cultivating, and at the other one, who was trapped in the restriction flag. His heart couldn't help but sink. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he coldly said, "Give me your soul blood, or else!" The fairy-like old man took a deep breath and slowly said, "I have cultivated for more than 1,300 years and have never given anyone my soul blood." Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he softly said, "I don't have any grudges against you, but since you don't want to give me your soul blood, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Wang Lin pointed at his brow, and the devil Shu Liguo and the second devil came out. After the 2 devils came out, they looked around and turned their gazes toward the 3 nascent soul cultivators. At the same time, Chen Bailiang, who was cultivating on the ground, fell over. An ancestor of the Cloud Sky sect had died. The moment he died, the 3 nascent soul cultivators' expressions sank. One of the ancestors hesitated for a bit, then sullenly said, "If I give my soul blood to you, it would be the same as death. I might as well risk it and fight you. That way, even if I die, I won't have any regrets." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "Give me your soul blood. After 500 years, I'll return it to you." The old man revealed a struggling expression. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I hope you won't break your promise." With that, he regrettably looked at his friends as he pointed to his brow, and a drop of gold blood appeared. After Wang Lin received the blood, he landed on the ground and remained silent. The fairy-like old man let out a bitter smile and looked at the other ancestors. One of the other ancestors looked at Chen Bailiang's body and sighed. "Fine, fine." With that, he pointed his finger to his brow and handed over his soul blood. He sat down on the ground and began to cultivate with his eyes closed and no longer bothered with anything else. At this point, only the fairy-like old man remained. He pondered for a while, then pointed at the person trapped in the restriction flag. He said, with a bitter smile, "Could you please not kill Yun Tianzi?" Wang Lin waved his right hand. A crack immediately appeared in the restriction flag, and Yun Tianzi quickly flew out. Yun Tianzi's face was dark. Just as he regained the ability to speak, he noticed that something was off. After looking around, his expression greatly changed. The fairy-like old man sighed and quickly sent a voice transmission to Yun Tianzi. Yun Tianzi's expression became unsettled as he looked at the fairy-like old man. The 2 pondered for a while. Both of their faces were bleak as they gave Wang Lin their soul blood. As a result, of the 5 ancestors of the Cloud Sky sect, 1 died and 4 surrendered. Song Qing was covered in cold sweat. His mind completely was blank and he didn't know what to do at all. As for Lu Fei, his eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't expect that even the ancestors wouldn't be able to handle Wang Lin. Was the Cloud Sky sect really going to change masters? After Wang Lin got the soul blood, his gaze landed on Song Qing and Lu Fei. He said, with a forceful tone, all core formation cultivators must hand over their soul blood. No exceptions. Song Qing's body quivered. He quickly nodded and handed over his own soul blood. As for Lu Fei and the other two elders, they quickly handed over their soul blood as well. Finally, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the cultivators from the other sects. His eyes were as cold as ice as he said, "I want to see you all off." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They quickly said their goodbyes and left the Cloud Sky sect. Soon, there were only a couple of people left. Wang Lin's expression was normal. He hugged Li Muwan and quickly moved toward the southern courtyard. In a few breaths, they arrived at the southern courtyard and entered Li Muwan's house. Just as Li Muwan was about to speak, Wang Lin's face suddenly went pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his body trembled uncontrollably. Li Muwan was shocked. Wang Lin took deep breaths and quickly said, "I need to go into closed-door training for a few days. Wan Air, please guard me." With that, Wang Lin's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared inside Li Muwan's room. After he entered the room, he pointed his finger at this brow and he entered the heaven-defying bead. Once inside, he sat cross-legged. His face was pale without a trace of blood as he sat there, cultivating with his eyes closed. In reality, Wang Lin wasn't able to successfully enter the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have killed everyone in his way, taken all of the pills, and left the Cloud Sky sect with Li Muwan instead of going through the trouble of getting everyone's soul blood. In the past 20 days, after his avatar consumed the rank 6 pill, it managed to reach the nascent soul stage and even reach the peak of early stage nascent soul. Up until this point, there weren't any problems. However, when his avatar fused with his main body, a problem occurred. Everything started out as he had planned. His avatar fused with his main body and started to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. However, he really underestimated the difficulties of breaking through the bottleneck of the GI realm. How many other geniuses have been trapped by the limitations of the GI realm and were unable to break through? It can be said that it is an impossible task for the GI realm to have a breakthrough because the GI realm is really just another form of divine retribution. How can a mere mortal affect the power of the heavens? Even cultivators don't have that power. That power belongs to the heavens. During the final stages of the fusion process, Wang Lin was unable to make his main body reach the nascent soul stage. Under desperation, he forced his avatar to shrink until it sat in his main body's Dantain as a nascent soul replacement. Although this method enabled him to temporarily raise his main body's cultivation level to nascent soul and allowed his GI realm to reach nascent soul level power, it couldn't last. Every time he used his GI realm, it used up a lot of his avatar's nascent energy and his own divine sense power. The G realm was no longer his own power and now acted more like a treasure instead. In order to use a treasure, he must use spiritual power. However, to use the G realm, not only did he have to use a lot of spiritual power, he also had to use his divine sense and his nascent soul energy. Although the situation was frustrating, it was not without its benefits. When his avatar fused with his main body, the 30-year lifespan of the avatar naturally disappeared. Now, there was no real difference between this main body and avatar. If there really had to be a distinction, then his nascent soul was his avatar and his body the main body. To be precise, his cultivation level was currently at the peak of early-stage nascent soul, and the G realm was his last resort. If it was not so, the Cloud Sky sect would not have a tomorrow. Using the G realm multiple times in a row used up a lot of nascent soul energy, which was the cause of his injuries. After sorting out the spiritual energy in his body and consuming a large amount of pills, he finally stabilized himself. This recovery took a full 7 days, however, in the real world, only a day had gone by. After exiting the heaven-defying bead-s space, Wang Lin's eyes shined. Although his G realm had changed to a magic treasure-like existence, he at least finally broke through the core formation stage and reached nascent soul. It was time to go back to the country of Zhao for revenge. Almost the instant he reappeared inside the room, Li Muwan opened the door and entered. She stood next to him and whispered, "Are you feeling better?" Wang Lin looked at Li Muwan with a tender gaze. His hand stroked Li Muan's hair as he said, "It wasn't anything serious. Did something go wrong when you reached the nascent soul stage?" Li Muan looked at Wang Lin with a concerned look and continued, "Wang Lin, I want the truth. I want to know everything about you. I hope you can tell me. Is that okay?" Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at Li Muan and saw the seriousness in her eyes, so he slowly said, "Okay, you would have known about this sooner or later. I'm not from the country of Huo Fen. In fact, I was born in a place from away from here, in a rank cultivation country named Zhao." In a calm voice, Wang Lin explained everything that had happened in the country of Zhao and the current state of his own body. He said everything so calmly, as if he was telling a story about someone else. Li Muan's eyes unknowingly became red. She never would have guessed that Wang Lin had such a story behind him. After a long time, Li Muan bit her lower lip and whispered, "You are now going to return to the country of Zhao." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He nodded and said, "This time, when I return, I'll make the rivers flow with the Tang family's blood. You should come with me as well." Li Muan's brow tightened. After pondering for a while, she said, "Every time you use your G realm, it uses up a lot of your nascent soul energy. This is not a long-term solution." She raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. She revealed a determined expression and said, "I want to stay at the Cloud Sky sect. Only here will I have the materials and conditions to practice alchemy. If I can make a rank 6 pill, it could help your current situation a lot." Wang Lin became silent. He looked at Li Muan and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Muan seriously nodded. She let out a smile and said, "Just give me the soul blood of those nascent soul cultivators, then you won't have to worry about my safety. Don't worry. Wan Ear has been in the Cloud Sky sect for a long time, and I can take care of these things myself. I want to turn the Cloud Sky sect into a sect that makes pills just for you." Wang Lin looked at Li Muan. He frowned and asked, "If rank 4 cultivation countries come, what will you do?" Li Muan let out a smile full of contempt and said, "Those rank 4 countries don't care who the Cloud Sky sect belongs to. As long as we give them the pills, there will be no problems. Wang Lin, I assure you that I can manage this on my own." Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was never an indecisive person. Since Li Muan had already decided, he didn't attempt to change her mind anymore. After pondering for a while, he pointed his finger at his brow and the second devil came out. The second devil respectfully bowed at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with admiration. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "From now on, you have to always stay near Li Muan. Don't you forget it." The second devil looked at Li Muan and nodded. It turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into Li Muan's brow. Li Muan was stunned. She suddenly remembered the devils Wang Lin had talked about before and couldn't help but to become curious. She thought about the second devil and it came out of her brow. She really adored this beast-shaped devil. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin was still worried, so he waved his hand and took out his most powerful restriction flag. He handed the flag to Li Muan and said, "If you use this treasure properly, even if you meet a spirit-severing cultivator, you can still protect yourself. If there is any danger, I will know through my connection with the devil. If anything happens, I'll return as soon as possible." Li Muan looked at Wang Lin. She didn't reject it, but obediently took the restriction flag and carefully put it away. After all that, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and instantly swept across the entire Cloud Sky sect. After he found Song Qing and the 4 ancestors, he sent a message telling them to all gather here. Before long, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky sect had shown up. Some of them had given their soul blood directly to Wang Lin, and some of them had Li Muan receive theirs, while Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation. It could be said that the entire Cloud Sky sect was in Wang Lin's hands. With just a thought, he could kill them all. In front of all those people, he took out the soul bloods and handed them to Li Muan. The 4 ancestors revealed surprised expressions. After looking at Li Muan, they didn't say a word. As for Song Qing and the elders, they relaxed a bit. Compared to Wang Lin, they found it easier to accept Li Muan. After all, Li Muan was originally an elder. Li Muan received the soul bloods and looked at the people of the Cloud Sky sect. She let out a sweet smile and delicately said, "This little girl will take care of the Cloud Sky sect for her husband. I hope seniors will take care of me. 4 ancestors, your status is very noble, so please don't take the matter of the soul blood to heart. After 500 years, Wan Er will return it for sure. I hope that ancestors 1T mind these 500 years. I'll even make pills that will increase your lifespan as an apology. Although the refining process is difficult and the materials are hard to find, I will make one for each of you every 50 years. With each pill, your lifespan will increase by 50 years. The fairy-like old man's expression changed. He asked, in a deep voice, increased lifespan? The other three also raised their eyebrows. It has to be said that lifespan was a very important matter to them. Although pills that can increase lifespan exist in the cultivation world, they are all rank 6 pills, and the price for them was too heavy. I have 5 of them here. The 4 of you can check them out. Li Muwan smiled and took out a bottle. She poured the pills out and handed them over to the elders. The fairy-like old man looked at the pills, then looked at the 2 other ancestors before their gazes fell on Yun Tianzi. Yun Tianzi seriously looked at the pill. He looked up at Li Muwan and asked, "You refined this pill?" Li Muwan faintly smiled. "I refined this pill, but the materials were provided by my husband. These pills were refined from the spirit liquid." Yun Tianzi pondered for a while. He looked at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "Fine. You giving our soul bloods to Elder Li means that you are about to leave. As long as we get these pills, then we promise her safety for 500 years. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Very good." Li Muwan's beautiful eyes turned and landed on Song Qing and Liu Fei. She smiled and said, "Why hasn't T. Marshal brother Ouyangzi come?" Song Qing looked at Wang Lin and quickly said, "He is currently refining a pill. He said that if you can give him all of the rank 5 pills for him to use on sacrifice refining, then what's the big deal of handing over his soul blood?" Li Muwan chuckled and said, "Brother Ouyangzi is a rank 5 alchemist like me. If he wants them, he can have them. It is only rank 5 pills." With that, Li Muwan looked at Wang Lin and explained, "Of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect, besides Wan Ir and Ouyangzi, the third is Senior Yun Tianzi." Wang Lin nodded. He didn't say a word as he watched Li Muwan deal with everything. With Li Muwan's knowledge of the Cloud Sky sect, she managed to comfort all of the nascent soul cultivators. She was very beautiful and her voice was very gentle. So with her comforting words and pills as gifts, the resentment in their hearts for having to hand over their soul bloods decreased a lot. Of course, those were not the main reasons. The main reason was that their soul bloods were already in her hands, so there was no point in resisting. Now that Li Muwan gave them a way back down, they weren't going to keep being stubborn. After all, Wang Lin's cold gaze constantly swept past them. Shortly after, everyone scattered. After everyone left, Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Sit down and cultivate. Back then, your essence took damage, making it impossible for you to reach the nascent soul stage. I'll give you a helping hand." Li Muwan bit her lower lip and nodded as she sat down cross-legged before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and the 6 remaining bottles of spirit liquid flew out. The 6 bottles broke, and the spirit liquid inside gathered together. Wang Lin grabbed with his right hand and the spirit liquid slowly entered Li Muwan's body through her forehead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, as he quickly used his nascent soul cultivation to help Li Muwan's body recover from the injury she took back then. Only Wang Lin could do this. Besides him, no one else would have this much precious spirit liquid. Also, no one other than him would use something this valuable to heal someone's body. After 2 hours, Wang Lin was done. After spending a few more months in the Cloud Sky sect, Wang Lin kept collecting the spirit liquid. While replenishing his own stock, he also left some for Li Muwan. In addition, Cheng Beiliang's purple ink insects were put away in a bag of holding in case he needed to use them in the future. Also, because he gave the restriction flag to Li Muwan, he decided to take these few months to make another restriction flag with one of his remaining 2 ink stones. This time, he decided to make a pure attack restriction flag. However, making a single property restriction flag takes a very long time. It usually takes a long time to think of different restrictions to place on the flag. After several months, the restriction flag was close to completion, but Wang Lin feared that it would attract divine retribution once it was completed. So he hesitated and didn't place down the last restriction. As a result, it couldn't display its full power, but because it was a single property restriction flag, although it hadn't reached the first level, its attack power was only slightly weaker than Wang Lin's previous restriction flag. On an early morning, Wang Lin walked on the wind, holding the pills Li Muwan had given him after she checked through all of the pills the Cloud Sky Sect had in stock and left the Cloud Sky Sect. At the top of the main hall stood a woman. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she watched Wang Lin's figure disappear. She didn't know what month and year it would be when they would meet again. Originally, Li Muwan was going to leave with Wang Lin, but she was a very considerate woman. She knew that if she was around Wang Lin, she would become a burden to him, so she decided to stay in the Cloud Sky Sect to practice alchemy. As a result, her position in his heart would only increase. I forgot to say, the latest 3 chapters are all 4,000-word major chapters. Is Leo that kind? So this is the Moon God. Is it the like button for the VIDEO? Do you all also start the VIDEO? Chapter 227, Meeting an Old Friend Again. Wang Lin flew as fast as lightning. In almost no time, he arrived back at the ancient transfer array. He had surrounded the place with restrictions before he left. After checking and making sure that nothing was off, he quickly shot out a restriction. The scene before him suddenly blurred. Ripples appeared as if a stone was dropped into calm water. Soon, the ancient restriction appeared. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared inside the transfer array. He took out some materials from his bag of holding and placed them where they belonged on the transfer array. Shortly after, he looked back at the direction of the Cloud Sky Sect. His face was filled with determination as he turned around and placed the high-quality spirit stone into the transfer array. Suddenly, the array started to move, and rays of light shot out from it. Waves of spiritual energy came from the spirit stone until it turned to dust. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure became blurry inside the light, and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared. After a long time, the array returned to normal. In the wastelands of the Sea of Devils, a rumbling sound came from the ground. The rumbles were blown away as Wang Lin walked out with a cold gaze. He looked at the familiar scene before him and let out a sigh. He floated into the air. After a pause, he quickly flew to the east. Wang Lin's goal was to find a map of the ancient transfer arrays and a map of planet Suzaku. He gathered a lot of maps in Chu but was unable to find Zhao at all. After analyzing the maps, Wang Lin guessed that Zhao must have been on the other side of the Sea of Devils. While he was flying, his expression suddenly changed, and he grinned. Using his spirit severing like divine sense, he was able to find an old friend. After the divine retribution appeared in the Sea of Devils, the fog covering the Sea of Devils disappeared completely. After several years of black rain, the Sea of Devils was now exposed for all to see. The original veil that protected it was now gone. In the cities and the vast wilderness of the Sea of Devils lived many heinous people. Many of them were wanted by different countries and sought refuge in the Sea of Devils. The disappearance of the fog caused a series of events. First, many ambitious rank 4 countries set their eyes on the Sea of Devils. Shortly after, various sects and cultivation families sent groups of disciples into the Sea of Devils. A storm was about to start in this country. As for the black rain, it was removed by a few very powerful cultivators, or the Sea of Devils would be uninhabitable. This water contained some type of poison that didn't seem to do much in small amounts, but after prolonged exposure, it caused illnesses. Normally, cultivators weren't affected by illness, but this rain had killed many low-level cultivators over these few years. Eventually, several powerful cultivators came together and finally removed the black rain from the Sea of Devils. However, this wave of illness had heavily damaged the younger generation of the Sea of Devils. The black rain was as dangerous as wild beasts to the cultivators, but to the wild beasts of the Sea of Devils, it was very nutritious. All of the wild beasts' strength greatly increased thanks to the rain, even resulting in some desolate beasts. Although the chaos caused by the black rain was gone, the chaos caused by the wild beasts only became worse. Now, aside from the cities in the Sea of Devils, it was almost impossible to see any signs of cultivators outside. At the same time, a new job specializing in hunting and selling beasts' cores appeared. These cultivators moved in small groups, and all had reached a certain cultivation level. They killed beasts and sold their cores for a living. On this day, in the inner part of the Sea of Devils, outside the city of Shunned, stood a white-robed cultivator, staring into the distance. He was middle-aged, very handsome, and had wise eyes. After a long time, he frowned. He waved his sleeves and slowly descended alongside the city wall. As soon as he landed, 2 people walked out of the city. One was a male and the other a female. The male had a slightly hunched back and was constantly coughing. His whole person seemed small and even felt like he couldn't walk properly. The female next to him was the opposite. Not only was she beautiful, but she also seemed very bright and exuded the aura of a female hero. Both of them wore blue robes. They looked like they were from the same sect. After the two appeared, the white-robed middle-aged man's frown disappeared and he said, "Did something happen?" The girl lightly snorted. She stared at the sickly guy next to her and said, "It's all because of him. I had already found a store that was going to buy the beast core, but he had to go and exchange it for a crappy sword sheath." The middle-aged man let out a surprised sound. He looked at the sickly man and asked, "Brother Lee, what kind of sheath? Would you let me see?" The male named Lee let out a bitter smile. He waved his hand and a very ordinary-looking sheath appeared in his hand. He said, "I found this sheath to be very strange. I feel like it contains a very special aura, so I had to buy it." "Forget it. This time, it's all on me. Just subtract the cost from the next time we split the profit." The girl snorted again. She stared at the sheath and muttered, "What kind of broken sheath costs a low-quality spirit beast S-core?" The middle-aged man named Qiu waved his hand, and the sword sheath flew into his hand. After seriously looking at it, he nodded and said, "This sword sheath is indeed strange." Brother Lee might not have been completely wrong. With that, he returned the sword sheath. The girl turned to the man named Qiu and seriously said, "Okay then, let's go." "Brother Q, I wanted to confirm. Are you sure you know where the 8-clawed beast is?" The man named Qiu smiled and nodded. He touched his bag of holding and a giant boat appeared in the air. He jumped onto the boat and sat down. The other two followed and sat down in the boat as well. The boat's speed was very fast. It formed a trail of rainbows and disappeared into the distance. During the flight, besides the man named Qiu, the other two both sat there, cross-legged and cultivating. This was not the first time they had ridden this boat, but every time they did, they had to cultivate to focus their spiritual energy, or there was no way they could withstand its power. A look of contempt flashed across the face of the man named Qiu. Although those two were at the late stage of core formation, their foundations were really bad. Back when he was at the late stage of core formation, he had no problem sitting on this boat. Back in the days when he was at the late stage of core formation, there weren't many cultivators at the same level that could resist him. After all, both his divine sense and techniques were far above the average cultivator S. Then, there were his magic treasures. Combined with his combat experience, they made him almost unbeatable. He once thought that he was the strongest person under the nascent soul stage. He thought all of this until he met one person, a white-haired and cold-hearted young man. His eyes lit up as the image of that person appeared in his mind. After a long time, he let out a grin and thought, "Brother Wang, after swallowing that nascent soul, I have successfully reached the nascent soul stage. I don't know if you succeeded or not. If not, then when we meet again I will have to pay you back." After 4 days, the boat stopped above a wasteland. The male named Lee and that heroic female opened their eyes. A cold light flashed across the girl's eyes and she said, "Brother Qiu, where is the 8-clawed beast?" Xu Siping took a deep breath. Without a word, he took out a palm-sized piece of mud. He inserted spiritual power into the mud, causing it to release a fishy smell. This smell was very thick as it slowly spread. Even when the wind blew past it, it wasn't able to blow it away. Soon, the smell spread wider and wider. Then a scream that sounded like a baby's cry suddenly came from the distance. Xu Siping's gaze focused on something in the distance, and he moved the boat toward that direction. At the same time, the girl revealed an excited look and said, "The mud in Brother Qiu's hand is indeed magical. There is indeed an 8-clawed beast there." Xu Siping's expression was normal as he said, "I have been tracking this beast for a long time, so I know its habits. If it wasn't for my cultivation level being too low, I would have already caught it. This time, I will have to bother the two of you." The girl raised her chin and said, "Of course. Brother Qiu is only at the mid-stage of core formation. Just leave the killing of the beast to us." With that, she charged off the boat. As for the sickly man named Li, he bitterly smiled and quickly followed her. Xu Siping sneered in his heart. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was simply too easy to hide his cultivation from 2 core formation juniors. If it wasn't for the fact that killing this beast required poison that had to be made on the spot with the beast's spit, he would not have brought them here. He leisurely followed them as the girl's shouting transmitted from the distance and flashes of light from magic treasures could be seen. The 8-clawed beast was really just a giant octopus in the sea of devils. This beast's cultivation was already not low, and with the help of the black rain, it gained intelligence. It had now reached the level of a low-quality spirit beast. But this 8-clawed beast was very strange. Even nascent soul cultivators would have a headache against it. Although a nascent soul cultivator would have no problems defending against one. The 8-clawed beast's skin was as tough as a mid-quality spirit beast's. Unless someone was at the late stage of nascent soul, they wouldn't be able to hurt it. As a result, all of the cultivators that hunted wild beasts didn't like it. When they spotted it, they would move far away from it. However, the 8-claw beast was a very attractive prey. Unlike other wild beasts, it had 8 cores. Adding on to that, the Enchanted Palace's poison technique was very effective against this beast. Hunting this beast had become one of the main activities for the Enchanted Palace. All of the disciples were happy to hunt them. Qiu Siping already made up his mind. Once these 2 core formation juniors killed the beast, he will kill them for the cores. But just at that moment, a giant divine sense swept past the area. The 2 that were fighting the 8-clawed beast and were about to extract some spit suddenly stopped as they revealed uncertain expressions. What was even more strange was that thanks to the scan of that divine sense, even the 8-clawed beast trembled. It was after all an animal, so it was naturally sensitive to spiritual power, and he could feel a terrifying power from this divine sense. This caused it to let out a roar. It retreated and hid inside a cave, trembling and not daring to come out. Qiu Siping was the most keen of all of the people present. After all, he was at the early stage of nascent soul. The moment the divine sense swept by, he felt as if he had been completely seen through. Not only that, he could also feel his nascent soul going out of control, as if it was going to leave his body. This feeling caused his expression to change greatly. He remembered those few spirit-severing eccentrics that removed the black rain. The man named Li took a few steps back. He put away his treasure and became very respectful. Even the girl, who was normally unafraid of anything, became meek as she quietly stood next to the man. Fellow cultivator, Qiu, long time no see. Qiu Siping was surprised. He asked, "Senior knows me?" At the same time, a white-haired youth slowly headed over. Although he looked very slow, in the blink of an eye, he appeared 10 feet before everyone. Qiu Siping gawked at the person. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's you!" This person was Wang Lin. His gaze swept past the man named Li and the girl, then fell on Qiu Siping as he let out a faint smile. With his mind, he could easily see through Qiu Siping's scheme. Brother Qiu is really in a good mood. With your nascent soul cultivation, you were playing around with 2 core formation juniors. Very interesting. Wang Lin's words were slow, but when they were heard by the man and woman, it was like lightning, making them startled. Those 2 weren't dumb. After hearing Wang Lin's words, their faces immediately darkened. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked at Wang Lin with grateful expressions as they clasped their hands. They slowly backed away, then shot off into the distance. Qiu Siping let out a bitter smile. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he took out a small drum from his bag of holding. He tapped the drum and 2 almost invisible black threads charged into the distance. The black threads were very quick. Just as the black threads were about to catch up, a green light appeared, tracking the black threads. When the green light disappeared, the 2 had already disappeared without a trace. Qiu Siping's expression was very ugly. Although he hated Wang Lin's guts in his heart, he took a deep breath and said, "Fellow cultivator, long time no see. It's been a long time since wishing for likes on the VIDEO. The little pig wishing for the like button for the VIDEO support. You are listening to a completely free audiobook on the Leo Audio YouTube channel. If you enjoy the story, please like the video to motivate the channel. Support Leo with a cup of coffee through the description link or on the screen. If you want to hear any other stories, just comment and let Leo know. Thank you very much for watching the video. Chapter Receiving Favor. Wang Lin looked at Qiu Siping. He faintly smiled and said, "Those 2 juniors are from the Magic Enchanted Palace. Brother Qiu should be careful from now on." Qiu Siping bitterly smiled. That girl was fine, but the man was a core disciple of the Magic Enchanted Palace. If he really let them get away, it wouldn't just be a bit of annoyance. He probably wouldn't be able to take a step into any city controlled by them. But now was not the time to think about those two. Currently, the person before him was giving off an amorous pressure, causing him to be very cautious. Wang Lin's current strength made his skin crawl. Wang Lin slowly said, however, with their late-stage core formation speed, "If Brother Qiu quickly chases after them, you might still catch up." Qiu Siping sighed and clasped his hands. "Brother Wang, say what is on your mind. Although our relation isn't too deep, we still have been through a bit together." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Do you have a map of the Sea of Devils?" he asked. Qiu Siping was stunned. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't have a map of the Sea of Devils. If Brother Wang wants one, you can try the treasure pavilions in the main cities. You might have some luck there." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. The reason Wang Lin didn't kill Qiu Siping was because he was a schemeful person. It was very easy to kill him, but very hard to make him tell the truth. If Wang Lin threatened him with death, the chances of receiving the truth was very low. So when Wang Lin saw Qiu Siping, he decided to stop him from killing the two juniors to create a sense of urgency in him. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, "Oh, really? Then Brother Qiu should come with me to the city. It won't be too late for you to search for them after I obtain a map." Qiu Siping pondered for a while and sighed. Wang Lin's scheme was too deep. It all started the moment casually appeared and pointed out Qiu Siping's cultivation level to allow the two juniors to escape. All of this was within Wang Lin's calculations, and Qiu Siping unknowingly stepped into Wang Lin's scheme. It looked like Wang Lin purposely forced Qiu Siping into a situation where he had to kill the two juniors, then save them to force Qiu Siping to tell the truth. Also, the aura that Wang Lin was emitting hinted that if he decided to stay stubborn until the end, then Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing him. With this approach, it was much easier to make someone give in as opposed to threatening their life. Qiu Siping gave Wang Lin a complex look. Without a word, he took out an empty jade. He placed the jade on his forehead and began to imprint a map based on his memories. After a short period of time, he handed the jade to Wang Lin and said, "This contains all of my map knowledge of the Sea of Devils from all of the years that I have traveled through the country. There might be some mistakes, but not too many. If there's nothing else, Brother Wang, I am leaving." Wang Lin took the jade. He didn't check it, but clasped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks," he exclaimed. Qiu Siping was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, "You are not going to check it?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and responded, "Is there a need?" Qiu Siping pondered for a bit. He let out a laugh and said, "Brother Wang, goodbye." With that, he clasped his hands and backed up. After backing away a distance, he shouted, "Brother Wang, I wouldn't give you false information to cheat you. You can rest assured." With that, he teleported away. Wang Lin held the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. The jade contained a very detailed map of the inner sea, but not much about the outer sea. Within the area of the inner sea, there were even locations of ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin didn't believe that there were no lies on this map, but he wasn't going to rely solely on this map to travel the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's intent was to find a complete map if possible, but if that proves to be impossible, he will get as many of these incomplete maps as possible. Once he compares them, the lies will be easy to spot. According to Wang Lin's understanding of the Sea of Devils, Repeated Ink City was about 10 days north of his current location. Repeated Ink City was one of the 99 major cities of the Sea of Devils. The smaller cities in the outer sea just can't compare. Another reason Wang Lin decided to go to Repeated Ink City was that according to the map provided by Qiu Siping, there was an ancient transfer array 300,000 miles from the city. During his flight toward the city, Wang Lin collected the core of every beast he passed by. If he met a high-quality spirit beast, though, he went around it. 7 days later, Wang Lin became more and more alarmed as he saw the situation in the Sea of Devils with his own eyes. He didn't think that in just a few years the wild beasts would become so rampant in the Sea of Devils. Just on his way here, he had already seen 2 high-quality spirit beasts who were on par with spirit-severing cultivators. Fortunately, both beasts were cultivating inside their own territories. Unless Wang Lin purposely bothered them, they wouldn't chase him. Wang Lin's harvest was very good on the road to the city. He obtained many cores on the way. All of them were instantly devoured by the ancient god tactic and absorbed by his nascent soul. Wang Lin arrived at the location of the ancient transfer array. His eyes lit up as he floated in the air and stared at the valley below him. This place was very quiet. There wasn't even any trace of beast scent here. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he spread out his divine sense. He didn't find anything abnormal, but there was a weird feeling nagging him. After pondering a little, he pointed his finger at his brow and an ape-shaped devil came out. This was the devil he had refined from the soul of the spirit ape, his third devil. In the last few days at the Cloud Sky sect, Wang Lin had gained full control of this devil. The ape was a low-quality spirit beast. Now that it became a devil, it was even stronger. Although it couldn't devour nascent soul cultivators yet, it could easily devour core formation cultivators. The moment this devil appeared, it let out a roar. Its figure became blurry as it charged into the valley. It swept through the valley and found nothing strange. Just as it was about to return, a giant mouth opened on the side of a cliff. At the same time, a large suction force tried to pull the devil in, but it was not a solid existence, so it easily escaped. The mouth on the cliff slowly closed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and took out the poisoned sword he got from Hunchback Meng. He quickly charged toward the closing mouth on the cliff and slashed downward. Sounds of rocks crumbling reverberated throughout the area. Wang Lin frowned. He quickly used his divine sense to control the sword to float around him as it hummed. Wang Lin stared at the closed cliffside. After pondering for a while, he formed a seal and said, "Ice flame, appear!" A blue flame appeared from within Wang Lin. This flame was formed when Wang Lin completed the underworld ascension method. When he reached the nascent soul stage, this flame was infused with his nascent energy and became even stronger. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the area dropped. At the same time, the ice flame quickly moved and floated forward. The moment the flame touched the cliff started to move strangely. It formed a human face and tried to swallow the flame. But the moment it touched the ice flame, a thin layer of ice started to spread on the cliff. In a few breaths, the entire cliff was covered in ice and the face's expression was frozen solid. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit and was very surprised. This must be a beast that can live inside the cliff and can even turn into human form. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin suddenly moved and entered the valley. There was indeed an ancient transfer array inside the valley, but it was too damaged to use. He took out a piece of jade and recorded the ancient transfer array. After doing all of this, his body disappeared and reappeared in front of the cliff. He waved his right hand and the ice condensed back into the ice flame and returned to his hand. Shortly after, the face on the cliff started to move again. Its eyes were fixed on Wang Lin as it let out hostile growls. The more Wang Lin looked at it, the most interested he got. The beast wasn't very strong, only a low-quality spirit beast, so about as strong as a late-stage core formation cultivator. But its ability to hide itself was amazing. Wang Lin goes into closed-door cultivation a lot. If he could have a beast like this guarding him, it would be great. Sadly, this beast's cultivation was limited. But Wang Lin had a lot of cores inside his bag of holding. With them, he could push this beast's cultivation quite a bit. With that, he formed a seal with his hand and started to chant. He shouted, "Break!" The moment the technique landed on the cliff let out a rumbling sound as cracks appeared all over it. The cracks grew larger, until the cliff collapsed. The moment the cliff collapsed, a dark figure shot out to the south. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and locked onto the beast. He saw a strange beast with a very long mouth. This beast gave off a very creepy feeling, especially its mouth, which was at least as long as a person and looked very deadly. Wang Lin rubbed his chin, then casually chased behind it. He pointed his finger to his brow, and the devil Shu Liguo came out to chase it with him and the third devil. Shu Liguo let out a few roars. The moment he came out, he looked very excited. But as soon as he saw the strange beast, he stopped and secretly thought, was there a mistake? What is this? How is it even uglier than number 2? I should let that idiot, number 3, go. If the beast is weak, then I'll go and steal the credit. The year of the dragon is approaching. Leo's year is coming fast, fervently shouting for the like button for the VIDEO, wishing to be drowned in happiness by the likes for the VIDEO. Chapter 22, Scattering Technique. After returning to his room, he immediately closed the door. He didn't use the QI gathering pills, but kept them in his bag of holding. He was about to start an experiment with the stone bead. He cautiously took out the 3 gourds and the stone bead, then pondered a little and revealed an uncertain expression. He was weighing the pros and cons, because without the dew, his future cultivation speed will be very slow. But the mysterious clouds on the stone bead made Wang Lin very curious. After thinking for a while, he made his decision. He could always collect more dew, it would just take some time. However, if the 10th cloud appeared, it could cause a change to the bead. Maybe then, the water the bead soaks in will contain even more spiritual energy. After he thought about this, he immediately took out the gourd that contained the best morning dew. It took him a long time to get the jelly out of the gourd. After a while, all the dew had been poured out. There was half a stone bowl of greenish liquid containing a very refreshing smell. After smelling it, Wang Lin's body relaxed. He was afraid that the smell would attract the attention of the hidden experts in the sect, so he quickly threw the stone bead into it. After a while, it absorbed a bit of the liquid. Wang Lin was a bit disappointed. He was hoping that there would be a sudden change. However, the stone bead was absorbing the smell from the liquid. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then put the stone bowl next to his bed. He sat down on his bed and started to cultivate. The 1 long and 3 short breathing technique was now easy for Wang Lin. Although in the past 2 months he hadn't condensed any spiritual energy, he had become used to the breathing technique. He would breath like this even when he wasn't cultivating. The night passed and Wang Lin opened his eyes to check on the stone bowl. He saw that half of the liquid had been absorbed.